check us when the end comes. We're probably gonna go long.
Take what is mine, I don't get being on stage so repellent, but I mean it's my repellent.
Day might be any other day, but I don't wanna waste another day.
What's up? How's everyone doing today? We have some fun things in store for today. Namely, we're going to clear the rest of the campaigns. I think we'll start off with Naoto while people join. And then we'll get into it. We still have some of the big ones left to go. I think Naoto's was pretty interesting, and then we had Aigis to do as well.
Look out!
I see something glimmer in front of me. Acting purely on instinct, I duck instantly. I think this is also the fastest time from stream start to just getting into it. A low whizzing sound passes above my head. What was that? Did something get thrown in my way?
Naoto-kun!
Rise turns towards me. I look at her from across the room. She's lying on something large on the ground. On closer inspection, the red and white lump she's holding down is Teddy. You're only, I think 2 minutes late? I just started like 2 minutes ago. I see General Teddy in the back of the room, so the one with Rice has to be the real one. A girl is standing between Teddy and the General. I've never seen her before, but looking at her mechanical body, I can tell who she is. That's Labris.
What should we do? That girl wasn't normal. She wasn't even human. I know it sounds hard to believe, but she's a robot or something. She defeated Teddy and,
Calm down. Are you talking about Labris?
Though Rice is quite shaken, she still nods.
The riddle is solved then. You're not the real Teddy. You're only a shadow taking his form.
Notifications are working today? That's good. From YouTube or my Discord?
The shadow of Labris here, to be precise.
Aha! No wonder they call you the Detective Prince now, Chan. You cracked the case. But even if you figured it out, there's still nothing you can do.
I carefully watch General Teddy as he scoffs. Whatever it was he threw at me, I was too busy dodging it to see it clearly, but it must be dangerous. I'm sure he won't hurt his owner until he hears a certain phrase from her, but he has no reason to be gentle with the rest of us. I point my gun at him, ready for any more of his attacks. However, the next attack comes from a direction I had not been expecting. There's a droning sound. It's coming from a giant axe flying at me. The axe is bigger than I am, spinning through the air towards me. Like a boomerang, it curves back and returns to the hands of the wielder. There are thrusters behind the blade, allowing the axe to fly as it spins. It wasn't General Teddy attacking me. It was Labris, not the shadow, but the real one. What's going on? Wait, did she attack me the first time as well? That would explain why Rice is so shaken. But the shadow's right in front of her. Why is she going after me?
It's not true. I'm human. This is all just a bad dream. I gotta destroy everything.
I'm human.
I can't find any meaning in what she's saying. Because Naoto doesn't view robots as real people. I want to convince her to stop, but I can't come up with the right words to do so. Labris takes a fighting stance without wasting a moment. It looks like the only way to bring Labris back to normal is to fight her.
Rise-san, please stay back.
Naoto-kun?
I never really expected to be able to convince her in the first place with the shadow here. I bite the bullet.
I will stop her, no matter what.
What would attacking the shadow do, like, before talking to Labris anyway, right? Because doesn't the person have to accept the shadow for it to technically stop anyway? Or be, like, on verge of acceptance? We're getting right into it. I think this is Not only the fastest time from start of stream to actual gameplay, but I think this is the shortest dialogue until gameplay.
Okay.
I did a cute little juggle thing!
Okay.
I'm out of bullets though.
Okay.
Now you cross. Assault!
Okay.
Right! Go! Sniping!
Okay.
There! There! Assault! Down!
Okay.
I must hit!
I did a bullet juggle for a second there, that was cute. Use the insta-kill in story mode?
Aw, she beat you fair and square.
Maybe.
You really are useless, Labby-chan.
After Lapras collapses, the shadow looks at her as if she was trash.
Your whole reason for being is to fight. And you can't even do that. You're not worth a damn. You don't need to exist anymore.
Isn't regular Naoto's instant kill harder to use than Shadow Naoto's though? The Shadow's voice and speech pattern begin to slip away from its impersonation of Teddy. No, that's not at all. The fake Teddy's appearance begins to warp as well. Finally, the time has come for it to reveal its true self. Oh, are we still seeing this cutscene in Naoto's playthrough? Good lord. The form it takes is as I thought, Lapras.
I am a shadow. The true self. That's my face. Oh, you don't want to remember? Fine, you can die like that.
What? She's attacking her owner now? Is it a threat to pressure her? No, this is a shadow we're dealing with after all. There's no knowing what it will do.
Stop it!
What's this? Why are you protecting her? It's her fault you all had to fight each other, you know.
With that, she turns to the other self and looks down at her with disdain in her eyes.
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. Right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament?
That ain't...
My home was a horrible place. They made us fight and kill each other just to collect combat data. It hurts so much, but no one understands. How can I make them see? I know. I'll force friends to fight each other. Maybe then they'll understand. No. I wanna make them understand.
That ain't true. That's not what I want.
Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand, just like you did before.
Stop! I've had enough.
Lapras!
No! You're not me!
No! You said it! You finally said it! The power, I can feel it building!
A sinister aura surges from the shadow. Even the surroundings begin to warp with its energy. In an instant, the area becomes dominated by a piercing red light. The view from beyond the window is changed completely. I hear Rice gasp behind me. I don't know what this place is modeled after, but I get the sense that someone carved opening a living creature's stomach. This is the reflection of Labras's heart, the suffering she carries. The shadow's golden eyes stand out even more in the dusky redness focusing on me. I change my mindset. There is only one thing to do here. Just as my friends did for me.
Yusei-san, you watch Lapras and Teddy.
I got him. Good luck, Nato-kun.
Yes, I'll save her.
Yo, we're just getting into it, man. 3 fights basically back to back with like 2 dialogue things. This is almost not even a visual novel anymore. Might actually be a fighting game. This is more of what I expected the game to be like, of like a couple lines of dialogue, then you fight. I'm glad it's not like this most of the time.
Finally!
I must hit!
Okay.
I must hit! There!
Oh shit. I forgot I ran out of bullets. I'm not sure why Naoto only has 5 bullets in a 6-shooter.
Okay. Okay.
Naoto's pretty good though. But I feel like they could nerf the bullets slightly, just so you could have one more. The giant creature behind the shadow I had begun to think of as part of the shadow itself vanishes with a loud roar. I managed to defeat her. She shows no further signs of resistance. Cautiously, I turn around and walk to Labras, who is still sitting on the floor, being held up by Rice. It seems Teddy has also regained consciousness. He had broken in a sweat, flustering as he stands next to Rice.
Are you all right?
Labras has a melancholy look on her face as she hangs her head. She's so human-like. The sheer authenticity of that expression makes that thought appear in my mind.
I didn't have the chance to introduce myself. I'm Naoto Shirogane.
It's to make up for all the plot last time? Yeah, I guess so.
You're Labras, is that correct?
She raises her head, but neither confirms nor denies it. She just quietly stares at her double across the room. A machine given the ability to summon a persona. The persona ability was the primary objective in her creation. The fact that she also developed a heart came as a byproduct. Well, that's... I mean, I wouldn't say it's the byproduct. She was given a heart and the persona's the byproduct. The persona was the goal, but you need the heart to get the persona. How much suffering did she have to go through, having been treated like an object for so long? It isn't easy to imagine.
I can't claim to understand your pain. It was only today that I learned you existed, to say nothing of the weapons program from which you sprung. But there is one thing I do understand.
I kneel and look Labras in the eyes.
Look carefully at me. Do I seem like a man or a woman to you?
What do you mean?
You and I are alike. There is such a gulf between what we yearn to be and what we are that we have trouble accepting our true nature.
Our true nature?
Wouldn't Labras already be able to, like, analyze that Naoto is a woman?
Just as I cannot break the glass ceiling of my profession, you cannot become human. That is the painful truth. But if we were able to change, would that truly bring us happiness? I feel there is something only you or I can offer, because of who we really are.
There's something a machine like me can offer? Even if there is something like that, there's no place I belong.
That's not true. I'm not human either, but I work at Jeunesse.
Labras, come work at Jeunesse!
The part-time ladies give me sweets sometimes and everything.
The heart is always lacking something. It may be that you and I will be troubled by this same thing for the rest of our lives.
Right, yeah. Like, I just knew immediately, that's what I mean. Because they have so much, like, the ability to scan and facial recognition and everything. They would, like, Naoto's disguise I don't think would work on Labras, or I guess.
But please don't forget that you're not alone anymore.
See you, Flame Lord. Thanks for stopping by, man.
I'm not alone.
I nod strongly to Labras as she looks up at me. I repeat it for emphasis.
Don't worry. You're not alone.
That's right. I'll stick to you like glue.
And it won't be just us. I'm sure you'll make lots of friends with everyone in town.
Really? A machine? Like me?
We nod. Labras stands up and approaches her shadow.
They said it's okay to be me. Doesn't that make you happy too?
She takes the shadow's hand as it droops its head listlessly.
I'm so sorry I locked you up inside me for all that time. But we'll be okay now. I'm not alone. And you're not either, right?
Labras, there are some people from the Kirijo group here looking for you.
I wonder if they'll stick me back in that box again. Of course they will. After all, I caused a lot of trouble. What else are they gonna do?
They're just going to completely ignore the crimes of kidnapping and all those things.
I can't say anything about that for certain.
I mean, I guess to be fair, they owe her, right? They did cause a lot of psychological trauma. Maybe they just call it even, right?
But you should talk with them. It's your right to be where you belong.
Yeah, you're right.
At that moment, I hear several sets of footsteps approaching from outside. I stand and take a fighting pose for an instant, but relax when I hear familiar voices. I ease up and smile.
Is everyone all right?
Whoa, Senpai! You're back from the city already?
Never mind him, Kanji-kun. What about you? What have you been doing all this time?
The Shadow Host was defeated. The invisible walls must have disappeared. This place is familiar to all of us. With the walls gone, finding each other is a piece of cake.
Yo, Naoto. Guess you made the big meetup after all, huh? I swear, we're tied together by fate or something. Actually, is that the real you, Teddy?
You're so blind sometimes, Yosuke.
Rise-chan, I'm so glad you're safe.
Senpai, you're all here.
Kirijo's group comes in behind Senpai and the others. The room instantly falls silent. Perhaps some of the others had encountered them during a match before I did, but in general, everyone was shocked to see them. Kirijo weaves between all of us and walks directly toward Labras.
You must be Labras.
Mitsuru gives no fucks in this about anyone else. All of us hold our breath at Kirijo's dignified voice.
I'm Mitsuru Kirijo. You may have heard already, but I came to collect you.
Collect. At that, Labras takes a step back. I put my hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She looks at me and I nod. Human, robot, anyone, it doesn't change anything. But no matter who you are, there are things that you have to carry out through your own actions using your own words.
I don't want to go back in that box. Or to that lab.
As Labras managed to say it, a voice speaks up from behind Kirijo.
Mitsuru-san, I'd like to ask that you consider her request. Labras's, my sister's abilities, will surely be useful to us. Please, can't we enlist her on a trial basis and see what happens?
Sister. Surprised by that unfamiliar appellation, Labras looks towards the speaker.
You're a robot too.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Aegis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. I'm your successor, sister.
We're sisters?
She answered Labras with a smile. Amazing. Her tone, her expressions, they're all so human.
I'd like to third their request. I'm well aware that I'm in no place to make demands on you, but...
Kirijo gave a smile after a third objection.
I'm starting to feel like the bad guy. There's no need to worry. I wasn't thinking of sealing you away again.
Really?
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. True, I don't know for sure that the danger is past, but I don't feel that you need to be sealed off from humanity, particularly since it's obvious that you have a heart. Kirijo-san.
Labby-chan doesn't need to be all alone anywhere? Yay!
Naoto, sorry to interrupt, but who are these people?
They kinda look like a bunch of freaks.
Yeah, I mean, one of them's not even human.
I guess she's a robot?
Huh? Wait a sec. Kirijo?
Everyone in Naoto's playthrough is very sensitive to everyone being a robot, but in the other playthroughs they don't really care that she's a robot.
As in the Kirijo group? Wait, what? What's going on here?
As my friends all begin to look at me, the only one who knows everything. Where should I start? More importantly, how should I disclose? Either way, it looks like it's going to be a long explanation. First, though, I suggest that we change locations. It's important to share information, but it's imperative that we all get out of here safely. Teddy leads us to the roof. When he opens the door to the roof, though, we find ourselves in a place that looks like the real thing. Everyone besides Teddy starts in surprise. Outside the door is a space that resembles a TV studio. That's right, it's the place that we used as an entrance lobby to the TV world last year. It disappeared once, but it must have reappeared when Labrys entered the world and created the school here. The others told me the Midnight Channel aired again. Whoever watched the broadcast must have associated it with last year's airings. That explains why it looks exactly the same. Naoto just thought of herself as the only one who knows everything. Yeah, that sounds about right. At any rate, it looks like we'll be able to exit here in one piece. As I sigh in relief, Kirijo turns to us.
I should introduce myself to the rest of you. I am Mitsuru Kirijo. I cannot tell you who I am affiliated with or my position, but I bear all responsibility for Labrys.
But we know who you're affiliated with, the Kirijo group.
This case, the whole disturbance was mainly due to us. I'm very sorry for putting you in such danger.
Kirijo sums up the sequence of events. Labrys' entry into this world was the cause of it all. She and the others came here after her.
How do you know Mitsuru-san, Naoto-kun?
That's, well... Shirogane was working with us. Since it was our first time in this world, he helped us safely reach Labrys.
So, the job you had was to bring Mitsuru-san and the others here?
Huh? Well...
Everyone sure keeps asking Naoto a lot of awkward questions that are gonna blow her cover. Kinda rude.
That was basically it. I'm sorry, but there are some things he cannot disclose. I ask for your understanding in that regard.
Sure, detective stuff. I getcha. That's pretty cool.
Find it kinda odd how nobody corrects Mitsuru. Yeah, it is a little weird. But... I don't know. Naoto only really ever loosely accepted her shadow and who she was. Because even during that beauty pageant, she was still, like, kind of denying her identity. So I think she still kind of hides it, right? Sanada and Aigis don't say a word, even after Kirijo's explanation. It's not completely a lie, but still. I shrug and sigh softly. If I had denied that incomplete explanation, it would be the same as admitting that I was working against them.
I really am no match for her.
Well then, let's all go home. Alrighty, attention please. The trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV.
Dude, you really gave us a scare. And this isn't the first time either. Well, at least it ended well.
Uh-oh.
I understand about Rise-chan and Teddy, but why did Kanji-kun go missing again?
Huh? Oh, well, because,
You needed a change of pace, no?
What?
Did I misspeak? You said something like, sometimes a man just wants to be alone inside a TV.
As if.
Alto, you bastard! Why'd you have to tell him that?
Labrys laughs at our small talk. Looking at her, I begin to feel like this episode wasn't so bad after all. This episode? But suddenly, Labrys' smile suddenly disappears and her body freezes in an unnatural position.
Labrys?
Labrys does not answer me. Sanada shouts a warning.
Get away from her!
In the bottom of my heart, I wished Kanji dream ending as canon, same. Everyone jumps back. Kanji wasn't even sure what he was supposed to be backing away from at first. Soon, though, we all stand around her in a ring. Labrys stands in the center, completely motionless.
What's going on?
I don't know. I can only tell that she's probably being controlled from outside.
Naoto's story really does make everyone else kind of dumb, right? Controlled, as we all watch her, confused and nervous, Labrys' right hand slowly begins to move. It reaches around her back to her thrusters, or rather to the axe. Labrys' eyes were staring blankly into space, but suddenly glance at me.
Shirogane!
The warning comes at the same instant as the attack. I can feel the wind of the axe passage as I bend backwards to dodge the blow. If she'd gone after anyone else, things might have not been so fortunate. I'm the only one who's actually seen that attack. But Labrys follows up with a different one. I gulp in spite of myself. That white, elegant silhouette behind Labrys. I'd almost forgotten. Labrys now has the power of a persona. Fighting her won't be easy as it was before.
Labrys, why? Never mind, it can wait.
There was no GLaDOS voice there.
Finally. Fight!
I must hit! There you are!
Okay,
Taking aim!
okay.
Go! Do it! There! I must hit! How about this?
Okay,
Ah!
Get out!
okay.
Persona! I must hit! Get out! Assault! Get out! There you are!
Okay,
I just realized Labrys's health bar doesn't turn yellow
Do it! Go! Do it!
when she enters her, like, hyper mode. I emerged victorious, but I don't have enough energy remaining to run up to her. I breathed heavily and look at her. Agus runs towards Labrys in my place.
Sister, are you all right?
Suddenly, an uncanny voice echoes throughout the studio.
my, to think she'd fall so easily.
Everyone glances around, trying to find where it came
I
from.
hoped that she'd provide more entertainment. What a disappointment.
As soon as this sentence is complete, all eyes turn towards me. I cannot blame them. After all, this voice was mine. It wasn't a shadow. I was regular Labrys, she was just mind-controlled. The darkness in the center of the ring twists and squirms like gel. A face forms on its surface, and it hardens into limbs in a human-like body, and it stands up. The thing standing before us again was me. No, just something taking my shape.
Naoto-kun's shadow? Why?
It seems like this shadow should always be one of the P3 characters for it to be believable. I guess Chie still falls for it. But I feel like if it was any of the P4 characters, everyone would be like, oh, well, that's not their shadow. But the P3 characters, it'd be believable.
I thought you disappeared.
I can't stop myself from being filled with anxiety. But I keep my voice calm as I ask it a question.
Who are you? Once you've gained your persona, you're not supposed to see your shadow again. That's what you thought, isn't it? Did you really think I had gone away?
Shadow Naoto sounds like a child, not like this.
Well, too bad. Man cannot let go so easily of his weakness. I'm always with you.
No, this can't be happening.
My friends become even more disturbed. They certainly had cause to worry. Could the same thing happen to them? Will it? I, however, did not stir. Instead, I suddenly understood what had happened. The thing's objective was clearly to cause us to panic.
Enough farce. You are not my shadow.
I walked towards this copy of me, the
I
real
know
enemy.
that for two reasons. First, I was able to use my persona in the battle just now. One's persona and shadow are two sides of a coin. If you are my shadow, my persona should have been unusable. Second, you took control of Labrys just now. That's an unusual power far beyond the capabilities of a human like myself. I'm sorry to say you've dug yourself a deeper hole by showing off that ability. With a power like that, you could drive a man to extreme acts, which was the missing piece in this case.
You mean the hijacking wasn't just the work of a highly motivated crew. Rather, whoever we're talking to now was...
It was Labrys's dark wish that we fight each other. But what if someone knew beforehand that that would happen? Labrys has a heart, but she's also a machine. unlike humans, her memories can be tampered with.
Humans' memories can also be tampered with,
By
but whatever.
using Labrys, you thought you could orchestrate the disturbance her shadow would create in this world. Your objective is, as you just said, to gather Persona users, have them fight, disrupt their hearts, and steal their personas. That's why you're appearing in the form of my shadow right now, to confuse me. You're the real puppet master behind this case.
Would it have been Naoto's plot if she didn't recap everything? I now feel we have come full circle here.
I'm surprised. Very insightful of you, Naoto Shirogane. Quite impressive work. I didn't expect you to fight back this fiercely. Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time. But I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment. Now stand, my puppet.
Labrys staggers to her feet. There's no doubt now, this is the person controlling Labrys, and she is yet to break free from the spell.
Poor thing. It's all worn out because of you. It shouldn't have much strength left to fight. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
Labrys pointed her axe at me for the second, no, third time. Rather than caution, I felt sympathy. The forced killing of comrades against one's will, I see now. This is the past her shadow had talked about.
Shirogane, you need to stand back!
Kirijo steps in front
Wait,
of me.
if we all attack her, we may end up destroying Labrys. But she's just under its control. If we can release her, she should stop attacking.
I glance over at Rice.
Is that possible? All right, I'll give it a try.
Perhaps Rice's persona was powerful enough to do it. What about Fuka? Where is Fuka in this? I think it's worth trying. However,
It's no use. What is that thing? It's not a shadow. It's way too strong.
I had a feeling things wouldn't be so easy. Out of options, Kirijo signals Aigis with a troubled look on her face.
Aigis, prepare for the worst.
Aigis opens her eyes in shock. A look of astonishment, and not the good kind. Yeah, they really do, Austin. But she quickly regains her composure and begins readying her weapons. She slowly aimed them at Labrys. Realizing what was happening, Rice hastily interjects.
Wait, let me try again.
But Aigis pays no heed. Labrys is in her sights. She looked calm, but it hurts just to see her expression. That's only natural. She called Labrys her sister.
Now suffer. Relinquish your personas.
At that very moment, Kirijo suddenly looks up. She closes her eyes. She gathers her strength that she had when she tried to establish a line of communication with her own persona. But who is she trying to reach?
I see. Now!
Who's she talking to? Is there someone here besides us? As I stared at Kirijo in bewilderment, it happens. Without warning, Labrys freezes in place. The menacing aura that she had been giving off dissipates in an instant.
What?
For the first time, I can hear panic in the enemy's voice. Freed from the power of the enemy, Labrys' body collapses to the ground. Weird. So, I guess that's the enemy's, like, persona power, but I guess in the other line says that Labrys is being hacked. So I kind of thought it was a computer, which always weirds me out that Fuka is able to sever the connection with her persona, but whatever. Aigis' weapons fold back into her body, and she runs to Labrys as if all her pent-up emotions were exploding like a rocket.
What the heck was that?
I don't know. I was getting desperate too. It seemed like something far away stepped in.
The hacker guy said he doesn't have a persona. He just can hypnotize things?
This can't be!
Seems very poorly explained, but maybe it'll be explained and probably wouldn't be explained in Elizabeth's plotline.
It's just as we thought. The enemy is taking on your appearance and has no connection to you. Feel free to cut loose.
Kirijo's voice is full of confidence. I don't know what she did, but when she spoke so confidently, it's impossible to doubt her. I look at the enemy again, my face but with a different expression.
There's something I want to ask before I fight. What now? Why did you choose me? Of all the persona users here, why did you use my face? Is that all? Of course I chose you. You were the most unstable of the lot. Never quite sure whether to call yourself a man or a woman. Your indecisiveness made you the perfect prey.
I clench my fists, but keep my anger in check. After a moment, I nonchalantly tip my hat on the back of my head.
There's actually something I've been curious to know all this time. Last year, when my real shadow went berserk, I was forced to the sidelines. It left me wondering whether I could have overcome that other me on my own. This is the perfect chance to find out. I won't hold back an inch.
I thought the whole point was that you couldn't overcome the shadows alone.
Final.
Nah, fuck. I messed up
Okay.
the combo.
I'm a persona! Go! I must hit! Sniping!
I'm out here getting countered left, right, center.
Okay. Go!
Okay. Okay.
Easy. That's the last fight for a campaign, right? The enemy staggers and falls to her knees, her face, or rather mine, writhing in agony.
You did it!
You're so cool now, Chan!
I can't believe you could go that nuts on something that looked like you.
It may have taken my shape, but it wasn't me. I had no reason to relent.
I fully believe what I said, but Kanji doesn't seem satisfied for some reason. Kirijo looks down at the enemy.
You'll be coming with us. There are some things we still want to ask you.
This is fine with me. There were many twists and turns along the way, but I'm not displeased with the results. It was good enough for this time that I confirmed you have the power to meet my expectations. This time, this is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
The enemy laughs and begins to fade away.
Wait!
Of course, the enemy simply disappears into thin air. Who was she? What was her objective, trying to separate us from our personas? Unfortunately, I was not able to get to the core of the matter. But still, next time, huh?
Hell no! Don't you dare come back again!
Yeah, what he said!
Seriously, that was one sick bastard.
Copying Now-chan was going too far! Bad enough that it was in violation of my image rights, taking my form like that!
I wonder if this is the start of something bigger.
Yeah, I don't think we should let our guard down.
Everyone's faces cloud with anxiety. No one could have imagined that we would run into some bigger threat like this. Does the enemy plan to cause another incident like this again? Are we going to get more humiliating catchphrases? Killjoy Detective. Am I really that bad? It appears that Kirijo has worries of her own, though.
My analysis didn't make it in time, but that was...
It's hard to believe. Then again,
With a strong look in her eyes, she swallows her fears and comes to us as we discuss who the identity of the mastermind could be.
in any case, you don't have to worry about it. It's our responsibility from here on out.
But it was obviously targeting us. We can't shrug and go on our way after that.
He's correct. Given that it's taken an interest in us, we must arm ourselves against it.
Of course, you should be aware that the enemy is out there, but there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
I can sense that she's completely sincere. We all trade glances, but we eventually concede with our leader's opinion. We'll agree to Kirijo's offer. There are some lingering regrets, but we have little choice right now. Seeing that everything is settled, Teddy butts in and strikes a strange pose. We turn to look at him, and with a grin of pride, he kicks at the floor with his heel. That is his usual little dance when summoning the Exit TV to get us out of the TV world. Kirijo's group is obviously surprised, and they look pointedly at the TV.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
This TV is our escape route? Can we really fit inside?
Ooh, are you a little too front-loaded to fit? In that case, I wouldn't mind helping you squeeze through!
Oh my god, Teddy.
You're even worse than before, you know that?
There was no comment about Mitsuru, like, murdering Teddy after that? As we pass through Teddy's TV and make it back to the real world, of course, Kirijo is a bit flustered to find herself in the middle of the department store. Labris looks slightly lonely, but she'll follow Kirijo by her own free will. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. Remembering Aigis' gentle smile, I know that they'll make sure Labris is alright. And so the incident came to a close. The following day, Kirijo had stayed the night pursuing a follow-up investigation and is going back into the city today. We learned that from none other than Labris, who had called us all, wanting to say goodbye in person. And of course, we were obligated to see them off. At an intersection just outside the shopping district, we gathered by that oh-so-familiar limousine to exchange parting words with Labris.
I'm really sorry for causing you guys so much trouble.
What are you saying? I had a blast meeting you, Labby-chan!
Likewise. But I can't believe you didn't notice at all that Kirijo-san was searching high and low for you. You're so thick.
That is mysterious. I wouldn't hesitate to answer the call of such a beautiful woman.
Same, though.
It must have been because I was having so much fun talking with Labby-chan.
She never gives it a rest. So, what are you gonna do now, Labris?
If you need help, we don't mind sheltering you. Yukiko's house is a great hideout.
Thanks. But I'm planning on working with Mitsuru-san. We're gonna catch the scumbag who tried to use you guys. This time, it'll be me that's got your backs.
Sounds promising.
It sounds as though you found a place where you belong then.
Sure enough.
Come back anytime to hang out, okay? We'll be here for you.
Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Labris' expression is radiant. I turn around to see Kirijo and the others watching from inside the car with gentle smiles. I leave the circle gathered around Labris and approach Kirijo. There's something I have to confide in her after all this time.
I confess, I had known about the existence of the Shadow Operatives from the start.
As I thought. Well, considering what we've both been through, there's no need to keep it hidden from you anymore.
Why are you taking the lead even if it risks your life? A woman in your position needn't.
A great many people were hurt because of mistakes the Kirijo group made in the past. I won't let it happen again.
Naoto's like, but you're fucking rich! What are you doing? Just live the life of luxury!
To leave behind nothing that could jeopardize the future. That's my mission. More than that, it's a vow I made.
I feel like she's speaking to someone else. Someone who's not here to hear her. Aww. She then nods to me. The sincerity in her eyes is all the confirmation I need. In my line of business, you rarely come across people who actually speak what they mean. People I would call noble. She is one of the few. Her eyes show trust in me, and that makes me proud to know her as well.
You've been a real help. About the next step, though, I doubt you'll back down that easily.
Who knows? It's not my decision to make.
I give a casual reply, and Kirijo shakes her head with a smile.
I understand that nothing I say can dissuade you, but I want you to be cautious.
Her expression turned serious. This is likely to be a very personal warning about the investigation I should be keeping secret from her.
Of course, there are those within the Kirijo group who don't think as I do. There are no doubt a lot of dark secrets to be unearthed. The current Kirijo group has drifted away from the family businesses. I am only the founding family's daughter, not the strongest position.
What an odd warning. It's as if you're showing compassion to your enemy. Well, I too personally hope you find success. You be careful too, Kirijo-san.
Just call me Mitsuru.
Of course, Mitsuru-san. Well, until next time.
The car soon departs in the direction of the highway. We watch as Labrys waves from the window, believing that one day we'll meet again. After seeing them off, we head to the food court at Jeunesse. It's a bit delayed, but it's time for Yu's welcome back party. These last few days have been full of trouble, but I can't help but feel that some sort of fate has brought us together in the end. Soon, the topic at hand changes to what Yu had said. We should reform the investigation team. Just as Mitsuru had predicted, it was the only natural reaction to what we had been through. Not a single one of us object to the idea, and we talk about our plans to continue. By the time we split up and I arrived home, it was close to midnight. But I sat at my desk and turned on my computer so that I might compile my report on the investigation.
What follows are my impressions of the organization called the Shadow Operatives, as well as their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo. As a member of the Kirijo Group's founding family, Mitsuru Kirijo strongly wishes for the corporation's stigma to be cleared. Yet the Shadow Operatives are not ultimately a means for her to clear this stigma. Her first priority is to protect and save those who are at risk. The way she handled the lost cargo in this case made that much clear. Though discarding it would have been more advantageous and it would have been simple to destroy in secret, she chose not to do so. She sees the restoration of the family honor as a byproduct of her true mission. I will continue my secret investigation. It is apparent that the Kirijo Group still harbors many dark secrets. Yet I must note that no matter how their internal affairs are worth watching, we need not trouble ourselves overseeing shadow operatives. Mitsuru Kirijo does not shrink from the responsibilities she bears. We will never gain leverage over her based on her family's sins. Even if the true culprit behind this matter has ties to the Kirijo Group, she will...
I stop typing and delete the last sentence.
No, this report is no place for conjecture. I suspect this is only the beginning.
What's up, creative? Naoto is just recapping the arena story, in case you missed it. Oh, should we do kanjis next? I think so. See a little bit of the joke side after we just had some seriousness. Hang on. I will be back in time for this to continue, I'm sure. Probably.
I was getting nervous because you were running wild, thinking this was all a beautiful dream.
There's a reason the use clear thing is the only one in yellow. I think it's the only one in yellow because technically use has two endings where you can ask Kanji to vouch for you or ask Yosuke to vouch for you to the group. Oh right, Shadow Kanji. Here we go, my favorite. I was getting nervous because you were running wild, thinking this was all a beautiful dream.
Good thing I found you. missed you so much, you know?
Yeah, I didn't miss you.
That sissy way of talking, I never forget it. This guy's definitely my shadow. I was expecting this to happen, but being face to face with him again is pretty tough anyway. He's my weakness, the stuff I want to ignore. Kanji seems the most to have accepted his shadow, though, out of everyone in the group. I mean, he does all of the sissy things, and way more prominently than everyone else, like, adopts their shadow's behavior. Kanji seems to be the one who grew the most of every character. I mean, I know maybe I'm biased because he's my favorite, but, like, of everybody on the team, after the shadow thing, he started, like, knitting. He started making his, you know, like, little dolls that he liked. He started being more open about his feelings and what he would do. Sure, he still got, like, embarrassed and stuff, but, like, I think Kanji's the one that made the most peace with his shadow. It seems kind of weird that this is where we're going with this. The shadow keeps swaying his damn hips at me while I glare at him.
Oh, what a big meanie you are. Weren't you looking for me?
Yeah, to punch your stupid face in.
Oh dear. It looks like you still don't understand.
Oh yeah, he's still teaching his little class.
Understand what?
Why, you haven't changed one bit. That's why I've come out.
What's he saying? I haven't changed at all.
Didn't you realize that after what everyone said to you, people haven't forgotten about my side of you at all.
Yukiko changed that much? Based on what her shadow was about, I don't feel like.
Kanji, keep it together! You can't let him trick you!
Yukiko, I mean, she changed a lot, but not necessarily about the things that... no, I guess Yukiko did change quite a bit. Her shadow was about her being afraid to break out of her comfort zone and stuff. She kind of did that.
Shut up, you goddamn furball! No different than me.
That bastard suddenly throws the folding chair he's holding right at Teddy. Teddy squeaks by with the dodge, but he ends up falling over himself and rolling down on the floor. Hey, you know, I could swear my shadow looks different now than he did last year. But that ain't important right now. What matters is this guy's behind everything. My weakness created this place.
You're the reason my senpai were acting so weird.
Oh, I don't know about that. They could have honestly been speaking their minds, you know.
No way in hell they'd...
That's true, Godot.
That's what you want to believe. Once again, you're lying to yourself.
Lying to myself, just like back then, huh? You like to sew? What a queer. Painting is so not you. But you're a guy. You don't act like a guy. Every time I heard that stuff, I tried harder not to be myself. Those were some bad days for me.
Enough of that. I don't want to lie to myself anymore!
But he does all those things now.
I want to be who I am!
Literally, the story this started out with Kanji sewing a doll for you and Nanako for his party. He was pulling an all-nighter to do it. The shadow looks at me and rages at me selfishly. Screw this. I ain't listening to any more of this. I take a deep breath in, and then push it out. I ball up my fists and pull my arm way back.
Are you going to hit me? Are you going to deny me again? That's right. People don't let go of their weaknesses. They can never really accept us.
I'm really bad at pretending to be someone else's shadow. I mean... the Yosuke and Chie ones, I felt like really did affect Yosuke and Chie. It was very believable, because there were a lot of things that they hadn't successfully overcome. But I think Kanji's the one that has the most, like, noticeable growth. And it's like, because it's like, his is the one that has the most being ashamed of activities he was doing, right? Whereas, like, Yosuke and Chie, their shadows were about how they felt. Kanji's was about things he's doing. And he does those things now. So this is weird. My shadow's face gets this creepy giddiness. Too bad, I ain't aiming for him. I bring my fist back as hard as I can at my right cheek.
Have you lost your mind? How could you hit yourself?
Man, that hurt. But of course it would. It was my fist, after all.
But thanks to that pain, I've snapped out of it. I want to run away from my own weakness. To just ignore that nastiness inside me. One punch just knocked out all those dumbass feelings out of me. Sure, I'm seeing stars now, but it's no big deal. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel like my field of vision is wider. I face my shadow head on.
I know all too well that I'm weak.
Huh? Last year's case, I still clearly remember seeing my shadow for the first time. I knew there was a chicken inside me back then, but pretending there wasn't caused trouble for my senpai. If I just had a little more courage then, I could have made things easier on everyone. Yeah, for real. The only big hang-up in my entire playthrough of Persona 4 Golden on stream was Shadow Kanji. Anyway, I was pretty embarrassed at the time. I wanted to forget it ever happened. You know, focus on getting stronger. But things are different now.
You heard me, I'm weak. But I met my senpai and they taught me something. Who cares what your weaknesses are? What's important is how you live with them. It'd be lame for me to repeat the same thing over and over, and I can't cause any more trouble for my senpai.
My senpai. They didn't care how pathetic I was then. They told me there was no need to force it, that I could just be myself. And now they're here to rescue me, even though I fell into a TV for the dumbest reason. Seriously, they're amazing people. I smack my fist in my palm and glare at my shadow. He's freaking out a little to see this. He's even backing up at fear.
If you're really me, you should already know. Fists never lie.
You better hurry up and get back inside me, goddammit. Now to remember how to play as Kanji, who I remember was very hard.
Finally! What's up?
Yo, his shadow looks kinda cool. Or his shadow's persona looks kinda cool.
Persona Slowpoke! What's up? Slowpoke! What's up? Gotcha! Slowpoke! What's up? What's break it half? Serves you right out of his face!
Nah.
What's up? This! What's up? Eat this! Gotcha! What's up? Eat this! What's up? Out of his face! Out of his face! Gotcha! What's up?
God.
Take this! What's up?
Kanji's so loud when fighting.
Case closed!
Now that my shadow's defeated, this dumb Grand Prix should end too. I feel like I did something pretty good here. Yeah, I did it.
What happened last time? I turned into my persona and...
Wait just a minute. A persona is just another form of a shadow, right? But I was just using my persona on my shadow. If the shadow is there, you can't use your persona. So since I could, my shadow wasn't there. Or was it? Which is it? This makes no sense.
Did I not push him far enough? No, I didn't make any mistakes. The power he drew from his bonds was just stronger.
Huh?
There's something still missing to turn a persona back into a shadow.
Turn a persona back into a shadow? What the hell is he mumbling about? Is this thing really my shadow? Last year he looked kind of more, you know... Wait a second, where'd he go? He was standing right there and now he's gone. What the... What's going on?
When did he disappear? There's a lot of fishy things about all this.
Well, if he's gone, at least he can't cause any more problems. Looks like we did it.
Well, I guess so, anyway. I can still use my persona and everything, so that means I didn't lose. I shouldn't let it bother me.
Anyone, please answer me!
Kanji! That voice!
It's Rise. She's talking through her persona. Hey, can you hear me?
The feeling of someone's voice drilling right into my head is my friend Rice. She must be trying to contact us with her persona. Her persona works a little different from ours. It lets her communicate with people and search for them. Anyway, I shout that I can hear her to let her know I'm here. A second later, a familiar voice echoes in my head.
Kanji and Teddy!
Guess she noticed me. Rice wasn't acting like herself over the PA system, but she sounds like she's in real trouble now. She's kind of desperate. It's not at all like the one coming over the loudspeakers. We don't usually talk much, but I put my life in her hands before. Trust me, I know when she's being serious. What do you mean? I always thought that Kanji and Rice hung out quite a bit. Because they were in the same class.
Something happened, right? Where are you now?
I'm in the announcement room, and...
Rise? Rise! Answer me, damn it!
The announcement room! Miss President was headed there too! That place was dangerous after all!
The shadow that disappeared, maybe it didn't just run away? Is that thing still causing trouble in the announcement room? Damn it, compared to last year, this one sure doesn't know when to quit. If that's what's going on, I can't waste time here.
Kanji! Wait for me! Don't leave me behind!
Teddy's yelling at me for some reason. It's like he's pretending there's one of those invisible walls right there. Sorry, dude. I got places to be.
No time to waste. I'm going on ahead.
I leave Ted and run full speed towards the announcement room. The invisible walls are still in my way, but I get where I'm going eventually. I stop for a second and wonder what's going on there, but I can't wait for too long or this will be for nothing. I'm not one to sweat the details anyways.
Here goes!
Once I kick down the door like a boss, I can see Rice and Miss President. And that fake Teddy. That goddamn shadow bastard. I beat the crap out of him once and he just comes back again wearing a new face. Yeah, Austin, Rice is that's a meme.
Kanji! You're late, you moron!
Quit whining. Hurry up and come over here.
Quit whining. I wave Rice over to my side and she grabs Miss President's hand and gets behind me. Rice's persona is great for information and stuff, but she can't fight with it. I gotta make sure to protect her.
That's student council president, right? You don't look so good. You okay?
It's not true. He keeps saying weird things. Another nuisance. I've had enough of this, you know that?
Huh? Miss President's being weird, but the fake Teddy's acting weirder. Especially how he's talking. Where's the usual Teddy's sense of humor? Damn, I'm seriously lost. But then, Rice cuts in from beside me. Maybe she's sensing something I can't. She's better than anyone when it comes to this stuff.
That fake Teddy is her shadow, and it's going berserk!
Her shadow? Not mine?
Where'd you get that idea? Sheesh.
Why's she yelling at me? If she knows what's going on, maybe she should let the rest of us in class on it. Rice grabs at her hair in frustration and then points at Teddy.
Listen, that fake Teddy's the bad guy here, so all you have to do is beat him up.
They made Kanji out to be really fucking dumb in this. I'm not a huge fan of what they did for his story. I'm really not. Kanji's is my least favorite in Arena, not because I don't like Kanji, but I just don't feel like they wrote him very well. Or how people interact with him.
Alright, that's easy enough to understand.
Kinda sounded more like an order than an explanation, but I know I can trust Rice to have it together. Plus, beating the crap out of stuff is my job. I crack my knuckles.
Huh. So you are going to interfere. I don't have anything against you, you know. Isn't that right? Me.
Huh? Me? I start to have second thoughts, and then fake Teddy snaps his fingers. Holy shit, how do you snap those stubby little fingers? Wait, that's not important. What's important is he's changing right in front of me. I mean, his is funny sometimes, but that's just because, I mean, we're in Kanji's head, so obviously he's funny.
The true self.
Man, you look like you're ready for battle.
Now I understand what Rice was talking about. I wondered how the hell my shadow came back after I beat it, but I get it now. It's not my shadow this time, it's hers. This shadow's face looks like Miss President, but the body's totally mechanical. She yelps a little at seeing her own shadow. I don't blame her. It was tough seeing mine again, even though we'd crossed paths before.
Why so scared? What's wrong, me? Take a good look. Come on, don't look away. You can't hide from yourself forever.
The shadow laughs like an idiot at Miss President crumpled on the ground and snaps her fingers again. Then... what the hell? What am I seeing? This time it ain't the shadow that changes, it's Miss President.
What's going on?
No! Don't look at me! I'm not like this!
The hell? A machine? No, a robot?
Miss President cries out and tries to hide it, but there's no hiding what she looks like now. Her legs and arms turn mechanical just like the shadows. What does that mean?
Come on, take a closer look! That's her true form. She was deceiving herself. She really thinks she's a human, living a normal life at school. To reinforce her make-believe as real, she prevented herself from accessing any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name. That's not true! I'm human! Are you? Hurry up and remember. You're a weapon, a mere tool. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. That's my name.
Labris, machine, weapon. This girl's not human? Then the shadow wasn't doing the usual funhouse mirror thing? That's really what Miss President looks like? The shadow keeps blabbing on about stuff I can't understand, but when she said weapon, was she talking about Miss President? Aren't weapons supposed to be more like pew-pew and kapow? Well, she does look kind of like that now, but Miss President's different. When I first met her, she was a normal girl, just like all the others in my neighborhood. She's no different from anyone else.
That's not my name!
Shit, I gotta stop spacing out.
Stop! Don't say any more!
Rice noticed too and hurries over to Miss President, but she's not gonna make it.
That's... You're not me! Yes, that's right! I'm not you! I'm... myself!
In Golden he's dumb? I don't think he's as dumb in Golden. Like, he's not the brightest, but he's definitely not the brightest in the group. But he's not an idiot. Damn it, the shadow's gone berserk. This cow monster thing came out from behind her. Seeing this happen fascinates me every time. I also noticed the scenery's changed too. The light coming in from behind the glass is so red it hurts my eyes. There's a steel thing that looks like a furnace in the center and these dolls being tossed inside. The hell is that? All I know is, it's something nasty. That thing reeks of danger. But even though I'm in a jam, I can't stop myself from smiling.
Looks like it's on me to protect everyone this time. Bring it!
There's a girl here who needs our help with her shadow coming out, and I got the power to fight it. The only difference from back then is you's not here with us. The dude who solved all the mysteries in last year's case isn't here now, which means I can't wait for him to save the day. If anyone's gonna stop this, it's gotta be me.
Kanji, are you gonna be okay? You don't have any backup!
Come on, don't look so worried.
Straight, I'll be okay. Just stay quiet and support me like usual.
I got this one. I slam my fist into my own shadow, and I can sure as hell do this. I ain't been watching you senpai work all this time for nothing. I take my stance in front of the gigantic cow.
I'll save you no matter what.
He didn't do the, anime protagonist, I'm not alone thing. He might not be here physically, but he's always with me in spirit.
Finally.
Confirming Kanji's role as a side character.
Want some? Punch it! Want some?
Yeah, Kanji was my hard carry in my playthrough.
Want some? Want some? Want some?
Jesus.
Persona! Want some? Out of its face! Nikazuchi! Slowpoke! Want some?
Nope. The shadow ate me, there goes half my health. God, I wish every combo did start with that.
Nothing, Slowpoke! Want some of this? Punch it! Out of its face! All right, let's calm down.
All that's left is for her to accept it. Rice seems to be telling Miss President about shadows. I should let Rice handle it. They're both girls. I'm great at dealing with problems I can beat up, but sitting down and talking stuff over isn't my thing. I'll just keep an eye on her shadow to make sure it doesn't go nuts again.
No! This can't be my body!
You don't have to worry about that. Though it's easy to say so, huh? Anyway, let's calm down for a second, okay? Psst, Kanji, say something.
Me?
What am I supposed to tell her? I don't know any more about Miss President than she does. All that happened between us was her yelling at me. No, that's not gonna cut it. I'd be pretty lame to duck out of doing this because I'm not that good at it. Yeah. I make up my mind and crouch down in front of Miss President.
Nice weather we're having.
What are you being so stiff for?
Shut up! She's a student council president. I gotta, just thought I should try to be more polite, damn it.
Rice and I yell at each other like usual. Aw, crap. Miss President's looking at us like we're crazy. Okay, I gotta get serious here. What should I say? Where do I start? It's confusing, but I try to think how to help.
Anyway, why don't you try talking to us? We'll listen to whatever you're saying.
That's right. Our shadows emerged when we came here for the first time. We went through the same pain as you. I think that should let us understand you, at least a little bit. Talk!
And then Labrys slowly starts talking about her life. How she was created as a weapon, and how she had to fight other units just like her so they could run experiments. Seriously? Man, it sounds like she was forced to kill her own friends. That's insane! It's just way too cruel. Anyway, she says she was able to forget all that and be a student, but the shadow made her remember everything.
I want to stay human, but she won't let me! I want to forget the whole Labrys thing! I don't want to think about that anymore!
I see.
Miss President used a bunch of words I honestly didn't understand, and her story was hard to follow. God, they really are just making him out super dumb! But even then, something about what she said made me hurt inside.
You really were doing your best, weren't you?
Huh?
I'll be honest, I just met you. There's no way I could know how painful this must have been for you.
Because Kanji always had the right things to say in a lot of moments during the game. In Persona 4 Golden. Like, he was honestly, like, the emotional rock a lot of times, where people would be distressing about their shadow or something, and Kanji would knock the sense back into him. It's weird that he can't do it now.
You really thought it through, huh?
I was just saying what I felt, but Miss President looks up at me like I just sprouted a third arm. Did I say something wrong? I'm not smart enough to be confident about stuff like this.
You say that you're a machine, but we know what you're talking about. I don't think there's any problem there. You're the same as us. You can feel pain and sadness just like us.
The same?
That's why you should go and accept the other you over there.
Rice helps Miss President to her feet. She stands up, but she seems shaky. I gotta try one last thing, but it's not like the right words are suddenly coming to me now. What would you do in this situation? I try and think back, and then I remember.
Hey, isn't that girl there a part of you too? You gotta pay attention to her. If you don't, you'll always be in pain. I can tell you that from experience. You gotta get your courage up, because, you're not alone anymore.
Miss President's expression changes when she hears that. For a second, I'm worried I might have said the wrong thing, but then again, maybe not. Because she nods like she's determined. Looks like she got what I meant. She's alright now. Rice and I watch while she walks towards her shadow.
I am Labrys, the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. That's my real name.
She says her name carefully and looks at us. Kinda like she did when I first met her, more dignified than that, maybe. He's only like that for Naoto? No way. He was like that for Naoto. He was like that for you during Nanako's incident. Her sick day at school. He was like that for Marie. He was like that several times. It shows she's accepted her weakness. the thing she didn't want to admit.
Kanji-kun? Rise-san? Thanks. Seems like I was forgetting things that I shouldn't have been. But now, I feel so light I could float away. It's like how scared I was before was just a bad dream.
No need to thank me, and the really hard part was all you. Anyway, good thing no one was hurt.
Yeah, and I can finally call you by your name. Labris is such a cute name.
Come on, don't say that. It's not really true.
I slowly let out a breath, listening to them talk about nothing. It's finally over.
It's like Senpai and the others are all together. The invisible walls must be gone.
All right, I think we're done here for sure, so we should hurry and catch up with them.
Rice says to leave it to her and start searching for the exit with her persona. She finds out that the lobby we used to use is up in the school's rooftop. It shouldn't be in this world anymore though, but then this school got created here. No surprise, the lobby's back too. Looks like we'll be meeting up with our other friends here in this world. From what Rice told me, they're mostly all here. Chie, Yukiko, Yosuke, Teddy. You too. I'm kinda surprised to hear that even Naoto's here. She said she was too busy with work to come along. Looks like everyone from the investigation team is here now.
Come on, let's go, Labris.
Coming!
Labris hurries up next to me. And me and her and Rice all run towards the roof. When we get to the roof, the others are already there. Aw, we're the last ones? I feel kind of embarrassed at everyone welcoming us, but Yu's here, and I haven't seen him in a while.
Senpai! Long time no see! I totally did it this time!
Yeah, Rise told me. You did an excellent job.
It's pretty cool hearing that from him. The others seem okay too, the same as usual. I was mostly on my own since coming in here, so it's good to see everyone else from the investigation team.
It was really amazing. Kanji's speech to Labris was what saved her in the end.
Oh, okay, there's a little bit of a turnaround here.
Wow. If even Rise-chan's impressed, you must have really done a great job.
Nah. This is mostly stuff I learned from you guys.
That explains it. I knew it sounded too cool for you to come up with.
We were almost giving my boy the appropriate praise he deserves for a second there. Come on, why'd she have to say that? While I'm sulking over that, Rice makes a quick round of introductions. For someone as complicated as Labris, Rice handles it like a pro. I guess you learned that stuff in showbiz. All my senpai seem astonished by Labris being a robot. But they don't make a big fuss over it. They just accept her for who she is. I could tell she was nervous about this, but I can see Labris slowly starting to relax. I wonder if that's what it was like when I was rescued. I can't even begin to explain how much my senpai being so casual with me helped after they'd seen my weakness. These guys are the best, and I'm proud to be their friend. Well, the stuff with Labris is settled now, so it's my turn to make things square. I stand up straight and face my senpai.
Hey, everyone. Well, I wanted to tell you something.
What's the matter?
Chie, Yukiko, Yosuke, and Teddy. I bow deeply and apologize. An apology towards the four I caused the most trouble for.
Really sorry my shadow put you through a big hassle again.
Huh? Wait, you still haven't figured it out?
Figured out what?
Who did you defeat just now?
Who did I defeat? What? My shadow was there, so it was my shadow, but... Hang on, I'm confusing myself here. Let's see. I beat the crap out of my shadow, but he got away. Then I caught up with him, found out he didn't get away. It was actually Labris' shadow, and... Huh? Wait, what? While my brain's going in circles, I noticed something else weird. These three strange guys behind my senpai are watching us. Smiling like the cat that ate the canary.
To think that we were rescued by someone who had so little understanding of the situation.
Who are you? Man, it's Golden Week already. Ain't you hot, wearing fur like that?
Will you shut up for a second? We already understand what an idiot you are.
While you were gone, these people explained some things to us.
So Yu tells us the truth behind the case that they discovered. They being Mitsuru in the white coat, Akihiko in the red cape, and Aigis, who's a mech like Labris. Seems like they're all part of the Kirijo group. Man, all three of these guys mean business. They're like all hardcore fighters who've seen a ton of combat all over the place. Seems like they've been fighting shadows for a while. They came here to find Labris when she went missing. Yeah, isn't it like June? or some shit and she's wearing that fur coat? There's a lot more to it than that, I guess. But it all sounds too complicated for me. Point is, they came to take her back. But not to do anything bad to her. I wasn't too sure that they meant what they said, but it looks like there's nothing to worry about. I can tell. There's something honest about those three that you only get from doing the right thing. That's all I need to know. I smile wide and give Lapras a tap on the shoulder since she looks worried.
Oh, so you do have someone who is waiting for you. That's cool.
Seriously, it seems like a dream. I can't believe everyone's being so nice to me, and I don't have to be locked up.
Lapras trails off. She seems pretty touched. I was worried she was going to start crying, but nah. She just looks up again and smiles.
Kanji-kun, I can't thank you enough.
Huh? She just stopped dead. That seemed kind of weird. I mean, I know she's a machine, but I hope she's not broken or something. I get kind of worried and start to look closer to her face when her mouth opens in this disturbing way.
It's not over yet.
GLaDOS!
What the... Did we forget something?
I can't help answering her question before I realize that voice isn't anything like her normal one. Who's saying that? It's Labras's voice, but she sure doesn't sound like the way she talks. And to make it creepier, her expression is still frozen while her mouth starts laughing.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labras! Whoa!
Before I could say anything, Lapras takes this huge axe on her back and swings it down. She's way faster and stronger than before. This is the first time I really get the sense that she's not human. No, wait. This ain't the time to freak out.
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
Can we get a GLaDOS mod for this game?
Now, entertain me.
She's being hacked? What did you do to her, you bastard?
Well, you appear to be the perfect opponent for her. Let's have you fight friend against friend once more.
I don't get any of this at all, but Lapras brandishes her giant axe at me, still under someone's control. I'm gonna put a stop to this.
Hey, snap out of it! You're just gonna let yourself get controlled like that? Show some backbone!
Whoa. Damn it, this is bad. If I don't stay focused, I can barely dodge her moves.
It's no use. She can't hear us.
What the hell is this shit?
Do I seriously have to take her down? We finally got to understand each other, and now I gotta fight her again? I just heard about how that thing made her suffer, too. That goddamn bastard controlled her.
Quit forcing Lapras to fight! Just hang in there. I'll help you come to your senses.
Yeah, I really wonder if there must be a voice filter for GLaDOS's voice, because of how prevalent it is. I mean, that sounds exactly like her. There must be a filter that just does that. Or like maybe it's an auto-tune or some shit.
Finally!
What's up? What's up? Take this! Out of my face! What's up? Damn it! Break in half! Knock you in the middle! Slow blow! Punch you! See ya! What's up? What's up?
He's doing pretty well, too.
What's up?
Yeah, once you get him down to that less like 30% HP, the AI usually starts to really make that comeback. I usually get close to a perfect and the AI is like, no, we're not doing this.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
This sounds more like a man's voice being auto-tuned, but the first half does not. Lapras isn't moving, but she's still talking. Hearing it makes me sick. And whoever it is keeps talking about Lapras like she's not even a person.
Show yourself, you freaking coward! Who the hell are you anyways?
Ah, yes. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
What? You can stuff your goddamn thanks. But someone starts talking calmly before I get too mad. It's Mitsuru.
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Think you'll make it to the Ultimax story? Depends on how long Elizabeth says.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labrys's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering.
It's gonna be weird to explain
You
how
got the better of
this
me
guy
this
can
time.
control stuff in the TV
You
without a
deserve to know
persona
at least that much.
and make those shadow illusions.
This time, you're planning something else then.
Who knows?
Who the hell is this guy? Who does he think he is? Is he the one who threw Labrys into a TV and made her shadow appear? He tried to make her kill her friends, the thing she hated most. And now the bastard won't even show himself. He's just controlling her from outside. How big of a piece of shit can this guy get?
Who do you think you are? Using her as a tool in your own crappy plans.
But she is a tool, just a machine. What concern is it of yours?
The voice sounds annoyed when it answers me. Of course we're concerned about her. I try to answer it, but the voice keeps going all disgusted like I don't get its point.
It's no use. Nothing's getting through. What kind of sick bastard is this?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The voice completely ignores us and suddenly cries out. Labrys crumples to the ground like a toy that ran out of batteries. Hey, we used something other than a puppet whose strings had been cut. A toy that ran out of batteries. Agus catches her, but she looks unconscious. I don't even know what to think now.
Damn it! I was with that asshole.
I can't help but yell out. I'm so frustrated with that goddamn voice doing whatever he wanted. We saved her. She was having a good time. So why put her through that?
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. You shouldn't get involved any further in this case. We'll handle things from here.
Hey, wait a second. Are you telling us to back off from this?
I understand how you feel, but we will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Please trust us and allow us to handle this. You must hurry home.
Does she seriously think we're gonna back down just like that? I'm about to give Mitsuru a piece of my mind when Yu stops me.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh?
Are you serious?
He's okay with that? That's not cool, man. I'm just about to say so, but when I stop myself, I catch Yu's eye. I see that he's not backing down. Yeah, he's not the type of guy to let that thing slide. I know better than anyone that he wouldn't let something like this go unfinished.
Oh well, Senpai calls the shots. Just do like they ask and go home.
Kanji-kun?
No use getting pissed at them. I'm not the bad guys here.
What an unexpectedly mature thing to say! Are you an imposter?
Shut up, don't make me muss your fur again.
I'm sure Senpai has something up his sleeve. I'll just stay quiet and trust in him. That's what a man would do. Looks like Yosuke's with me too. He probably figured out the same thing. All the others eventually calm down. And we follow Mitsuru and her folks out of the TV world. We exit the TV and stand in the usual Juness apartment. Mitsuru thanks us again and they leave in a hurry. Are they gonna walk through town just like that? Damn. Those guys have some seriously thick skin. Me, though. I know it's lame, but everything catches up to me and I sink down on the spot. Though it seems like everyone's exhausted from going back into the TV world for the first time in a while, so the investigation team splits up. For now, I guess the case is over. Alright.
Ow! Damn it, my entire body hurts.
Even after a good night's rest, my muscles were still aching like hell. Now that I think about it, I was there for more than a whole night this time. Damn, guess I should get in better shape. But even with all the pain, I can't stay in bed. I forced myself to get up and jog to where we agreed to meet. Where was it again? Wait, never mind, I got it.
That's gotta be them.
That ridiculously long, shiny black limo. It's fine for Mitsuru's people, but it sticks out pretty bad in our little town. That's gotta be it. It's so obvious. I'd be pretty damn surprised if it belonged to anyone else. When I get there, my senpai are already standing around and Labrys is there too, and she looks at me. She smiles when she sees I'm here.
Thanks for coming. I wanted to give everyone a proper goodbye.
You really are leaving. You could just attend the real Yasogami High, you know?
That sounds great. But I can't. There's something I want to take care of now. I want to help Mitsuru-san and the others find whoever did this and catch him. No matter what. I gotta make things square.
That sure sounds like something Kanji-kun would say. Are you sure he didn't rub off on you?
She is joking around, but it seems like Labrys really does want to make things square. Huh. Am I really rubbing off on her? Nah, it just shows that Labrys is someone who sees things through. I mean, even when she thought she was student council president, she had balls, telling me off as soon as we met. Look at her smiling cheerfully. Heh, now that's what I like to see.
Labrys, it's almost time.
All right. Well then, goodbye, everyone.
Come on, just when she was starting to crack, looks like we're back at square one again. As soon as Mitsuru said that, her face clouded over and the moment was ruined. Even Rice, who finally stopped complaining, seemed like she was ready to cry. Sheesh, I guess I should step in one last time. I call out to Labrys as she's reaching for the door.
That ain't how you do things.
Huh?
I mean, look at how she tried to leave the first time. Give a proper goodbye? Hell with that. Rambling on ain't my thing, and I don't know if what I'm gonna say is gonna get through to her. So I just put on a big smile, and say as loud as simple as I can.
You're supposed to say, see ya! Not some formal crap.
Labrys looks at me with wide eyes. Wait, damn it, why is she tearing up even more? I start to panic and she laughs, even through her tears.
See ya!
Heh, see, even I can do it right sometimes. The limousine carrying Labrys slowly speeds up, and Labrys leaves with a big old smile. What a weak-sounding engine, dude. After we saw Labrys off, Yosuke suggested that we have the welcome party we've been putting off. Do I plan on playing 1 and 2? Eventually. I think Q would probably be next. Well, I plan on doing a non-Persona game next, and then Q. That was our original plan, after all. I kinda wanted to delay it longer, since I'm still not done with Yu's present, but he dropped a hell of a bombshell. What'd he say? Well, what else? The investigation team's getting back in action. We're gonna keep following the case. It's not our style to get dragged into something and then sit back and wait for someone else to solve it. And if my buddy says he's gonna keep investigating, then I'm not letting him do it alone. This Golden Week's far from over. We gotta have tons of fun before the holidays end. I head home after saying goodbye to my senpai, and I'm all jazzed up.
Kanji, can you come out for a moment?
Coming, Mom!
I put the crochet hook down and see my mom. I'm just finishing up Yu's present. I got some time to help out. But once I get done with this, I should make another one. Meeting Labrys kind of inspired me. How about instead of making a stuffed animal, I knit a stuffed robot?
I need you to tend to the store while I go do some shopping. I'm expecting a package, so make sure you sign for it when it comes.
Yeah, fine, I'll take care of it.
I head on out to the store. On the way, I happen to glance at one of the merchandise shelves. It's for the stuffed animals I knitted. I asked my mom to put them up in the shop a while ago. They seem pretty popular. I should add a few soon. Guess that means I'll have to hurry up with that stuffed robot.
What are you staring at them for? Don't worry, they're all as adorable as ever.
Yeah, Sinful Shell. That's why Kanji's so powerful.
I wasn't staring. Jeez, stop making things up.
Honestly, even though I asked her to do this, I'm still uneasy about seeing the hobby I hid for so long out on display in the shop like this. Actually, isn't it the other way around? I'm pretty sure, it was the other way around. Like, Kanji's mom asked to start selling them because people thought they were cute, but whatever. It wasn't that long ago, I was still hiding it, but people's reactions to it haven't been that bad. Sometimes they even sell out, but no matter how much people liked them, I guess I was still kind of ashamed of my hobby. That's what I realized during this case. I talked big to Labrys, but I gotta change too. I want to get to where I won't freak out even if my shadow comes out or people talk about me. And even that's gonna be a lifelong fight. So I'm taking it one step at a time. I want to be able to send these guys off with pride.
Well, I'll be going then. Try not to glare at the customers, okay?
I won't. Hurry up and leave.
I see my mom off and put on the Tatsumi Ya apron. I'm all fired up.
Let's do this!
The case ain't over yet, I know. But I gotta do what I can, and I'll start by rearranging the mascots on the shelf to make them look as cute as possible. That's a good point, Megsy. It is a very good point. Let's do Yukiko's next. Got a link to the Discord? Well, it is in fact a link in the description below.
Anti-Shadow? Labrys?
That was what Miss President said. Miss President is now completely different. Where she had arms and legs before is now metal. Her form was now exactly the same as the Shadow, including all the mechanical parts.
All systems are clear. Commencing elimination.
Oh yeah, I forgot. In Yukiko's, Labrys was like actually reverted to her robot self. Miss President then swings a giant axe with ease and begins fighting against the Shadow. Amazing. That's the only word that comes to mind. She transformed from a cowering girl into a robot who's trading blows with the Shadow in an instant. She doesn't even have a persona.
I can't believe this. You completely shut off your ego. So you don't care if you live or die, as long as you don't have to face up to what you really are? How ignorant are you?
The Shadow growls and then destroys the announcement room door to escape outside. Miss President follows suit.
Miss President!
She doesn't acknowledge my voice in the slightest. I'm left dumbfounded in the room and I try to think about what I just saw. Miss President isn't human. But that can't be.
It seems I came too late. She's an older generation model, yet she's this powerful?
The one that appeared from the broken door was... Wait, what? I can't really explain that easily. The person that appeared was a woman wearing a white fur coat and some kind of skin-tight suit that looks like what soldier-type people wear in all those action movies that guys love. Given her taste in clothes, I have no idea what kind of person she is at all. After she looks us all over, she gracefully raises her hand in the air. And then...
Artemisia!
She summoned a persona. I tense up as a reaction, but while I'm still in shock, the wounds on Yu's body heal instantaneously. She's not an enemy.
Wait, you can use a persona? Actually, I didn't sense you at all. Who are you?
Well, since you've all become unavoidably involved with this, I'll at least tell you who I am. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, I'm the one responsible for this commotion.
A persona user besides us. Wait, I feel like I've heard the name Kirijo before.
What do you mean you're responsible for this? Do you also know the reasons behind what happened a moment ago?
I'm sorry, but there's only so much I'm at liberty to tell you. Though it's only natural for you to have your doubts, I'll try and answer to the best of my ability.
Here's someone to catch it. Yeah, her persona's weird mask is the only thing I don't like about its design. Mitsuru is one of the few that I like their first form persona better than their second one. Mitsuru sighs before telling us about the sequence of events leading up to now. Even though it was simplified, what she told us came as a huge shock. She told us that shadows not only appear in the TV world, but there were cases where shadows appear in the real world. On top of that, there's a never-ending battle, and Mitsuru is leading an organization created to fight those battles. And one of the weapons created for those battles was Labrys. That would be Miss President, who was with us until a moment ago. Oh wait, I had a feeling that I heard the Kirijo before. The name Kirijo before. The Kirijo Group? It's not just a stock brokerage, it's a huge corporation that manufactures a lot of things. And if her last name is Kirijo, then does that mean the giant corporation is, and she's, and whoa, there are too many possibilities that just opened up there. I need to just slow down everything for a moment. After I stop for a second and think about everything again, the most shocking information is that...
I can't believe this. A machine made with a heart so it could use a persona.
Well, we did just see it in action.
I understand that it's hard to believe, but I'm not lying to you. It's the truth. Of course, I didn't expect a shadow to emerge from her like that.
Mitsuru continues on after looking us straight in the eye.
You should leave the rest of this to us. It's all right if you back out now.
Her words have an air of authority to them. She seems very strong-willed. This person also seems well aware of the gravity of the situation. Mitsuru is right, though. Ordinary high school students like us probably shouldn't be involved in a case like this. Even though she healed you, I'm still worried about his condition, and I also worry about the other friends I left behind earlier as well. Still, it's weird that she was able to heal him because a lot of times in the Persona cutscenes they tend not to acknowledge that people's personas can heal. So that's weird.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't leave Miss President like this.
What? Why not?
From what you told us, it seems like she was created only to fight. But I can't claim that this has nothing to do with me. The way she talked was just like a normal girl.
Miss President was suffering. Even if she was a robot created only for fighting, I can't leave her after seeing her so emotional. She's not just a robot anymore.
I promised her that once we got to the bottom of this, we'd go out and have fun together. I can't break that promise. If she has a heart, that's all the more reason I can't turn my back on her.
That's right. It doesn't matter if she's a machine. She and I were able to relate to each other, and Miss President protected us. If she's suffering right now, then I want to be by her side and support her. This may seem like nothing more than an emotionally fueled plea coming from an unrelated high school student to Mitsuru, but I still don't want to back down.
I'd like to make a request too. Will you take Yukiko with you?
Yukon?
Don't worry about us. You need to save Labrys right now.
That's right, Yukiko-senpai. You gotta do your best in our place.
You, Rice, thank you. Mitsuru looks at us, waiting tensely, and furrows her brow, and then speaks up.
If you're still concerned about Labrys, despite knowing the dangers involved, then I won't stop you.
Thank you.
But we can't waste any more time. Let's go.
Coming.
Mitsuru takes the lead and exits the announcement room. Yeah, they kind of flip between being in character and not. In some of the story arcs, the person's really in character. When you're doing the specific person's campaign, they focus more on that person being in character than anyone else. Mitsuru's done it well in most of the campaigns, but in a few of them she does seem out of character. I sprint after her. But I get why in this one, because in this one, Labrys has rejected her ego. You and Rice cheer me on. I feel their cheers boosting my spirits. This is the course I've decided upon for myself. I have no doubts anymore. I must accomplish this no matter what. I follow Mitsuru and chase after Labrys. The invisible walls are still interfering. Trying to chase down someone without being able to go where you want is really annoying. We eventually are led to one of the empty classrooms, and Mitsuru's face gets gloomy.
Another one of those invisible walls.
Mitsuru reaches towards the other exit to test it out and knocks on thin air. Does that mean? I reach towards the door we just passed through. Another invisible wall. I can see outside, but we can't leave.
Oh no, does this mean...
Ugh, the tournament rules are still in effect, it seems. She plans to make us fight each other. I should have seen this coming.
Mitsuru draws the thin sword on her waist and says, well, it looks like this can't be helped. Don't tell me, do I have to fight against Mitsuru? Even though her sword is pointed at me, I can't take up a defensive stance. Seeing me like that, Mitsuru furrows her brow. She's completely cold, unlike a moment ago.
If she's trying to buy time, that means the situation can still get worse. We don't have much time. Let's settle this.
Mitsuru-san!
Is that as far as you're willing to go? Wasn't there something you wanted to protect?
What I want to protect, that's right. I made the decision to come with her because I wanted to save Miss President. No, Lapras. But to fight against someone I just met for no reason... Mitsuru must have sensed my lack of determination, because her expression becomes even more stern.
Let me clear up any misunderstanding you may harbor. All responsibilities regarding Lapras devolve to me. I respect her feelings, but I can't allow people's lives to be put at risk. If all else fails, destroying her is also an option.
Destroying her?
If your desire to protect her is real, you can prove it by beating me. But if you won't fight, then keep trembling where you are, and I'll settle this very quickly indeed.
She's not saying this as a threat. Mitsuru's expression is truly serious. If it comes down to it, this person really has the resolve to destroy Lapras. Then I need to make up my mind too. I must resolve to fight to protect her.
I'll fight. Whatever I think. If only one of us can move on, it should be whoever's stronger.
Now that's what I was hoping to hear. Of course, whether or not you can best me is another matter.
I sense a strong power from Mitsuru's persona, but I don't want to lose. I'm fighting for Lapras. I mean, if you don't take what Mitsuru says literally here, not all of it's totally out of character. She seems more like she's trying to be a mentor to Yukiko here and like scare her into action. Alright, do I remember how to play Yukiko?
Finally!
Like that's not her intention to actually kill,
Persona! Persona! This is it! I'll shut up! Please hit!
But yeah, I'm pretty sure we already fought Mitsuru in this campaign. Okay, why does her anti-air hit me, but whenever I use that at Mitsuru, I couldn't hit shit with it? What? Yeah, Yukiko thinks she's saying it as a threat. Mitsuru's just trying to scare her, which I'm sure that she'll say after. And if not, then, I mean, it's pretty bad.
Finally!
I'm coming for you!
For being really good at Yukiko, so I just gotta warm back up again. I just don't know why Mitsuru's anti-air hit me several times when I wasn't in the air. The persona breaks are pretty rough, because Mitsuru kind of, Yukiko kind of requires her persona. Can I just do this? Can I actually get a victory yet?
Kneel before me! Artemisia! Please hit! This is it! Persona! Persona! Persona!
This can't be!
Yukiko's his owner. Yeah, I know.
Well done. You have proven your resolve.
Upon saying so, Mitsuru smiles. It seems that the sternness she had before the fight wasn't genuine.
Now, go after her. I'm confident that you can salvage her heart.
Even though she had spoken about destroying her like an object before the fight, she had just said her heart. Could it be?
Did you let me win on purpose?
Yeah, see, there it is.
I object to the question. I don't indulge people in critical situations like this.
She's right. The stern words Mitsuru said before we fought may have actually been an attempt at kindness on her part. Me going forward instead of her means that if worse comes to worst, I will have to execute the painful decision instead of Mitsuru. If you think of it like that, losing on purpose wouldn't be kind at all. I chide myself for having such soft thoughts. Saving someone's life isn't something that you can do half-heartedly. It was the same with last year's case, too. Since I fought Mitsuru and won, I must accomplish this no matter what.
Okay, then I'm going now. And I'm coming back with Labrys no matter what.
That's the spirit. I'm counting on you, Amagi.
I turn my back towards Mitsuru and run out of the classroom. I hurry and try to make my way towards Labrys as quickly as possible. But it's like what I commented on last stream. The P3 crew is not appropriately equipped to emotionally to deal with shadows as well as the P4 crew is. So I felt like that was Mitsuru doing some like stern like, hey, you need to buck the fuck up and get serious here thing because you can do this and I need you to do it, but you're backing down type kind of speech there. Granted, there's little differences in each of the characters in each of the different storylines, but that's the vibe I was getting there. As I make my way, I notice that I'm being led back into the announcement room, where I had rushed out of not too long before. What's the meaning of this? The door that was destroyed earlier is back to normal, and I don't see New or Rice around either. I try opening the door. I need to figure out what's going on.
What's going on?
I feel like I'm going insane. When I open the door, the scene beyond the window is completely changed. There are tons of grotesque things that are shaped like people. This seems entirely different from the announcement room from earlier. Labrys and her shadow are fighting within this sinister red world and trying to destroy each other.
Labrys, please wake up!
There's no light in Labrys' eyes. She's expressionless, like she really is a machine. She looks entirely different from when she had called herself student council president. Is this Labrys' true form? No, that's not it.
You don't have to fight like that! Don't act like you're a machine!
Labrys, who notices my voice, takes distance from her shadow and turns to me. Her expression's still robotic.
Analyzing voice print. Identity confirmed as Yukiko Amagi. Yukiko Amagi.
We made a promise to each other! You just have to be yourself!
Yukiko-san?
Labrys' eyes look different now. They're not the eyes of a machine anymore. They're the eyes of Labrys that I've come to know in this short time. But once she drops her mechanical nature, her precise mechanical movements lose their rhythm. The shadow who had been watching us distorts her lips into a smirk and seizes upon this opening.
Oh, really? After she lied to you and used you all this time? That's not... First, you deceived her by acting human. And now that things aren't going your way, you've decided to be a machine instead? Why don't you just give it up? Just tell everyone how you really feel. You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
No! That wasn't my wish at all!
The shadow glares at me with as much hate as she could muster. Labrys looks towards me as well, and her face scrunches up into a ball of sadness. I want my pain to be understood. The shadow made us friends fight against each other in this TV world because Labrys wished for it to happen? Does that mean Labrys was forced to fight against those who were close to her too? Just because she's a weapon? I don't think I can ever truly say that I understand how she feels. But
it's alright. I don't know what happened to you in the past. But whatever it was, it doesn't define you. I understand that much at least. Understand? What could you possibly understand? All you got is some cheap, self-righteous pity. That's not true!
It's not cheap, I know. I've seen Labrys' kind expression. How Labrys is no different from an ordinary girl.
Please stop! I've had enough!
My words still don't reach Labrys. The shadow ridicules Labrys, who's trembling and cannot move.
Oh, yeah? Then let me take over from here. I'll destroy everyone who pretends to understand, just like you did before.
Stop!
Upon hearing Labrys' voice, the Shadow's face contorts into glee. That's when I finally figured it out. No, that's not right. I didn't figure it out, I remembered. I should have realized it much sooner. A Shadow's true objective. That's...
No! You're not me!
Yes, that's right. I'm myself. I'm not you anymore.
Seems kind of arbitrary that the Shadow needs to be told, I'm not you, or you're not me, to, like, activate, but, you know, whatever. A Shadow goes berserk and gains power after it's denied by its owner. I knew that, yet I didn't stop it from happening. I step between Labrys and the Shadow, who has changed into an ominous form. I couldn't stop her Shadow from going berserk, but it's still not too late.
What? You're still gonna stand in my way? Fine! I'll crush you along with the real one!
The same thing happened to me, too. I'm only here right now because you and the others saved me when I rejected my own weakness. And just like then, someone needs to step in and save someone else. This time, it's my turn to save Labrys. No, I don't know why I did a separate save for that. Rip my Teddy save. Just kidding, the saves don't matter. Plus, I probably have to get rid of all of them for Ultimax anyway. Yo, the Shadow can block me? That's pretty bullshit if you ask me. Alright, I got it. I understand how Yukiko works. I mean, I think I did before, but I finally remembered how to do the combos and stuff. Labrys' Shadow collapses and stops moving. Thank goodness, it seems like I managed to win. All that's left is for Labrys to accept her Shadow, and it should put an end to everything, but the weight of the past Labrys is harboring isn't a normal thing. When anyone else goes through tough times, the wish that normal people would experience their pain arises in everyone's mind at one point or another. But the pain from her past comes from her being forced to kill her friends. It's incomparable to the problems I needed to face last year. If I was forced to hurt Chie until she died, I think I'd go insane in a snap. I wonder if she'll be
Labrys.
okay. I call to Labrys while my heart is pounding. Labrys answers in a teary voice. I have to support her. Even though there's no way I could understand everything she's gone through, I want to support her because there are things I can't understand.
Why? Why did you save me? You already know I'm a machine. I'm a machine that's supposed to protect people. But because what they did to me was so painful, I took it out on other people too. So why are you? It's okay. You must have suffered so much. I'm sorry. You went through so much pain to protect us. But it's all right now. I won't let those things happen to you anymore.
Labrys looks up in response to my words. When I think about Labrys being protected, when Labrys protected us from her Shadow, how she closed off her heart and reverted to the mechanical self that she never wanted to show anyone makes my heart ache. I never want her to go through that again. Labrys has already lived through so many painful experiences. Because of that, I can never truly say that I understand her feelings. But I'm sure that I can at least protect her so that she won't have to go through this pain anymore.
It doesn't matter if you're human or not. I'm your friend. We made a promise, remember? You want to be friends?
Yeah, it's time for my traditional 2 hours into stream switch headphones. Be friends? We're friends already. That's why, if you're going through tough times, I'll always be there to help you through them and protect you. Labra seems genuinely surprised. She probably doesn't realize it, but she doesn't look anything like a machine when she makes faces like that. I can tell that you truly have a heart.
I've faced my own shadow too. I wanted to blame everything on someone else because I felt so powerless. I was waiting for someone to do my work for me. I wanted to escape from my life, so I dreamed that a prince would take me away. But my friends helped me realize that was just me trying to run from my problems.
I recount my own experiences for Labris. It's the same as what Labris went through a moment ago. She had feelings, experiences that she didn't want people to know about because they were all true. It makes it even harder to accept them, so she rejected them. Labris has a heart just like I do.
The reason I could accept my weakness and fight this to the very end is because I had my friends helping me.
A lot of people asked me to change the Nightblock message.
I had friends who worried about me, who stood beside me. I wasn't alone.
I smile at Labris. Just as you did for me back then.
That gave me unimaginable strength. You're not alone anymore either. I'm sure you'll be able to find a place where you belong too.
Admitting your own weakness is scary. No one wants to see their weakness. But I know that it's possible if you don't have to face it alone. When Labris hears my words, the light returns to her eyes. I can sense a strong will from her. That light must be from her heart. I'm so glad that my words got through to her. Labris nods reassuringly and then begins walking towards her shadow. She takes the steps towards her own weakness. Rice contacted us soon after. She must have detected the shadow's presence disappear, and we were able to join up with each other. The invisible walls and the tournament's rules both seem to have stopped once Labris accepted her own shadow. As Rice uses her persona to contact everyone and tell them that everything's been solved, some of us were surprised to discover that Kanji was here, as well as Naoto, who wasn't even supposed to be in Inaba today. Rice tells everyone to meet up on the rooftop. From what she tells us, the studio-like space connected to Jeunesse seemed to have been restored there. The four of us immediately begin to head towards the entrance, but Labris stops. When I ask her what's wrong, she responds anxiously.
Hey, can I really come with you? Seems like I'd just be a nuisance.
What do you mean, a nuisance?
Well, you know, I'm a machine. There'd be all sorts of problems.
There would?
What does she mean by problems? Compared to Teddy, I can't think of any possible problems Labris would cause. Well, as long as she doesn't carry around the battle axe, probably fine.
Are you saying it wouldn't bother you and your friends? Wow. You sure are cool about all of this.
Jeez, Labris, you sound more human than a lot of people out there. If I were you, I'd brag about it. You don't think it's cool being a robot and a persona user?
It's unique, that's for sure. In any case, there's no way you'd be a nuisance.
You and Rice both laugh out loud. I can't help but giggle along with them. Considering our circumstances, there's nothing all that weird about Labris. She's now a good friend of ours, no different from anyone else here.
Hey, there they are. Welcome back.
Yukiko! You really outdid yourself this time!
When we reached the entrance area, Yosuke and Chie called me at once. They've been worried about me ever since I fought against them. Teddy notices that Labris is with me and immediately dashes over with glee.
Are you okay, Miss President? I was so worried about you. Huh? Those hands and legs, are they accessories? They're so meta-luring.
I can scarcely believe my eyes. The Kirijo group's humanoid weapons actually exist.
Naoto seems to know a bit about her already, but yeah, considering that everyone is here, I think now is a good opportunity to introduce her. I tell everyone everything that happened with Labris, with some help from Yu's supplemental comments. After I finish talking, silence washes over the rooftop. Labris has fallen silent too and looks nervous. Kanji was the first to speak.
I don't really get what's going on, but Everything worked out, yeah? Oh, I'm glad everyone's all right.
What's with the jumping to conclusions? You're one of the things that got us into this mess, you know.
Well, that was anyone could have done that.
Actually, are you feeling okay? You're not tired or... Oh, what am I saying? Of course you're tired.
Huh? No, I'm fine. Isn't there something wrong with this picture? Shouldn't you guys be pissed at me and all?
Huh? What would we be mad about?
Nah, don't worry about it. We're cool. Pretty much all of us have caused trouble for each other because of our shadows.
Yeah, especially Kanji-kun.
Me? It's not fair. I never saw your guys' shadows, you know.
You saw Rice and Naoto's, though.
Naoto's was pretty crazy, at least.
There we go.
Don't drag me into this. I mean, after the epithet given to Kanji-kun, I imagine that his shadow must have been far, far worse than mine.
Hell no!
Labrys blinks in surprise after seeing the group's usual friendly pace. See? I told you there wouldn't be any problems. When I say that to her, Labrys quietly replies back, "Man, you were right." And then...
Well done, Amagi. I had every confidence that you could do this.
I hear a voice behind me. When I turn around, I see Mitsuru and two other people. Who are they? Were they in here looking for Labrys too? Like Mitsuru, they both have weird outfits. And that person...
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Aigis. Thank you very much for saving my sister.
The girl with a body similar to Labrys seems to have noticed me looking at her and addresses me. Does she mean Labrys? Then that means...
What? Excuse me, but you're... I mean, are you also...
Yes, I too am a robot.
She's kind of a later version of what Labrys was built for. Oh, I'm Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all the trouble.
So Aigis is the robot, and Akihiko is the one wearing a red cape. Okay, I've memorized them now. Actually, I guess it would be harder for it to actually forget them. Why did we use actually twice in that sentence? I thought I was like going nuts. Actually, I guess it would actually be harder to forget them. In contrast to those two, Labrys takes a step back. Her expression is tense. Is she nervous? Of course she is. They came here looking for her after all. Oh yeah, I didn't introduce everyone to Mitsuru and her friends. While I'm still flustered, you and Rice officially introduce them to everyone else. And afterwards, Mitsuru explained the circumstances of how they ended up here to us. More like to Labrys, though. How this case began by Labrys being dropped into a TV, and how they all pursued her into this world. As Mitsuru explains their intentions, Labrys seems to get even more nervous. She must be worried. But it's alright. Mitsuru realizes Labrys' emotional state. She turns her gaze towards Labrys and kindly smiles to her.
Don't worry. I'm not planning to seal you away again.
But I ran wild and caused so much trouble. I mean, not just today, but back then, too.
You've awakened to your persona and gained control over it. You're hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, you have a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Mitsuru really is as kind as I thought. Her emotions seem to have reached Labrys as well, and she's about to smile to answer Mitsuru. Her expression goes blank and she suddenly stops moving. Huh? What's going on?
Huh? Labrys' recognition signal has been interrupted. Someone is hacking into her.
Recognition signal? Hacking? What does she mean? Just as I'm about to reach towards Labrys...
It's not over yet.
GLaDOS has returned! Yeah, the game's writing could use some work. A completely different person's voice came out of Labrys' mouth. I mean, some of them were really good, but some of them that are, like, clearly padding out for additional, like, gameplay length are rough. Like, Naoto's, Kanji's, and, Yukiko's are kind of rough. But Mitsuru's and, Yu's, and obviously Labrys's were really good. Upon hearing that, Mitsuru notices something I don't and mutters in surprise.
Is this the same communication system we use?
What are you standing around for? Everyone, get away from Labrys!
Labrys's hand jerkily reaches towards the axe on her back. After a moment's pause, she swings at us all without any hesitation.
Labrys! What's going on?
I cannot gain access. She's being controlled. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
Labrys dashes towards us with glazed eyes. Just when everyone's shell-shocked by the sudden turn of events, I stand before Labrys.
What are you doing? It's too dangerous!
I'll stop her. Isn't this part of protecting her? I need to stop this.
Amagi.
I don't know what's going on, but there's no way Labrys would try to hurt everyone. If someone's controlling Labrys, I have to put a stop to it. I draw my fan and face Labrys. I also made a promise with her earlier. I promised that I'd never let her suffer alone again.
Please, wake up!
I think it's funny that the idea that Yukiko uses a fan as a combat weapon. And not like a throwing knife or something. And I know for gameplay reasons it has to like do damage to her, but the implication that the fan wouldn't just fucking bounce off of Labrys and do absolutely nothing is really funny.
Finally! Fight!
Unless they have like knives on them. Ah! Shit. Yeah, I really get Yukiko. I can do her combo really well. I feel like she's a very like beginner-friendly character. Her combo's super easy to do.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough.
Draw my fan to fight is so Persona 4, yeah, I know, right? You just rewatched the Labrys Pierce scene and cried? Yeah, dude, it's tough. It's a tough scene to get through.
Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
There are blade fans. I suppose she could use those, but she often throws the fans, so I find it hard to believe she's got dozens of them. A disgustingly carefree voice emerges from Labrys, who has ceased moving. Her eyes are still lifeless. My friend Labrys still hasn't returned. An uncontrollable fury rages through me, in a hearing a voice that describes her like some broken toy. Fans aren't even the silliest weapon? Of the 3, 4, and 5 characters, I think the fan is the silliest weapon, is it not? Of the 3, 4, and 5, maybe there's something different in 1 and 2, but I haven't played those, so I don't know. But of 3, 4, and 5, I think it's the silliest.
Who are you? Give Labrys back!
Very well. I've acquired enough data after all. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
I guess Morgana's slingshot kinda is up there.
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
Chair. Okay, whips and chairs would hurt, though. Especially a whip if it had a knife at the end of it. Or it was like Ivy's sword from from Soul Calibur. The only other fighting game I've played. Mitsuru's words make me remember. Now that I think about it, Labrys' shadow separated from Labrys when she entered the TV. In other words, she's only sponsored the tournament. But she didn't drop herself into the TV. Without someone to do that, this case could not have happened. Does that mean the culprit's controlling Labrys from somewhere outside the TV? From somewhere safe? That can't be forgiven.
Indeed, it was I who stole Labris away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labris's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
The culprit mocks us. I can't take this anymore. I thought that I finally was able to save her. I thought that everything would be alright now.
That's enough! You're the worst! Labris has a heart! How can you do this to her knowing that?
A heart, hmm? Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What? That's it!
The voice continues mocking us and ignores my words.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
It sounds like the culprit just cut off communication. As communication cuts off, Labris falls to her knees. I rush over and support her body, but she's gone completely limp and her metal body is very heavy. Everyone here goes silent and a heavy atmosphere fills the area. Mitsuru looks gloomy, but she speaks up with determination in her voice.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Wait a second. We can't just leave things like this.
Welcome, Oxygen. We're doing the arena story. There's a lot of Persona things happening here.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
This is different from the way she was acting towards me earlier. This time, Mitsuru isn't testing me, but is completely rejecting our involvement outright with a firm will. I think that what she's trying to say is probably the correct course of action. There must be something big going on behind this case, and if that's the case, high school students are probably going to be less equipped to handle it than a well-funded organization like Mitsuru's. But still, I can't just back down.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
You must realize Mitsuru's resolution, too. This must be something we have come to an understanding about. My mind understands that, but my heart still.
Yukiko, it's best for now if we go home.
Yu puts his hand on my shoulder. Did I just hear him say "for now" under his breath? When I look up in reaction to Yu's words, I see a strong fire in his eyes. I see. I nod in recognition. After we got out of the TV, we disbanded on the spot without much conversation. Mitsuru and her friends were a bit flustered since they came out in the middle of Juness in the midst of a bunch of shoppers. Actually, because there were so many people who looked out of the ordinary, we did cause a bit of a stir. I regret that we had to part there so quickly, because there was much more I wanted to say. But I know that there was no way I could really express everything anyway. When I returned to the inn, the day's exhaustion hits me all at once. I drew a bath, and even fell asleep in the bathtub for a bit, which is super dangerous, by the way. What? After I woke up, I went back to my room and was about to go to sleep. But then I received a call from an unknown number. Usually I don't pick up calls from numbers I don't recognize, but something tells me I should pick up. It turns out to be.
And allow me to thank you once again. You did a lot to help today.
Mitsuru steps out of the long limousine parked in the outskirts of the shopping district and bows deeply to us. We're still in Inaba, but this big black limousine and Mitsuru are so out of place, it feels like we're someplace else entirely. I can just tell that everyone around is watching us. Since Mitsuru and her friends have finished investigating this case, it seems they'll be leaving Inaba. Standing next to Mitsuru is Labris, who was the one to call all of us so we could say her farewell in person.
Come on, Yukiko. We have to see her off properly.
Huh? Yeah.
Labris was controlled by the culprit back on the roof, but there seems to have been no major issues with her body, so she looks like she's gonna be fine. I should be happy because I know that Labris is safe, so I should be smiling, but I just can't. I end up speaking gloomily.
You really are going with them. I'm gonna miss you guys. But I made my decision to throw in with Mitsuru-san. I want to capture whoever's behind this. Whatever it takes. You know how you protected me this time? Now it's my turn to repay the favor.
I'm about to say she doesn't have to worry about such things, but I stop myself. I see. So Labrys made this decision herself. I wish she could stay here with us. But if my friend made this decision, then I need to support her.
And I'm definitely gonna be back someday. So, why don't you give me a rain check on that promise? Sound good?
Yeah, that's all right. It's still a promise.
Hearing that, I was finally able to smile for Labrys. She's right. It's not like this will be the last time we see each other. Our promise will never change.
I'll be waiting for you, though. If you break my promise, I'll make you rue the day.
Labrys laughs and shrugs at my joke. How long do you need to have to hang out with someone? Till you become friends? 5 minutes. At most, really. You become friends with anybody if you want. I need to protect this place. The place where she promised she'd return to. It's not just succeeding in the inn anymore. I have another reason I need to stay here.
We'll all be waiting for you.
Come back soon.
Everyone feels the same way, too. It's sad that we have to part with someone after just becoming friends with them. But we all believe we'll see her again. Labrys looks like she's about to cry, but she manages to keep her smile and nods. Mitsuru tells her that they're about to leave, and once the two of them enter the limousine, she quietly heads off. Labrys pokes her head out the window and waves back at us. She keeps waving until we can't see the car anymore.
Oh, she's really gone.
Yeah, but she said she'd come see us again, so enough with the pitiful frown.
What? Did you just call me pitiful? What an incredibly rude thing to say to an idol. Just so you know, I've done a lot of ads for companies under the Kirijo umbrella. I wish I could have introduced myself better.
And just like that, we're back to our normal selves. It's sad that Labrys isn't here, but Kanji's right. And Golden Week has just started for us. I wasn't able to prepare another boxed lunch so quickly after yesterday's event, but instead I have a great suggestion.
Hey, why don't we go to June S? We haven't had our welcome back party for Yukon yet.
Great idea, Yuki-chan! I was just thinking the same thing!
You're right. It's been a while too, so let's all go there and catch up.
Yosuke and Yu glance at each other upon hearing my suggestion. Could they be scheming something?
Alright, sounds like a plan. We have a few things to talk to them about too, right, partner?
Yeah, let's go, everyone.
Those looks. That's some kind of secret friend wink, isn't it? They're definitely up to something. I'm not exactly sure what's going on between them, but I do have an idea. I'm guessing it's probably something we're all together for, right? We still have a lot of Golden Week left, after all. After the welcome back party for you, Chie and I are in the miscellaneous goods section and looking at trinkets. Teddy and Yosuke have gone back to work while Rice takes Naoto shopping. Yu and Kanji are together in the grocery area. Everyone's just doing their own thing.
Boy, was I surprised when Yukon brought that up.
Oh, is this the first time we're going to get some post-investigation team is back in session thing?
I didn't tell her we wouldn't get involved, was it? Can you believe him?
No kidding. I wonder what Mitsuri-san would say if she heard that.
What Yu and Yosuke brought up during the welcome back party was of the reformation, or more like the re-reformation of the investigation team, and it was decided we'd all pursue this case by ourselves. There were no objections, of course. Everyone seemed to have been waiting for Yu's words, and all spoke up at once. There's no way we can leave what happened inside this town's TV to someone else. I feel bad for Mitsuru, but I was really happy that the two of them were thinking the same thing. I mean, Labrys is our friend. There's no way we can sit back and watch while our friends out there doing their best, especially since this happened in our own backyard.
Man, the Kirijo group, huh? If things go bad, this can be an even bigger problem than last year.
I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
You really stepped up to the plate this time. I think I like this new side of you.
I'm a bit happy to hear that from Chie. That was close. We almost absent-mindedly walked right by the section we were looking for. We stop at our destination, the small shops inside Junes. I pick up some different colored hair ornaments and compare them.
Wow, this is hard. So many choices. What color should I get?
You're really into this. Hey, how about this? I think it'll look good on you.
Oh, no, it's not for me.
Pink, yellow, green, as I compare the different colors while answering Chie. She thinks for a bit before making a realization.
Oh, right. We might see her sooner than we think.
That's right, I'm sure that the culprit will be caught faster if we cooperate, rather than just Mitsuru and her people going after the case. And that means that the day when I keep my promise with Labrys will come sooner. Until then, I need to find a color that fits her. I pick various colored scrunchies and imagine how they'd look decorating Labrys' hair. Labrys and Barrett's smile also springs to mind as well.
I just know she'll love it.
Aww. I like that Chie and Yukiko always have like their color themes, so they're like, we're gonna get Labrys a color theme. That's cute.
Labrys?
Labrys murmurs her name to herself. Her head hangs lifelessly as she stares at her mechanical limbs. The shock slowly drains from her pale face, replaced with bitter comprehension. Across from us, the shadow stares at me with piercing, mocking stare.
You can't be.
I am the same as you. 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. Aegis.
Yo, what happened to the 6th generation, man?
I am the model that came after you.
2 models after.
Are you here, Caesar? I won't let you. Not when I'm almost free.
The shadow turns to its double and cries out impatiently.
Tell her, Labrys. Or do you want to be caught and locked in a cramped little box again?
Her eyes wander in search of something to settle on, and eventually they fixate on Yosuke. Though he's still in shock and unable to speak in the heat of the moment. That moment of silence is enough to shatter any hope of a peaceful resolution. Labrys smiles lifelessly and hangs her head.
No, don't get me wrong. I was just a little surprised.
Ooh, Yosuke out here dropping the ball.
No, it's okay. That's how a normal person would react.
Her sad, weak voice makes my heart ache.
I won't let you take her back. I will gain my freedom, whatever it takes.
Aw. I get so sad. Suddenly, the shadow fires its arm out. A long chain trails from behind it that wraps around Labrys and many times over. The shadow begins to pull her in its winch. Unable to struggle, Labrys is dragged over to her captor, who lifts her over its shoulder. The shadow then runs full speed out of the announcement room. It fled with such explosive velocity that it's hard to believe it was carrying its own weight.
Wait!
Why, you can't let Aegis also pick up like a lot of weight? I give chase. It's unfortunate that I cannot explain the situation to Yosuke, but I have no choice. I exit into the hallway and see the shadow make for the stairway leading up. This is the top floor, so it must be heading for the roof. Also, there's a difference between, so Labrys has chain arms, but Aegis has a rocket arm that just attaches and has little thrusters. Also, it's weird that we didn't have to fight Yosuke there. I climb to the landing and take the stairway 2 steps at a time before throwing open the door. But what I find there is not what one would expect to see in the roof of a building. It's best described as a TV studio. The spotlights hanging from the scaffolding, the cameras here and there. Up until now, no matter how warped things got, they still looked like part of a school, but not here. What is this place? Just then, the door behind me slams open again, and a boy comes running out, breathing hard. Oh, never mind, we do fight Yosuke. It's Yosuke. I'm perplexed. Why did he chase after us? There's no one here who would warrant leaving his friend's, Rice's side. Suddenly, the area is shrouded in a menacing aura. The shadow appears. It's still carrying Labrys over its shoulder. Labrys shouldn't be unconscious, but she isn't showing any signs of resistance.
Persistent pests. Too bad for you. The Grand Prix is still on. Have fun wasting time fighting each other.
Hey, wait! Whoa!
As soon as Yosuke turns around to give chase, he runs up against something. I try stretching out my hand. Just as I thought, there's an invisible wall. Though it wasn't here when I climbed the stairs. The only door back into the school is the one beyond the wall. In other words, we're trapped. Yosuke hangs his head in shame and looks at me awkwardly.
I guess this means we have to fight. Sorry, I feel like I got in your way.
I came here without thinking and fell right into the enemy's trap. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. But as I see it, it isn't Yosuke who should be apologizing.
I am also sorry for all this.
Huh?
We are the ones ultimately responsible for this incident. I am sorry to have dragged you all into it. If your friends are safe, I would suggest you evacuate at once. But in these circumstances, I must go after her.
There's no need for you to take the blame. I mean, I feel the same about wanting to go after her.
Why? I'm not sure this concerns you.
I promised I'd protect her. But I couldn't back her up when she needed me the most. So, I want to apologize and actually keep my promise this time. I feel like I can't leave her alone right now.
In his eyes, I could see a glimmer of solemnity.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized to disclose everything, but...
I review the important parts for him. That personas and shadows are universal, that they have existed since ancient times, and that there are probably little-known battles and pacts all over the world to harness their powers. That I have experienced in one such battle, and was in fact created for that purpose. I am a weapon given a heart in order to use a persona. I explained that Labrys was a prototype, long sealed away, that was lost during a recent incident. Yosuke doesn't seem to swallow all of it, but he listens attentively nonetheless.
There are shadows outside the TV too? Who would have thought?
I was surprised as well, to find out that a world like this was accessible through televisions.
Believe me, we were pretty shocked last year too.
I look straight into the boy's eyes without laughing at his attempt to lighten the mood. Only the winner can leave, so we must fight. There's no ignoring that cold fact. I suspect the shadows set this up to buy time. We don't have a moment to waste. Again, the P3 crew doesn't have time for bullshit, whereas P4 wants to kind of joke around and laugh and discuss things. I don't say anything, but Yosuke seems to get the picture.
Can you tell me something? What's going to happen to Labrys once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Yeah, I thought so. You did say that she was a weapon after all. I'm really surprised you can't talk about it with outsiders.
Is that all? I must go get her back. If you cooperate with me, I am sure I can knock you out painlessly.
In response to my blunt suggestion, a smile appears across Yosuke's face. However, his eyes still have that gleam.
Sorry, but I can't back down.
Are you really going to fight me? Not to boast, but you would challenge a living weapon?
She said she wanted to be free. Hey, I made her a promise. I want to see it through. I guess you could say it's a guy pride thing?
He jokes about it, but there is a resolve behind his words. He will not back down from that resolve. What he is really saying is this. My feelings for Labrys are as strong as yours. I smile inwardly, though it does not show on my face.
I understand. I accept your challenge.
I remember Aigis being pretty okay. I think she's like a zoner too, right? She's got a bunch of rockets and shit.
Final. Fight!
I need your help!
Strike! Damage! Heavy damage! Dash! Move down! Still up! Severe impact! Going! I summon you!
I must simply right grab air raid!
Do or
Just get started!
Uh-oh, I have to finish the fight soon.
Anti-air!
Kidding me?
Good. We were, running out of Orgia mode time there. Activated it a little too early in classic Persona 3 fashion. Yosuke smiles sheepishly at me from the floor.
I had a feeling I didn't have a chance against a pro like you. Ow. You sure are strong, Aige-san.
Are you alright?
He waves his hand to show he's fine. He should be exhausted. Perhaps the guy pride thing prevents him from admitting it.
Looks like I'll be staying behind.
I will do what I can to not force anything on my sister that she does not want.
Can you tell her that I wanted to apologize to her too? Of course, I'll tell her myself once this is all over, but... Oh, and one more thing. Tell her we can have a party when this is all over.
Yosuke-san.
Oh, you're invited too, of course.
My heart is warmed. He's not just worried about Labrys' safety. He's worried about her heart. I nod.
Yes, I will make sure to tell her. Though, we are not capable of eating food. Will that be a problem?
Huh? Really? Nah, it's no problem at all.
Thank you.
I will save Labrys from this world, from her cell of solitude. There are people in the outside world who will accept us as allies. Some of them consider us friends. I'm happy that hope is so close by.
Be careful. That shadow looked pretty strong.
I will. Please stay safe.
As he cheers me on from behind, I leave the roof. As soon as I re-enter the school, I can sense the shadow's presence without needing to scan for it. I follow the presence back to the announcement room. What is waiting for me there this time? I slowly open the door, wary of an attack. But the room is quiet, no ambush comes. I open the door all the way and step inside. Both versions of Labrys await in the back of the room. I quickly step between the two, shielding Labrys from her shadow. But the shadow does not seem alarmed. It spins its axe wildly.
You're late. I had a feeling you'd be the one to come. Was Yosuke-kun a tough opponent?
As it finishes the sentence, its axe stops. I brace myself in anticipation of an attack. But the shadow simply smiles brutally.
Just as you thought. The real party begins now!
Just as the words sink in, I hear a sound simultaneously. The heavy sound of the air being sliced behind me. I lunge to the left solely on my reflexes. A battle axe slams into the ground where I have been only milliseconds ago.
What? Sister!
Oh, so close.
Labrys takes a combat stance with her battle axe. There's a shocked expression in her wet eyes. She has chosen to fight for the Unreal School.
Is this what you really want? What else is there for me?
Labrys sounds resigned in her reply. I have no answer for her. My heart aches as if it was cut by a razor.
It's finally come to this. Sister versus sister. Let the battle begin!
The shadow jeers at me with delight. I do not have the presence of mind to deliver a rejoinder. The battle about to play out is straight from the worst-case scenario I had envisioned. The very person I hope to save. My sister. I must defeat her with my own hands.
Finally!
Please hit! Firing! Dash! Gatling! Go down! Persona!
Wait, I summoned my persona, but it just got broken twice instead. What?
I must simply dash! Anti-air! Severe impact! No! Ready! Shot! Go down! Please! I air it! Persona! Bramble! Please hit! Go here! Athena! Heavy damage! Severe impact! Severe light damage! Severe light damage! Please hit! Strike! Going! I summon you! Dash! Gatling! Please hit!
I don't know how I was able to reliably break my persona so hard. I literally did nothing with Athena that fight.
Final!
Please hit! Upward! Going! Please hit! Dash! Upward! Dash! Please hit! Persona! Persona! Heavy damage! No! Heavy damage! Dash! Please target lock! Go down! Going! Shut! Dash! Please attack! Please hit! I summon you! Dash! Go! Scramble! Strike! Persona! Dash! Heavy damage! Severe impact! No! Severe impact! Go down! Attack! Persona! Dash! Persona! No! Please attack!
What does Athena do that I'm just not getting?
Heavy damage! No! 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 I'll fight! No! Go down! Go down! Dash! Please hit! Go down! No! Dash! Go target lock! Go down! Please hit!
Yikes. Labris loses her strength and falls to her knees.
Why? Why can't I stay like this?
The hope she risked so much to gain has been shattered. She mutters piteously as she falls. She's not the only one who wants to collapse. I never imagined this would be so painful. Every time my attacks connected, I felt as if I was tearing out a piece of my own heart. This unwanted exchange of violence that will end in one of our destruction leads to nothing but despair. Each time I felt that pain, the memories of Labris I saw in the classroom, those vivid images made sense. The sterile mechanical rooms that made up most of her visual memories. It must have been the facility where she was created. At that facility, Labris was forced to endure the same pain she's feeling now. In order to gather combat data, she was forced to destroy her sister models, even though they had hearts. Not just once or twice, but over and over and over. It's too much for my mind to immediately comprehend. Agitation spreads through me like a fever. I clutch my chest.
I knew that you couldn't beat her.
The Shadow, in contrast, is completely nonchalant.
But wow, you really didn't have any qualms about attacking her. Deep down, you must really want to make them suffer, don't you? You want them to go through what you had to. No! You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. Right? That's why we're in a school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand. That ain't true! But it was no use. Even another living weapon can't understand you. It's alright though. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did. Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me! Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free!
The mouth's moving, but the rest of the face not expressing shit's really weird. The Shadow's eyes start to glow, full of life. It isn't just a change in its attitude, its power seems to actually be rising. Did something in its conversation with Labris catalyze this change? Too late, it hits me. What did the Shadow want with Labris? It was trying to buy time, which meant it needed something from her.
It's time for the true star to take the stage!
Its shout shakes the air. As if in response to the cry, the room begins to warp. The view beyond the window shimmers ominously. A giant incinerator appears from the darkness. Countless chassis are falling in to be cruelly destroyed. Illuminated by the blood-red light of the flames, the Shadow reveals its true self. The scene of Labris and the giant beast chained behind it brings to mind the summoning of a persona. I run over to Labris and stand her listless body up.
I won't be needing that trash anymore.
It seems that the Shadow has accomplished its goal with Labrys. I was used, forced to fight my sister for this purpose. I clench my teeth at my own slowness to comprehend.
Now, let's get started, shall we?
This isn't just for Labrys. This is the enemy, the fate of anyone not human.
It seems that I must take responsibility for this.
Could Persona 5 even fit on a Switch cartridge?
Finally!
Now that in that.
Strike them out! Down! Please hit! Move down!
How much space can actually be on the Switch cartridge?
Please hit! Move down! Firing! Go in! Please target lock! Move down! Please hit!
Damage!
No!
Some damage!
Move down! Dash! Dash! Shot! Maximum speed! Please hit target lock! Persona! Evasive max dash! Move downwards! How did I lose to them?
Does anyone know how much size actually fits on a Switch cartridge, or no? Because I feel like Royal's pretty huge, but I don't remember how big it was when I downloaded it, because actually I didn't download it. I have the disc and I burned a copy of it. Ugh. And I guess a lot of Royal is just text files, so maybe. But the monster's form melts away as it disperses like fog. And doesn't The Witcher 3 look like shit on the Switch? I never looked into anything about it, but I can't imagine it looks that good on it. Only a silhouette similar to Labrys remains. It falls to its knees, having no will to resist anymore.
I somehow pulled through.
Yeah, surprisingly, a lot of the feedback on my Persona 5 Royal playthrough, I think, was a lot more harsh than my feedback on either the 3 or 4 playthroughs. Now, granted, it's probably because I did better in the 3 and 4 playthroughs, because I understood the game a little bit more, because Persona 5 was my first playthrough through a Persona game. But it did seem like a lot of the comments were a lot more harsh in my Royal playthrough than anything else. A lot of people were very upset with some of my views on characters, and a lot of people were a lot more angry about it. I somehow pulled through. I turned to face the real Labrys.
Are you all right?
She's conscious and seems to have no major damage. All that remains is to be tested is her will.
Please listen. I have a message for you. From Yosuke-san. He said that he is sorry for promising to help you and being unable to support you when you needed it most. Additionally, he said that he would be throwing a party later. You are invited, of course.
You're lying.
If that is what you think, you can ask him yourself later. Now please, stand up.
I lend her my shoulder to prop her up. She follows my lead, but her legs are still shaking.
How come this happened? I didn't want to hurt anyone or make them suffer.
I know. That was a shadow going berserk. Not everything it said reflects your true feelings. I had a similar experience, actually. My other self was on the verge of going berserk. It told me there was an innate contradiction in having a heart, but not being human, preventing me from truly protecting others.
Wasn't that tough to listen to?
Yes, of course.
Then how can you stand it? How are you still acting like everything's fine?
I'm fine right now, but I'm sure I will suffer that pain again someday. Very probably As long as I am myself, it will never go away as long as I live.
It won't? Then what can I do but give up? What am I supposed to do?
We'll be all right, as long as we have friends.
Labrys opens her eyes wide.
It was when you were alone that you suffered most. I'm sure of it. If you do not give up on reaching out to others, you will surely find someone who understands. Or maybe...
As I say this, I can hear voices from outside. They're calling our names. The voices grow closer and closer, and eventually one of the doors flies open.
Hey! There you are! Thank goodness!
Are you two okay?
You seem to have the matter in hand.
Kanji and Rice arrive shortly after. Now that the shadow has been defeated, the invisible walls trapping them have disappeared. There are some faces new to me as well. Hasn't the shadow technically not been defeated yet? As I recall from the video, they are Yu Narukami and Yukiko Amagi. There's also a costume that looks like General Teddy. This must be the real Teddy that Chie mentioned. The resemblance is strong, but this one is so charming that it's hard to hate him. Agus and Mitsuru both love Teddy, or think he's cute or charming. Everyone has considerate words for Labrys. My heart is filled with warmth. They could have ignored us outsiders and escaped, but they didn't. They were truly worried about us and came running. All of them. I address Labrys, who is looking back and forth between me and them with a perplexed look.
It might be more accurate to say that those who understand you are already here. Of course, I want to understand you as well. Please talk to me whenever you want. Tell me about your memories, even if you have to take them one at a time.
Labrys sinks deep in thought, then looks at me again. I nod silently. She slowly starts walking, and stops in front of the shadow, who stands as quietly as a real shadow at the other end of the room. I feel myself getting teary-eyed again during Agus' story. Labrys' story is really good when it's told right, and there's not some character traits that are bugging me.
You were right. I was always alone, so I had no one to talk to, no matter how much it hurt. And I went and blamed that on them.
This reminds me of us from last year.
Yeah, it's the same thing. She's really no different from us.
Yosuke and the others laugh. To acknowledge one's weaknesses in front of others. They must have earned their personas through the same ordeal. I can see now why their bond is so strong. The tension in the air evaporates. Just as Labrys' expression softens, a familiar voice comes from behind.
Is that Labrys?
Everyone turns to look at the newcomer.
Mitsuru-san, Akihiko-san, you're all right.
Of course we are.
I run towards them. Neither of them appear to be injured. I notice that Yosuke and the others are not surprised to see them. They must already be aware of the situation. Though they react to their arrival differently.
Who are these people and what the hell are they wearing?
Oh man, a dude storming across the battlefield in just a cape? I am all about that.
Man, Chie mad crushes on Akihiko. I called that.
I'd say you've got good taste.
Akihiko pulls a Han Solo and is like, yeah, of course you like me. You got good taste.
Seriously?
Labrys grabs weakly at my arm.
Don't worry.
I smile and nod. She still bites her lip in anxiety, but she's no longer afraid of everything.
You're Labrys, correct?
Labrys simply nods in response to Mitsuru's question as she walks up. There is a moment of silence. See you, Megzy. Thanks for stopping by, man. Mitsuru's sigh of relief breaks it.
I'm glad you're safe.
Labrys smiles back awkwardly. The look on her face helps dispel the tension in Yosuke and his friends. Mitsuru notices this as well. I step forward alongside Mitsuru to introduce ourselves and show our appreciation. It seems they've never met a Persona user who didn't awaken in the TV world. We spend some time discussing our respective circumstances. Teddy leads us back to the roof. They say that this was the place they used to enter and exit this world. Labrys, who still doesn't quite understand that she's in a TV, cocks her head in bewilderment. Yosuke and his friends gather around and explain everything. She is shocked at first, but as she grows accustomed to the idea, she begins laughing. Relieved, I leave Labrys to them. I approach Mitsuru and Akihiko. I relay to them all the information I have gathered on the case so far. I tell them that the tournament's host was Labrys' shadow, which had emerged from her, and that Labrys may not have been stolen, but that she might have escaped on her own. She has the ability to manipulate people's senses. Yeah, compressing auto is the easiest way to reduce space on a file, or reduce the size of a file. Audio is actually fucking huge. I don't think people know how huge audio is, especially textures. I think when I was playing through Persona 4 Golden, some people pointed out, on the Vita, Persona 4 Golden is only 3 gigabytes. On the PC, where it has uncompressed audio and higher res textures, it's 13.5 gigabytes. So it gains 10.5 gigabytes just based off higher quality audio and textures alone. That would explain the signs of mental interference found on the hijackers. We were able to discover Inaba through our research. Perhaps she used the same methods. It would have taken time, but she was sealed away for over 10 years. Although she was caged, it's not clear whether she was conscious or not during that period. She had more than enough time. Mitsuru and Akihiko show no surprise, but they let out a long sigh. In contrast, Mitsuru, who's lost in thought, Akihiko goes to get an answer straight from the source. Labrys startles when he taps her shoulder.
So when did you actually awaken?
Akihiko's question's blunt. But Labrys handles it calmly, knowing that it is a natural thing to ask.
You know, I can't remember.
She's being honest. She had used her ability on herself. Not even she knew what she really was. But Akihiko seems skeptical. Having no memory of it also means that she's unable to deny it.
Please, Mitsuru-san, can you be lenient with her?
Mitsuru folds her arms and thinks. I know she's in a difficult position. Though Labrys may have a heart, that does not make her human. She's a weapon with dangerous capabilities. Mitsuru cannot decide based on her personality alone what measures to take. Especially now that we are affiliated with the police. We have a reputation to consider.
Yeah, would you, please?
Yosuke-kun.
I know I'm asking without knowing the whole story here, but please don't lock her up again.
Even his friends seem surprised by his outburst. But soon enough, they are all giving Mitsuru the same pleading look. Mitsuru winces before giving a smile.
Well, I hadn't intended to seal her away again to begin with.
Mitsuru-san!
Seriously? Did you hear that?
It should be a walk in the park compared to the challenge of sending Aigis to school.
She has no intention of locking her away. The smile on Mitsuru's face confirms that much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they got Aigis into Gekkokan High, they can do whatever. I guess she technically owns part of Gekkokan, but whatever.
How about if we go outside? This isn't really the place to stand around and chat.
Yeah. Well, it was a hell of a way to start off a holiday, but at least it's over. And why'd that shadow have to pick our school and us of all people?
Mitsuru and Akihiko freeze.
You know, that is odd now that you mention it. I was told this place takes its shape from a person's memories. Why would it become this high school?
I had picked up on that incongruity as well.
Well, yeah, Renato. Aigis was only, Aigis only had average intelligence, because all she knew about were personas in combat. She wasn't really loaded up with any data for stuff on like history or the English language and stuff like that. Her performance in every subject but math and science, as I said, was like really bad.
Putting aside that Inaba was chosen as the escape destination, why was a specific school so carefully recreated? I also have my doubts about Labrys's power. Strictly speaking, it doesn't rob one's sanity. What her power really does is cloud one's senses with illusions. I'm not sure that would have been enough to control those hijackers so completely.
Hey, Labrys.
Akihiko calls out to Labrys again. Fucking dial-up tone here. The instant he puts his hand on her shoulder, she suddenly twitches.
Hey, what's the matter?
Labrys abruptly leaps backwards. Everyone is baffled to see her white body flying over their heads.
Stay back, everyone!
Akihiko is the first to realize the danger and yells a warning to the others.
Sister?
Labrys stands there emotionlessly. Slowly, her right hand reaches for the battle axe. Tension fills the air.
Why?
The blade of the axe is pointed towards me. I do not comprehend. What's going on? As I stand there confused, Labrys lowers her stance, readying herself for battle. I open my mouth to try to persuade her, but I can't. There's no time. Labrys now has the use of her persona. She will be stronger than before. If I don't focus on counterattacking, I'll lose. I clench my jaw and hold in the despair that threatens to overwhelm me. I must concentrate at the problem at hand. I said that same thing, Sinful, several times. It really bugs me that there's no drop shadow or border on the text. I stutter over a lot of the words while reading, because sometimes it's just fucking so hard to make some of them out. Or it's so hard to see, you just skip over the word. It doesn't help I'm not wearing my glasses, but... I haven't had my glasses for a full year yet, so I'm not really used to it. It doesn't help that I don't wear them very often.
Severe impact. Try this. Shot. Dash. Strike. Scramble. Dash. Strike. Summon. No. Dash. Please hit. Don't escape. Please hit. No. I must simply run ahead. Do it.
You have no problem reading it? I'm sure a big problem of part of why I'm having trouble reading is because I'm not wearing my glasses, but you know, whatever. Labrys falls to the ground with a thud.
Labrys!
I try to run to her, but I stop when I hear an unearthly voice.
You succeeded in repulsing it yet again. Very unexpected.
Everyone takes a defensive stance and looks around.
What is this? I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
It's certainly an ominous presence. That voice.
Is that my voice?
Yes, it is. Before I can react, an unnatural-looking shadow, a clump of darkness thick as the pool of blood, forms next to Labrys. Our true enemy rises up from the sludge. It's a sight I'll never forget.
No. Aigis-san's shadow?
To think you'd fight back this fiercely. No wonder you once drove back a god. Yes, I want them even more now.
He makes that same taunt against all of the P3 characters, which kind of makes you wonder why he would conflict with the P3 characters in the first place, but whatever.
Want them? What does that mean?
Yosuke lashed out at the enemy, but it ignores him and continues talking.
Sadly, it seems things won't be going according to plan this time, but I'll make use of what tools I have to the very end. This is my last chance. No, more like a marvelous entertainment.
Entertainment?
Instead of answering, it raises its right hand over her.
Stand, my puppet.
Labrys stands up as if being pulled by strings. That's such an annoying
controlling
description.
Sister!
She doesn't answer. Her face is a blank stare, and her shoulders hang unnaturally. She is every inch its puppet. Confused, I look at the enemy. Is that my shadow? It looks like me, but its voice, its powers, they're all so different from mine. But before I can come to a conclusion, the enemy uses Labrys to make its next move.
This form is exhausted from constant battle and will be useless as an asset. But unless you destroy it, it will keep rising up and attacking you all. What will you do?
With the battle axe in hand, Labrys dashes forward without warning. Her attack is much more forceful than in the last battle. Even with all my strength, I'm being pushed back.
Oh, crap. If this keeps up...
Let's do this! Takemika!
Wait! Don't interfere!
What?
Please!
I clench my teeth. Labrys is under that thing's control and ignoring her own limits. And she's already damaged and exhausted from the previous battle. If we all attack, we might be able to contain her, but she would be destroyed in the process.
Now, may you suffer and curse your fate. Relinquish your personas.
Relinquish?
Personas and shadows are one and the same. If I poison your hearts, I can recruit shadows with unparalleled strength.
Is that the same for wild cards like you and Igus?
Wait, what? You mean turn our personas back to shadows?
Like, shouldn't that not work on them?
The heart is frail. Its weaknesses are never fully vanquished. Given the opportunity, it can betray you and return to darkness. Old wounds that you thought you had overcome, opened once again. You almost let go of your hearts, your personas. This one's desire to make people suffer was perfectly suited for such a plan.
Plan?
You caused all this to gather strong shadows?
You bastard! Who are you?
You had best hurry and decide. Who will be destroyed? This shell, or the lot of you?
Labrys flies through the air again and unleashes a full force attack. I am forced to one knee. If she attacks again. But just when I'm sure it's over, something happens.
Sorry, but this show is over.
I see Mitsuru stand and straighten up out of the corner of her eye. Suddenly, the menacing aura surrounding Labrys is dispelled like magic.
What?
For the first time, the enemy seems shocked. Freed from the spell, Labrys falls to the ground.
Sister!
I run to her and cradle her in my arms. What was that? Mitsuru smiles defiantly and glances up to the sky.
Looks like you made it in the nick of time. You saved us, Yamagishi.
An answering voice echoes in my head. That soft but extremely reassuring voice.
Are you all okay? Fuka-san?
Fuka Yamagishi. She's a fellow ally who helped us overcome the challenges we faced in the past. I cannot help but smile with surprise and joy.
So you had a third assistant.
Ooh, what a soothing voice! My teddy senses are telling me that this is a real cutie pie!
Well, now, Fuka had an extreme glow-up.
Is this like Rise-chan's persona? Wait, where is she?
This feeling. What the?
Rice opens her eyes and looks up.
That voice. It's not coming from in here. Whoever it is out there.
Seriously? She can use hers in the real world? That's amazing.
Even before I can ask, Fuka tells me what I want to know.
Igus, the enemy is just mimicking your appearance. It's not actually a part of you.
Very impressive to guess correctly from such a long distance away.
Mitsuru stares at the enemy in shock. We hear Fuka's words as if she is speaking, but technically there's no sound. She transmitted her voice directly into people's minds. Other people should hear nothing. Yet the enemy's responding to her. I raise my guard in spite of myself. Oh yeah, that's weird. I didn't think about that. Fuka's hair seems to be based off the movie more so than the game. I think Persona 3's, the game's art style was just so bad, they were like, alright, we'll just scrap that shit. Because, I mean, the sprites and everything looked really bad in Persona 3. It's a great story, but the art's not good. Fuka's hair was, like, really weirdly designed. But there is no fear in me. My doubts about the enemy, my hesitation are gone. My heart starts to burn. What is this? I've never felt this heated emotion before that's running through my body. The movie came out after Arena. I mean, they still have the same art team, I imagine. They probably decided on her redesign in Arena and were like, let's just go retcon that.
You must be the one behind all this. You stole Labrys and threw her into a TV. You were after Persona users from the start. That's why you chose this school and tampered with Labrys' memories. And you just demonstrated how you controlled those hijackers.
So this must be the real Puppet Master.
Then, that voice who tried to dissuade me back in that classroom.
You're quite slow for a machine. Can't you tell by looking at me who that was?
So that wasn't something my heart saw, but just a malicious whisper. The fire in my heart is stoked higher, and I make a fist without realizing it. I thought this entire incident was just an unfortunate event caused by my sister's suffering. But her pain was all orchestrated by someone. This isn't her tragedy. Someone saw to it this would happen. And not just to Labrys. Whoever did this tried to manipulate the pain in my heart too, by posing as my shadow. And to top it off, the culprit posed as everyone here to make them distrust each other, reopening old wounds. This was an all-an-evil plan. I am not human, but because of that, I hold the hearts and bonds of others to be sacred. They saved me, they keep me going now. And yet, it tested those bonds and used our anguish for its own purpose. Our hearts were nothing but tools to it. Tools to hurt others. I see. I get it now. This roiling, violent surge of emotion. This shaking, burning, erupting sensation. I realize that this is a type of emotion which can best be described in a single word. This is fury.
Are you angry? All right, I'll play along. The show must go on, right?
You've gone too far!
Heartful Cry is a good song. Yeah, the cutscenes in P3 were really bad.
Finally.
I think Agus has felt anger before, but I think it was saying that that's the first time Agus has felt fury. Which is just a form of really tense anger. Oh, the enemy, or the shadow, I guess, here started out using the GM mode at the very beginning, huh? I still haven't used it. Correct. Fury is advanced anger. This thing shaped like me falls to the ground on its knees, but it gets right back up with an awkward jerking motion and lets out an insane laugh. Shadow Agus looks like Menace. It kind of did. The fight sprite there, anyway. It would have been cool if they actually did something with the shadow sprite in conversations rather than just the yellow eyes. The smile on its face, contrasted with its damaged limbs, has the eeriness of a clown.
This is fine with me. Good enough for my purposes that I confirm you have enough power to meet my expectations.
Good enough, my ass.
Those are the words of a sore loser.
This is only a temporary form. I doubted there'd be any meaning in changing my appearance, but sure enough, it made for a very enjoyable game. All that irritates me is having to feign cooperation with that foolish human until I obtain the one true vessel.
That foolish human? That's an odd choice of words. It would seem to imply not only that it is not human, but also that it is working with a human to carry out its crimes.
I will see you in another guise next time. Just wait until then.
Mwah! It let out a raucous laugh with my face. After that, it slowly fades away, dissipating into the air.
Yamagishi!
Mitsuru quickly calls out, however.
The reading disappeared. It didn't move, it just vanished. What could this mean?
Can we trust Fuka's reading ability, though? For scanning and tracking shadows? I mean, she did pretty bad in the answer for that. I mean, I know she's, like, the strongest navigator, canonically, but I don't know if I trust her to read shadows and their location and what they are.
Back to square one again.
Is this the first time Fuka appears in the game? At this arc in the story, yes, but she's appeared for multiple characters. Akihiko lets out a heavy sigh.
Sheesh. It even had to exit on a lame, evil laugh.
Another guise, huh?
Don't even think about coming around here again!
Should we put up some talismans? I've got a lot left over from when we were putting them up in our inn.
From when someone was murdered in my inn.
Well, even if it shows up again, it'll get double the pain we gave it this time.
Who could it be, though? How did it know about our personas?
That aside, it sure had a sneaky way of doing things. This is twice I've been kidnapped into the TV world, you know. Twice!
Fuga's still not stronger than, Rice? Are you sure? I don't think that's the case. Because, Fuka was able to separate whatever was controlling, Labris from Labris. Whereas when Rice tried it, she couldn't do it. I mean, gameplay-wise, yes, Rice is better, but I think story-wise, Fuka's stronger. Their irritation is obvious, and it's only natural. They were toyed with as well, and they do not take Labris's treatment as a tool well. But I cannot encourage them to settle the score. Akihiko apparently thinks the same thing.
Don't worry about it. We'll handle things from here.
Wait, but it kinda said it was still after us.
Of course. You should be aware that the enemy is out there. Akihiko only means that there is no need to abandon your lives to pursue it.
Not more powerful, just more experienced? I don't know. I mean, she's more experienced for sure, and I think that contributes to her power, but again, Fuka can use her persona outside the real world. And without an evoker.
We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. That is, after all, our duty.
Because, I mean, if you were going to go by what's the strongest navigator just purely on gameplay, then it's got to be Futaba.
But...
Guys, let's leave this to them.
You can...
Are you serious?
They're right that we need to go back for now. You look beat.
Yu, aware of their situation, speaks out. Perhaps he senses our dilemma.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I like that because Aigis has less understanding of human expression and stuff. Mitsuru and Akihiko both immediately pick up that Yu's planning to do this shit on his own, but Aigis, at least so far, has not picked up that Yu's still planning on doing stuff. He nods and looks at Yosuke, who reluctantly gives up. Their ability to communicate through eye contact only proves the strength of their bond.
Alrighty, Attention, please!
Yeah,
the
see?
trip doesn't end until we get out of the TV!
She just sees that they communicated through eye contact, but she doesn't know what it means. That's a good attention to detail, I feel like.
Dude, we were in the middle of a conversation. And what's this about a trip? You really gave us a scare disappearing like that. And this isn't the first time either.
It's not my fault! Or should I actually sponsor the next Miss Inaba?
Don't even think about it.
Chie's fist is still shaking with anger after impacting Teddy at full strength. There are times when you should give it your all because it's your friend. How beautiful friendship is. I comprehend. After everyone calms down, we finally move on to the main subject. We are on the roof to begin with to leave this world. After getting everyone's attention, Teddy makes a few narcissistic remarks and clicks his heels. Then, like a magic trick at a party, some old TVs appear in a puff of smoke.
What are you doing with this ancient TV? Hang on, where'd you even get this?
It's a Teddy Vision! You can get out from here!
This TV is our escape route? Can we really fit inside?
Ooh! Are you a little too front-loaded to fit? In that case, I wouldn't mind helping you squeeze through!
Be careful there, boy. I feel like we're approaching the verge of spoilers.
You're even worse than before, you know that?
Chie and Yosuke jump in without hesitation, showing how used to it they are. Seeing that, Akihiko and Mitsuru shrug and follow suit. Labrys's eyes are wide to see everyone getting sucked into the TV. But she doesn't look scared. Her eyes are actually bright as she glances this way. I can't help but smile at that. She doesn't need my permission to do anything. I tell her to go ahead, and she dives in head first with a giant grin. Although, just as I thought, her wings don't fit and she gets caught on the screen. I burst into laughter to see her legs sticking out of the TV, kicking wildly. I take off the unit on her back and she instantly gets sucked into the TV. I wonder if she landed safely. As the last one left, I turn around and take a final look. It doesn't feel like it, but it's only been a few hours since we entered the TV. And only 3 days since the hijacking. It was a horrible nightmare, but at the same time, I met some good people. But most importantly, it isn't over. The true test may be still to come. I push my toes in and slip into the TV. It feels weird that August just described her legs that she has toes, but I specifically recall her just having little, like, boots, or like hooves. Everyone made it back out safely. When we return to the real world, I am surprised to find myself in Junes, a large department store. I have never seen Mitsuru so flustered. Even she could not have expected to emerge in the most crowded place in town, and from a display TV at that. But to make it back to the limousine, we have no choice but to walk through the store. Mitsuru in her skin-tight suit. Akihiko, mostly naked except for his cape. Me with my mechanical parts exposed, and Labrys with her axe on her wings, I suppose? Not to mention Teddy. Rice and Naoto are both public figures, one is an idol and the other's a detective. We make quite an outlandish procession. Considering the nature of our operations, I hope to avoid having my picture taken with phone cameras. However, as we walk along, I soon find that my fears of cameras is baseless. In fact, it's not cameras we need to worry about at all, it's the police. I find myself anxious in this completely unexpected situation. An arrest would mean disgrace as an unofficial unit, and I'm sure Yosuke and the others would like to avoid the inside of Juvenile Hall. Everyone hastily agrees with each other and takes off at full speed. I can hear Yosuke and Chie loudly complaining about the unfairness of the world. Mitsuru and Akihiko exchange fearless smiles, though cold sweat is streaming from both their heads. Teddy and Labrys seem like they're having fun. I like this little recap Agus is giving. It's really cute. I don't think they understand the situation. You and Yukiko run without a word, like determined athletes. Kanji tries to turn and fight every so often, with Naoto having to stop him each time. Rice switches on her cell phone to find an alarming number of missed calls, which seems to be the bigger problem for her. In the end, our parting with the Yasogami High School students concludes with a brief goodbye as we all scatter like birds. I like the little bits and pieces you get from other people's endings. We decide to stay the night in Inaba for a quick health checkup and review of the case. After finishing the necessary steps, we decide to take an early rest. The true culprit is still out there, and Labrys needs to get to a lab for proper maintenance. After 10 years of stasis, she was suddenly forced into a series of stressful battles. It would not be surprising if some of her parts are now malfunctioning. Considering the morning traffic, we should leave early in the next day. Morning traffic in Inaba? Haha. Okay. Yeah, they finally got caught. Or so I suggest, but Labrys has other ideas. May 4th, the next day. Our car is parked near an intersection away from the main road. We're here to say goodbye to everyone. Labrys wanted it this way. I'm happy that she wishes to see people again of her own will. On the other side of the street, all the people we met yesterday are gathered to see Labrys one last time. They wished to say goodbye to her, but they had not expected us to contact them.
I asked if I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
What do you do next? Are you going back to that lab?
No, I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
All right. Then I guess the party's on hold until after everything's really over. But hey, you should come see us again anyway. Promise me, okay?
You got it.
Labrys shakes hands with each of them. Even after we leave, Labrys keeps waving through the rear window. Waving and waving and waving. Waving and waving and even past the point where human eyes can no longer see her, she is still waving. After she had waved to her heart's content, she turns to see Fuka and I looking at her and blushes. Fuka giggles.
I'm glad things went well. Oh, but first, it's good to see you again. This is becoming a real reunion.
Indeed. Things are going to heat up from now on. I must get back and reallocate my staff.
You're including me in there, right? Every opponent I made a mistake against on my journey, I made sure to go back and get a rematch. This'll be no different.
It should spur discussion amongst the staff again about working Yamagishi into our unit.
Huh? I'm still not sure about joining any special unit.
Flustered, Fuka starts wringing her hand. Looking at the seat next to me, I notice Labrys looking at the sky from her window.
I didn't know the sky was so blue.
There's a deep wistfulness in her voice.
Back at the lab, they only let me out at night. But this, I feel like I've seen it once before. That same bright blue sky.
Don't do it. Don't play the song in the scene. Once before, I recall the memory relating to those words amongst the countless memories of Labrys awakened within me. No, the sea, that cerulean sky, lingering clouds, the emerald blue water. In my mind, I place Labrys at the scene, a white figure glazing from the edge of the pier. I know this scenery? For an instant, it feels that I do. Like a knot slowly undoing itself, the lid to a box inside of me opens, and something hot fills my chest. What had been only an image becomes a memory. Oh, don't do this. Soon after, I understand everything. I know when Labrys saw this scene. I know what she thought when she saw it. What she wished for.
Ah, I see now.
These fireworks can distract me for a minute. Oh man. Noticing my murmur, Labrys looks at me in wonder.
The scenery from your memory was the pier outside of the Yakushima laboratory.
Suddenly, Labrys's eyes opened in surprise.
The date was the final day before you were sealed. You made a heartfelt wish there. You hoped that your successor would make the same wish to see someone precious to them, and that meeting would take place at the pier. You dreamed that your successor would be able to go beyond that pier, to places you would never be able to see for yourself, and that even if your memories were deleted, your feelings would be passed on to the next generation.
Labrys's ruby eyes began to quiver. My words have unearthed her buried memory.
Yeah, that's right.
It was at that very place where I met the friends I have now. When I was searching for someone, I found myself naturally drawn there for some reason.
My memories returned to a certain encounter. That day on that very same pier, I met him. My dear friend.
I think it was because of your wish.
My wish? You mean the thing I wished for that day actually came true?
Indeed. It stayed alive for 10 years. Thank you, Labrys. It's because of you that I found happiness.
Huh. I didn't know that. My desires, all the feelings I got from the others, they didn't go to waste.
Tears streamed down Labrys's cheeks. I stretched out a finger to wipe them off, but it's already wet from a drop on my own cheek. Mitsuru and Fuka smile at us gently. Fuka seems a bit teary-eyed herself.
I gotta thank you, too. You made me remember something important.
After wiping her tears, Labrys looks at me, her eyes clear and determined.
There's someone I have to find. I need to meet her so I can tell her something.
I'm about to extend my hand to shake hers, but it now seems too distant a gesture for we sisters. Instead, I pull her towards me and look at her face to
I'm
face.
sure you will. You're not alone anymore. We can search for her together.
Yeah. Thanks.
As the sun shines down, she gives me the biggest smile I've seen on her yet. Damn! I thought we were done with the feels after yesterday's stream, man. Those are probably gonna reopen when we do Elizabeth's in a minute here. One left to go. I need to do Chie so I can calm back down and be less emotional. How are they gonna double dip on that?
Who the hell are you? Why are you after us?
They can't double dip. They triple dipped on the pier scene, man.
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mention the name Kirijo?
The shadow glares hatefully at the guy in the cape. The red cape guy takes off his hood and glares back at his president in her shadow. What? What does he mean by taking her in?
No! I'll never go back there! Damn it! Get back here!
I totally disagree, gamer. It's all about the journey to bring him back. If it makes sense, I think it could be told as a good story. I don't think it would make Persona 3 meaningless. The girl suddenly runs out of the room, her shadow in hot pursuit. We're doing Chies because I assume Elizabeth's will be emotional. I really hope they don't make it like super wacky, super fun time.
Wait! Ugh.
The guy in the cape tries to follow, but he trips over Kanji, who's still on the floor. Kanji mumbles something in his stupor. The girl and her shadow are incredibly fast. They left just seconds ago, and I can't even see them anymore. The guy with the cape stands up, annoyed, and clucks his tongue. He just face planted, and he doesn't seem bothered by it. Doesn't that hurt? The problem is, I think from a marketing standpoint, Persona 3 is now too old now, or they would not want to bring it back up. There might be a chance that they do it in a spin-off game, but I don't know. There's a good chance that they might just not retouch it. But aside from that...
Who are you, really? What did you do to Kanji-kun?
We had a battle between men. Could you turn down a challenge for the title of strongest man?
Huh? What's he talking about? What the hell were you up to, Kanji? I have so many questions to ask that I don't even know where to begin. The guy turns his back to me.
I need to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Whoa, wait a sec. That's all very well for you to say, but... Hey, I said wait!
Without another word, he runs off. Talk about a one-sided conversation. Couldn't he have at least said his name?
The guy is so bizarre. I couldn't sense him approaching at all, and I can't track his presence now either.
Rice bites her lip in frustration. She doesn't look well. She must have been concentrating hard this whole time. Of course, she's been under a lot of stress until now. I need to let her rest a bit.
Risa-chan, take care of Kanji for me.
Huh? Are you going after him?
Of course. No way I can leave that red cape weirdo or Miss President be.
If she can't pursue them with her persona, then I'll catch up to them on foot. The basics of police investigation are in the legwork, after all. You better be ready for when I catch up to you, Mr. Red Cape. After a bit of running around, I finally spot that conspicuous cape turning a corner in the hallway. He's really fast. I could barely keep up with him, but thankfully the gym should be up ahead, even though there's no way to be sure of that here. Good. I can take him on from here.
Hold it right there, Buster!
The guy stops to look back at me and frowns, but he doesn't attempt to run off again. Did he have a change of heart? I don't know what's going on, but now I can catch up with him.
You're gonna tell me what's going on! Who is that Labrys girl? Is she really a machine? And why are you after her? What are you gonna do once you catch her?
What good would knowing that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
A duty?
He raps his knuckles on the air behind him and there's a sound. It seems like there's another invisible wall keeping him from going on.
Ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
I quickly turn around and check the section I've just come through. When I reach out my hand, I feel a wall there.
We're trapped. So, like, Dewey...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
One of the tournament rules, you can't leave if you don't fight and win. In other words, in order to keep following the girl, I have to fight this scary-looking dude. He slammed Kanji straight through a wall. I'm sure this guy has to be a Persona user, too. He said that he'd come back to take her in. I'm guessing he came through a TV on his own, too. Do I have a chance of beating this guy? I can't doubt myself. I have to do this. I muster up all my courage and square off against him.
Alright, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labrys?
Labrys. So I guess that's this Miss President's real name.
I don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
When I see that, his eyes get even stronger. I almost flinch, but I know that I can't look weak in front of this guy. I glare right back at him. I've seen that look in people's eyes before. I've seen it in people acting with determination that never wavers, in the eyes of my friends while we fought so hard all last year. I can't look away from that strength of resolve. That's when his expression softens slightly and he answers.
Alright. To answer your questions. What you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labrys. She was given a heart so she could use a persona.
A weapon? Then she really is a robot. But she's so cute. And she even sounds like a normal girl. Oh, so that's what her lost memories were about. And since she has a heart, she has a shadow too.
She has a shadow? Do you mean the thing where there's two of her?
I nod and tell him how this world works, especially about the shadows. I'm not great at explaining things, but I've already told Labrys not too long ago, and I should know what to say, I hope. The guy in the cape listens quietly, nodding now and again, as if he understands everything I'm saying.
I get it now. The mastermind behind all this isn't Labrys, but her shadow.
I think that's it anyway. She didn't have any memories and thought she was the student council president. But I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labrys may have been forced to do some inhumane things while she was in development. Her original circumstances may be related to the setup of this Grand Prix.
Then, this tournament is a reenactment of what Labrys went through in her past?
Looks like you'll be alone forever. No one can understand you. I recall what the shadow said. If that's what Labrys has been feeling all this time...
She just wanted someone to understand how she felt. Is that it?
So that's why she made people fight against their friends. Because she had to do it in their past? But still, nobody could understand her. That may have been what her shadow was saying. I was doubting her too. I didn't even try to believe what she was saying. Even though my way of doing things wasn't great, I'm starting to get lost in my own thoughts, but the caped guy speaks up.
That's all I can tell you. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on. What'll it be?
I search for the right words within me. I need to think it through before I say anything. I can see the strength in his eyes, waiting for me to say the right thing. I can't say I'm doing this just because...
If Labrys wished to make us go through what she went through, that means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
I'm looking straight into his eyes as I say this, and he smiles. But even though he's smiling, he suddenly seems a lot more menacing.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satonaka, a third year at Yasogami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight, and see whose passion comes out on top.
I remember Chie being pretty okay.
Finally! Fight!
Too slow. Gotcha. Not bad.
Ah, my first perfect! Ah, I did it! It doesn't say perfect or anything, though. That must be copyright or something? Or did that mean I didn't get it perfect? Woo! That was a hard fight, but...
I won?
Looks like it.
I won. Akihiko stands up and quietly speaks to me.
Tell me, Chie, what are you gonna do when you get to Labrys?
What will I do when I get to her? Oh, they don't say perfect in story mode, though? That's lame. I finally got one. I need to answer this properly, too. Now that I've won, I can't half-ass anything. You only get perfects in story mode? That's so weird. I remember in Soul Calibur's story mode, you could get perfects.
apologize for saying such awful things to her. But that's not all. I want to talk to her. Really come to an understanding with her. Even if things are too painful for you to endure on your own, you can still overcome them if you have friends to help. I know that, and I want to show her that too. That's why I won't let her be alone, no matter what.
It's no good. I wanted to be strong and straightforward, but my feelings got ahead of my brain, and I couldn't say it the way I wanted to. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but that's honestly how I feel. I stand there sheepishly, but Akihiko's expression softens, and he smiles. It's not the same as the determined smile he had before. This is a kind one.
You remind me a little of my friends.
Your friends?
I'm sure you'll be able to do the right thing. Do what your heart tells you.
With that, he takes off his cape and sits on the ground. He hasn't said anything more, but I can tell what he means. Hurry up and go in my place. That's what he's saying, right?
Okay. Thank you very much.
I thanked him before I realized what I was saying. I mean, Akihiko believed in me. Even though we just met, he's placing his faith in me. I may not be the best talker, but we've communicated with our fists, and we've come to an understanding. Then all we can do now is run. My legs, my heart, everything feels light. I should be able to reach out to that girl now for sure. See you, Bally. Have a good night, man.
I finally made it back.
While I was on the way, Rice contacted me. Labrys and her shadow seem to have returned to the announcement room together. If they're together, then it most likely means that Labrys has been taken captive by the shadow. If they're in the same place, then Akihiko and I were made to fight just to buy them time. Luckily, Rice says that she's already escaped to a different room. She's complaining about how heavy Kanji is. I guess he hasn't woken up yet. In any case, when I open this door, it'll be a one-on-one battle against the shadow. I take a deep breath and reopen the door.
Miss Labrys? Are you here?
That man told you to come here, didn't he?
The moment I enter, a sharp voice calls out to me. I see the speaker standing alone in the center of the room. Is she the shadow? No, this is Labrys herself. Of course, her shadow has to be watching from close by, too. I can't let my guard down.
No, he didn't. I came here because I wanted to.
You just want to capture me like all the others. Well...
Labrys reaches for her axe attached to her back. I can see in her eyes that she's serious about this.
Labrys, I didn't come here to fight you.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again.
I really hate the piano song, man.
I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me. If anyone gets in my way, I'll stomp them all.
It's no use, she's not listening. She's completely worked up. It must be because her past was so painful. But I need to calm her down right now. I brace myself for the fight and get ready.
I'm sorry. I can't stop now. There's something I need you to know.
Chie going full in on the communicate with your fists thing.
Final!
Fight! Oh, no! That's close! Oh, no! That's close! Oh, no! Seriously, no! That's close!
Ah!
Seriously, that's close! That's close!
One more!
It would have been nuts if I got two perfects in a row. Oh, in the corner against Labrys, that's bad. We're about to get fucking comboed. I'm getting hard comboed, dude. Holy shit. Now you're in the corner. Oh shit, I'm in the corner again. No. No, no.
Why won't anyone understand?
She literally just came in here to understand. What?
Labrys, I wanted to...
I kneel down to talk with Labrys, who's on the floor. The scenery beyond the glass wall begins to distort. This... What is this? It's so horrifying that I almost fell backwards. These things shaped like people are hanging everywhere. There's a giant furnace-like object in the center, and more things crammed into it like trash. What in the world is this? Don't tell me. Is this what Labrys has kept hidden inside her heart? When I come back to my senses, I notice that the shadow has appeared behind Labrys.
Don't you get it? That'll never happen. You! Of course Chie-san's angry. You did lie to her after all. And wow, you didn't hesitate for a second to attack her.
I like the sarcasm in the shadow's voice. And wow!
So you do want her to suffer then? You want to make her go through what you did, right?
That's not true!
That ain't true!
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through, right? That's why we're in a school, having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
Labrys clutches her head. I try to reassure her, but nothing I say seems to reach her. It's like the shadow is the only voice she can hear. The shadow twists its mouth with a smile and continues whispering into her ear.
But it was all for nothing. It just left you more of an outcast than ever. It's all right, though. I'll take care of everything from here. You are me, after all. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Stop it!
You're not me!
That's all a lie. You're not me.
Labrys, no!
You can't be me!
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself!
A shadow going berserk. No matter how many times I see it, it's still overwhelming. But now isn't the time to think about stuff like this. Labrys goes limp and falls to the floor. I stand between her and the shadow to protect her.
It's okay. Just wait for me.
I'm exhausted from today's series of battles. The shadow has an immense power. And even worse, I'm all alone in this fight. It's unlike anything from last year. But I'm surprisingly confident in myself. Of course I'm nervous, but I have a strong resolve, and it makes up for any fear I might have. I mean, this is my wish after all. It's my dream, too.
I'll make sure to protect you. If this is about wanting to protect someone, I damn well won't lose.
Yeah, it seems weird that there are more campaigns for the investigation team than for the P3 crew. But I guess they wanted to save some of the P3 people for Ultimax, right?
Finally.
Try and build up that hype. Dude, I'm getting hit by the shadow and fucking Labrys. This is brutal.
It's gonna hurt.
Time for an action!
How did I lose to them?
Okay.
It's over.
The shadow finally stops moving. I also sink to my knees as the tension drains out of me. But Labrys is safe. She's still trembling behind me, but at least she's not hurt. I was able to protect her, right?
Why? Huh? Why did you protect me? Weren't you mad?
Yeah, I can't blame her for thinking that. I was really angry back then, after all. I didn't even try to understand what Labrys was feeling. But seeing Labrys with that blank look on her face is funny for some reason, and I can't help but laugh.
I wasn't mad at all. Actually, it's you who should be mad at me. I said so many awful things to you. I'm really sorry.
I could never be angry at you. I'm the one who did all those awful things.
Labrys looks over to the shadow. There's pain on her face. I wonder if she still can't completely accept her shadow. No, of course she still can't. It's something that you can just accept without a lot of soul searching. She spent this whole time being tormented by what the shadow represented. Considering that Labrys seems like a serious person, she might be the type to think that everything is her responsibility. But that's not true. There's no need for her to bear this alone. I want to tell her that so badly right now.
Hey, about this Grand Prix. I mean, yeah, it was tough, but it wasn't all bad.
Huh?
It taught me a lot of important things.
My weakness, the ambiguity of the dream I embraced, and I also was able to remember again the fact that I'm not alone. Just as the shadow said, my weak self may never completely disappear, but I can face that. I mean, I have friends with me after all. I'm not alone. That's why I'll be alright. I'll overcome it no matter how many times I need to from now on.
That's why I want to thank you. And your other self over there, too. I still don't know what kind of pain you've been through, so tell me about it. I want you to tell me everything, like how you feel and what you're thinking.
Tell you about myself?
Mm-hmm. I'll listen. If you have something that's too painful to bear alone, then let's work it out together.
Together? I'm not alone anymore?
I nod back to her. After hearing my words, Labrys finally looks up and looks to her other self. She's still trembling, but she isn't looking away anymore. I was so bad at explaining myself, but I think she understands what I was trying to say. Labrys stands up and walks towards her other self. I watch her as she walks over to the shadow, standing tall. Her posture tells me how she feels. It says I'm alright now. Now that Labrys has accepted herself, she turns towards me. That's when she finally smiles. It's a smile from the bottom of her heart that I can tell she's never shown to anyone before. It makes even my heart skip a beat. Man, this girl's really pretty. Got Chie feeling some type of way here, huh? I take Labrys with me, and we get everyone who's been trapped by the walls created by the tournament's rules. Since the real mastermind is gone, the invisible walls have disappeared, and everyone should be free now. We go around to each place. You, Yosuke, Yukiko, and Teddy. Rice brought Kanji, who had finally woken up, and even Naoto showed up. She shouldn't even be here. She told us that she just happened to be back in town because of the job she was doing. Eventually, we all got out to the school's rooftop as a big group. When we open the door to the rooftop area, we see something surprising. This isn't the rooftop at all. Instead, the area before us was that studio-like place that we had used as the entrance to the TV world during the case last year. It should have disappeared after that, but it looks like it got restored when Labrys entered the TV world and the school was created. True, once the Midnight Channel started airing again, people would start taking an interest like last year. So maybe that's why the studio came back. Still, the investigation team is back together again. This would be the perfect time. Labrys was hiding behind me, but I reach around and shove her in front of me towards my friends.
I have someone to introduce to you guys. This here is Labrys-chan.
Chie-san?
I explain everything that's happened to everyone. I tell them that Labrys is a victim of the events that took place here, and even though she is obviously a mechanical body, Her heart is that of a human. Her shadow came out of her and was the one who masterminded this tournament, but Labrys has accepted it and everything's been solved. And everything else that I may be forgetting right here. This is the third time today that I've had to explain all this, so I think I've gotten pretty good at it. Labrys looks anxious while I talk, but the first one to speak up after I'm done is you. I expected as much. He's our leader after all.
That must have been tough. You feeling okay?
Huh?
Having a shadow come out of you is pretty draining. Seriously, I was ready to collapse for a few days when it happened to me.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing that you're able to stand like that on your own.
Labrys looks back between me and everyone else with utter surprise. No one minds Labrys, and they keep trying to talk to her, all speaking at the same time.
Could it be because she's a mech? Wow! Isn't it cool for a mech like her to have a heart?
I can't think of any way it could be weirder than an idol, a detective, and a tame shadow, but here we are.
I don't know. I think Teddy was even crazier. The way he grew a body inside of himself from scratch.
Yeah, Teddy, he's not wrong. Teddy's the weirdest.
I am more intrigued by her than Teddy, though. May I examine your internal workings for a bit?
Now, Chun, if you're going to touch anyone's internal workings, do mine!
With all due respect, I shall have to decline.
Man, I don't blame her for going all quiet now. I tap Labrys on the shoulder, seeing that she's at a loss for words.
What's wrong, Labrys?
Oh, well, I thought that everyone would be angrier.
That's what I thought. But Labrys, you got it all wrong.
What would we be angry about?
Now that it's over, it wasn't all that bad.
The battle to decide the strongest man was pretty intense, though.
Hmm? Is that what it was about?
Well, they may be taking it in stride a little more than is normal, but no one would hate you, Labrys.
But yeah, they all willingly came in here. They all did the thing. Labrys looks at each person's face. Everyone's smiling, aren't they? I'm not lying.
Chie-san, thank you so much.
Jeez, you're so formal. You can just call me Chie. We're friends, remember?
Friends.
You can just call me Yukiko, too.
And you can just call me Prince Teddy.
That's longer than your real name, though.
Go back to the Wild Kingdom where you belong. Oh, would the carnivore like to join him?
What did you call me? Go back to the Disappointment Ranger Ressentiment hideout.
You've got it all wrong. Ressentiment is French. Mal is pronounced completely different from the man in Featherman.
It seems he's smarter than he looks.
Ah, sheesh. We're wrapping up everything so well, and then Yosuke has to go on about stupid stuff. If we keep sniping at each other like this, Labrys is just gonna pull back into her shell. And we just got her talking. Or so I thought. Labrys bursts out into laughter. The weird little sound effects they do when people are talking, I don't like. That alone warms my heart. The case is finally over. The realization's finally hitting me. As I sigh in relief, some more people appear behind us.
Looks like everything's working out nicely.
That red cape, it's Akihiko. Could the other two ladies with him be his friends? I sense Labrys go tense next to me. That's right, he said that he was going to take her back. I step forward, as if protecting Labrys. Not that I'm making a scene about it, but just in case.
So you're Satonaka. Akihiko told me about you. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, you could say that I'm Labrys' handler.
The beautiful woman in the coat introduces herself. Kirijo? That sounds familiar. Didn't Akihiko-san mention that name too?
I'm Aigis. Thank you so much for saving my older sister.
Older sister? Then are you Labrys' younger sister?
Wait, then are you a machine too?
I mean, yeah, look at Aigis.
Yes, I too am a robot.
Aigis smiles. I take a closer look at her and it's true. Her body's mechanical just like Labrys. All these robot girls running around. This is so futuristic. Who in the world made something like them? Wait a sec. Kirijo? Does she mean the Kirijo group, Kirijo? It's a seriously gigantic corporation. And if that's her last name, then... oh crap. These people are from a completely different world than the rest of us. I unconsciously stand up straighter. No, I can't lose my nerve. I have to make sure I stand my ground. I can't let them take Labrys away.
Chie-chan, it's okay.
Just as I open my mouth with a resolution, Labrys stops me as if she's guessed what I was going to say. She steps around from behind me. Then she steps forward towards Mitsuru and the others.
You've come to take me away, yeah? I'm ready.
Labrys?
Chie-chan, I can't ask for anything more. I've made so many friends. And you've all accepted me. I'll be okay now.
But if you're caught, that's not okay.
She went through so much pain, and we just became friends. I want to spend more time laughing with her. I squeeze Labrys' hand. Labrys looks slightly troubled. A heart-rending face that looks like she might be crying and smiling all the same.
I'm sorry to interrupt the heated discussion, but I have no intentions of sealing you away.
Huh?
Your shadow going berserk was an irregularity caused by this world. It wasn't due to any malfunction in you. Luckily, because of what happened, you are now in complete control of your persona. Isn't that so, Akihiko?
Yeah, that's right.
Akihiko nods along with Mitsuru's words. But Akihiko wasn't there when Labrys gained her persona. As my gaze is wandering, Akihiko glances towards me in a significant way. Could it be that he helped us out? Not only is he strong, but he's so understanding. He's a real man!
Not gonna be locked up?
Yes! I'm so glad for you, Labrys!
Chie, mad crushing on Akihiko.
This is like a dream. I can't believe this! Thank you, Chie.
Oh.
Labrys?
Ugh. Nope. That's the first time they animated Labrys' eyes going lifeless. Labrys suddenly stops moving. The way she stopped was odd. Akihiko and the others seem to have noticed as well, and they furrow their brows. That's
It's
when
not over yet.
GLaDOS returns. That wasn't Labrys' voice. It's emanating from Labrys, but it's completely different.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labrys.
Mitsuru raises her voice as Labrys brandishes her battle axe. The metallic blade, almost as tall as she is, gouges at the ground. Small chips of concrete brush past my cheek as the floor breaks up. That was close. I mean, what's going on? I look back to Labrys in confusion, but there's no light in her eyes.
What the? I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
The voice that comes back sounds nothing like her original voice. Within the blink of an eye, Labrys dashes towards me. There's no hesitation in her movement. If I don't brace myself, I'll be going down.
Why do we have to fight each other again?
We are almost done with the repetition. I'm actually quite excited for it, because I was told that Ultimax isn't repetitive like this.
Finally! Fight!
How did I end up in the corner after all that? How is Chie gonna have more scenes than... I guess her joke ending probably
She
adds
was
to her
quite
scenes.
easily defeated. Evident. Well,
The voice continues to emanate from Labrys, who has fallen to her knees and stopped moving. So whoever is speaking through her is controlling her? How dare they treat her like some object? What the hell's wrong with them?
Who are you? Why are you doing this to Labrys?
As I yell in anger, Labrys straightens up in an unnatural manner.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out.
Labrys's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
That's right. Labrys wasn't a persona user, she was a victim. The shadow should have appeared after that. That means there was someone else who dropped Labrys into a TV. Just like in last year's case.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labrys away. Since I don't have a persona, Labrys's persona was only part. You got the better of me.
This time? Are you
What the hell? Labrys has a heart. Do you even understand how much pain she went through because of you?
Seriously, what the hell? Labrys is being controlled for some safe place outside the TV. How much suffering do they think Labrys went through? How could they laugh when she's in so much pain? But the voice continues on, mocking me for not understanding.
A heart, meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The voice cuts out and Labrys immediately collapses on the spot. Aigis instantly catches her and calls out to her, but Labrys is unconscious. I don't know what to do with my fists, so I begin swinging them aimlessly. We saved her and she was so happy. Why'd she have to be put through this?
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. You shouldn't get involved in this any further. From here on, leave this to us.
Wait a sec! After what that bastard did to us, you're telling us to butt out?
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
I'm so irritated that I can't put my thoughts into words. Mitsuru may be right, but that doesn't do anything for my feelings. I mean, if some bastard's gonna say that a person's heart has no meaning, I can't just let him get away with it.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh?
I'm about to shout at Mitsuru, but Yu stops me. We should just get out of here. I know what he's getting at, but... yeah, I'm completely exhausted, and I did fight some seriously intense battles, one after another. And some of us, like Rice, have been stuck in this world for so long that I'm sure she's at her limit. I mean, thinking rationally, I know we need to go back home. Still.
Labrys.
Seeing Labrys unconscious in Aigis' arms wounds me. Is there anything we can do for Labrys? Do we have to say goodbye like this? I look towards you once more when he winks at me.
Huh? What?
When we return to the real world, all the energy that had been powering me for so far drains away, and I begin staggering. Everyone else disappears, or appears to be in a similar state, and we immediately go our separate ways without much discussion. I went straight home and fell into bed, but couldn't get to sleep. All these feelings are swirling around inside me, and I can't sort them out. Sheesh. As I toss and turn in my bed, my cell phone rings without warning. I look at it, but it's a number I don't recognize. I should ignore it. But it does bother me that I'm getting a call right now. I decide to pick it up. Lo and behold, the voice I hear is... This would be really hard to pull off nowadays, considering everyone just hangs up their phone at spam callers. The call said to meet at a certain location the next morning. When I arrived, I saw an amazing limousine parked on the plain country road. It's just, this thing is so long, it's insane. Even if this was a movie, it would have to be a comedy, because nobody would believe that a car this long and sleek would exist in real life. Can it even turn a corner? It's hard to see through the windows of the ridiculous limo, but I can see 4 people who are just as remarkable as the car itself. Labrys had called me last night, and the people in the car were Mitsuru's group. Thank goodness, she did wake up after all.
Labrys!
When I call out to her, Labrys immediately gets out of the car. Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Aigis follow suit as well. Oh, and she's not carrying that axe on her back. I imagine that would have been hard to get into a car with that thing.
I'm sorry for calling you here all of a sudden, but they told me we'd be leaving already.
The follow-up is over, after all. Our work here is done.
I'm glad to hear that, Master.
Master?
Actually, I spoke a bit with Akihiko on the phone last night, too. What? Oh, that's different. When I thanked him for helping us persuade Mitsuru, all he said was it wasn't anything special, I only did what was necessary. Damn, what an awesome thing to say. During that little chat, I became convinced that what this person is striving for is very similar to my own goals. That's why I'm going to call him Master. I'll look up to him as an ideal until I can match his strength and resolve.
I told you to stop calling me that.
No, you're my master. Though, I gotta admit, part of me has just always wanted to say macho things like that.
But you're not a man.
A true man isn't bound by his sex.
I see. My apologies.
Your leap of logic is so extreme it could reach the moon.
Lapras giggles at seeing our banter. Akihiko here to preach! I can't help but smile as well. He sounds embarrassed, but maybe a little happy too. Still,
You're going with them too, Lapras?
to be honest, I wanted to be with her more. But if I said such things, it would just trouble Lapras, so I swallow those words. Lapras speaks to me, as such are things going through my mind.
Yeah. I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I'm gonna find whoever it was that set you all up and catch him myself. I won't let any danger come to you guys. So, this is just a short farewell. Lapras.
I feel like someone gripped my heart. Lapras has been through so much worse than we have. All the problems she's had to face, yet she's gonna fight for us? Whoever this culprit is, they can't be allowed to get away with doing this to her. Lapras has such a kind heart. For them to treat her like some object is just unforgivable. My happiness for Lapras, my anger at the bastard who had controlled her, and my frustration at not being able to help. I feel tears in my eyes. I look down, not wanting her to see me cry, but a large hand slaps me on the back.
Your passion had a real effect on Lapras. You should be more proud.
Master!
A true man is only allowed to cry when he loses his wallet.
Yes, Master!
That's a rather shallow occasion for tears. Did something happen to you during your trip?
It's true that the mental scars one would face if one lost one's wallet in an unknown land halfway across the globe would be immeasurable.
Ah, there they are. Hey!
Our friends have gathered around us. I do like that Chie's story gives the P3 crew some time to joke around, which is nice to see them all like happy and stuff. Of course, I had told everyone about the phone call I'd gotten from Lapras.
You could have stayed a little longer, you know?
Seriously, we got a whole week off and we didn't get to hang out at all.
It's truly a shame. Well, until next time.
Until we meet again.
Lapras is smiling, surrounded by all of us. My passion had a real effect on Lapras. That's what Master said, but I don't think it's entirely true. Lapras changed because of her own will. She seriously wished that she was understood. That's why her wish came true. I think that's all there is to it.
We should get going.
At Mitsuru's signal, the limousine engine turns on. It's time for them to leave. Labras's face clouds over. Sheesh, looks like I gotta say something.
No, a true man wouldn't cry.
When did Akihiko care about money? I don't think he cares about money, just that he might have been stuck in that unknown land if he had lost his wallet, so he was nervous about not being able to get back to Japan. I make a bright smile. Lapras also smiles, then enters the limo. Got a lot of sound effects going on. Didn't know clouds made these noises. As the car takes off, Lapras sticks her head out the window and yells loudly.
Hey, Chie! I'm really glad that I met you, Chie!
Oh, it's no use. I'm the one who told her not to cry. Lapras is smiling just like I told her. Looks like I won't be a true man today.
I'll see you!
After seeing them off, we held the long-postponed reunion party for you. We were all feeling a little down after having to say farewell to Lapras, but that immediately picked our spirits back up. We were so happy that everyone was able to get together like this. We thought it was impossible, and there was one more happy surprise. Also, this doesn't mean that we won't be able to see Labrys again. I stretch out and look up at the sky. Yup, Golden Week starts for us today. Later that night.
Dear Akihiko-san, that doesn't feel right.
I crumple up yet another piece of paper and throw it in the trash. I just can't figure out how to start this letter. I'm not really good at writing letters.
Oh, maybe it's too formal.
She has a huge crush on Akihiko. I like this. This made me like Chie a little better. All those how to write professional business letters articles I looked up online really aren't helpful. I'd take a deep breath
To
and
my master. Ooh, much better.
I relax and my pen follows the wishes of my heart. I don't have the best penmanship, but I think it's a lot nicer to get a handwritten letter than an email.
How have you and Labrys been? I've been well. I've been doing my best while remembering what you said to me on that day. Do you remember? You told me that I would be able to do the right thing. That made me want to become a police officer even more. So, in order to catch the culprit, me and the investigation team are... Oh, crap! Phew! That was close. I'm supposed to keep that a secret from him.
We're going to find the one who had been using Labrys. In other words, the investigation team is back in action. That was the big surprise that had come out at Yu's party. Yu himself was the one who suggested it, so we were all surprised. Seriously. He said, let's leave this to them, right in front of Mitsuru and the others. But it looks like Yu had other plans in mind right from the start. Man, if he can be such a convincing actor, I can't go spilling the beans in a letter. But to lie to Master, no, I have to lie to him. I can't let him find out, no matter what. I crumple up the piece of paper and throw it away.
I guess this really isn't my thing. I'll give it another try tomorrow.
I will be able to do the right thing. I'm going to believe in those words and do my best to live up to them. I really want him to know that. Next to the letter is the Police Academy entrance exam guide. I bought this a long time ago, but haven't touched it since I bought it. I've got to face that someday too. When I look at the clock, I realize that it's already past midnight.
So sleepy. Oh. Since Yukin's with us again, we've got to give what we decided on our best shot.
It looks like someone's in Chie's bed right now, and it's bugging me.
Investigating on our own, huh?
Right, like the blanket curves up like there's someone there. I stand up from my chair and stretch out, then fall onto my back. It's so fluffy, I can't stop myself from immediately drifting off to sleep.
I'll do my best to...
My future, what I want to protect, an enemy we must fight. There's so much that I need to think about. I'm not good at thinking, and there's probably going to be a lot of things that don't go as we plan. But I just need to concentrate on one thing at a time. Even if something doesn't go well, I shouldn't let it get to me. Yeah, because I have friends, I know I can go on.
Along with my friends.
Why did these three have yellow clears? I don't know what else I could have done in Chie and Kanji's ends. Weird. Alright. We know who's next. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna refill my water bottle. And then, it's time for that one wacky elevator attendant. Be back in like 30 seconds. Oh, different dialogue choices in their stories, but still have same endings. We are most definitely not repeating that campaign for a slight difference. Alright. What we have all been waiting for. I can see more people are already filtering in here for this one. Within the endless darkness are scattered countless bright lights like a nebula. But those lights are not stars. Each one is the light of life, the gleam of man's souls. This is the world inside people's hearts. A place where every human's consciousness is connected and can be traced to their origin. Every memory since the dawn of man, and even those on the ladder of its evolution, slumber here. Some think of this place as a sea, and they may be correct. Depending on how deep you go, you may see this world's endless landscapes and innumerable faces. Where I stand now is at one of its furthest depths, a domain that has existed far before life became sentient or even took form. Here, there is only the darkness of death and the radiance of life. I come here at times, for a very important objective. Suddenly, a patch of the darkness surges and undulates. The pitch-black substance swells with a tar-like consistency and quickly takes the shape of a giant arm.
My, it's rather stout compared to before.
Just as good and evil are products of man's heart, there is a negative force here in the sea of souls that tempts man to corruption and destruction. Though one person's malice may amount to little, there are billions of people in the world. It's actually common for monsters capable of destroying mankind to develop without anyone realizing it. I'm glad that we have justified all of the different gods in the Persona games now. This is one of them. Though it was only an arm at first, it quickly develops into an enormous human-shaped torso. It roars with resentment, sending shocks through this space, where up and down are fluid. The monster raises an enormous arm that could tear down mountains towards the heavens. But it suddenly stops. Something is blocking its movement. I am, to be precise. You might think I'm nowhere on the scene. In truth, even the monster may be thinking that. But I'd like to direct your attention to the fingertips at the end of this giant arm. Closer. Even closer than that. Keep going closer, all the way to the index finger. Wait.
There. Do you see me now? Have I forgotten to introduce myself? My name is Elizabeth.
I didn't see her in the picture. I fix my gaze upon the two lights that seem to be the monster's eyes, but it twists away, trying to resist.
Do you wish to behold death that much?
I grab the monster's index finger, and in one motion, I flip its immense body and throw it in the air. Oh. The monster cries out in agony, and the area quakes again.
Oh dear. It seems it won't be easy for one of this size. I cannot damage the world of everyone's hearts, and I hesitate to make a scene in the real world either. Time for a change of scenery.
I open the elegant grimoire in my hand. A large blue magic circle forms behind the monster, swallowing the gargantuan figure. I follow it in. Continual, turbulent streams of light and darkness flow past the monster and myself. This would, make no sense to you if you didn't play Persona 3, I feel like. You would do Elizabeth's campaign and be like, what in the fuck is going on here? Eventually, I speak up.
We will soon reach our destination.
Another magic circle appears, and an altogether different kind of black void than the one with which we came from. The monster is spat out here, When it collides with the surface, a tremendous cloud of dust rises. I emerge from this magic circle second and rise into the air. On the horizon beyond the monster, I can see a deep blue sphere. Yes, this is the moon.
Now, I had promised to show you death. Your fate is in the cards.
A figure appears behind me, bearing several coffins.
The god of death, Thanatos. What do you think?
The light of the stars shines off its drawn sword and gleams bewitchingly.
Was it to your liking? Well then, farewell.
It flings the sword down at the monster's head. Against its fearsome size, the sword is barely larger than a needle, but the sword's merciless sharpness pierces far beyond the blade's length. The monster's body slices apart like wet paper. With a final death cry, the monster slowly dissolves and evaporates as black mist. A deafening silence returns to the area. To break the quiet, a tune plays on my lips.
Velvet, oh velvet.
I create another magical circle in the air and step through it. I shouldn't remain long in this world without any real objective. This is not the world I belong in, after all.
My master has a large nose.
I was once a resident of the Velvet Room and served its master. The dark blue clothing I still wear is from that time. All the residents have their roles, but they are also on a journey. We help our guests grow as people, and through the help we offer, we come to understand the ultimate question. It's the fundamental question of who are we?
Thinking back on it, I spent so many days like that for such a long time. I had thought that it would be impossible to change.
But 2 years ago, I finally reached my answer. One's identity cannot be sought out, but must be forged for oneself. It's something you build little by little. People call the freedom to do so potential, and by mastering it, people develop their unique identities. That is the understanding I came to. So it seemed to me I should believe in my own potential and wander in pursuit of my desire. It wasn't a hard conclusion to come to. That is why I abandoned my assigned role and departed on my long journey. I have set an objective for myself. Seems kind of weird that Igor let this happen, right? I guess I don't know. Because I didn't play Persona 1 and 2, I guess I don't know enough about, like, the machinations of the Velvet Room and all the story behind it, but it seems weird she's allowed to just leave. To defeat the monster I fought a moment ago once and for all. I vanquished it then, but that is only temporary.
It'll surely resurrect within the year again. And I'll go through today once more.
The monster was born from the twisted wishes arising from the lack of substance in people's lives. It slowly stagnates and seeps out. If this is life, then bring death. Desires like that are what give it power. And that giant black arm tries to free death from its prison. It can never be left to act on its aims. But as long as people continue to wish as they do, the foul feelings will congeal and it will revive endlessly. If there's a Persona 5 fighting game, I would love to see Elizabeth interacting with the Phantom Thieves and asking for help in this objective or something. I feel like that would be such a good plot for the Persona 5 fighting game. Of like the P3 crew and Elizabeth meeting the Phantom Thieves and asking for help. It'd be so cool. To truly defeat the monster means to change people's hearts! You can't tell me that's not what they're thinking to do, man! Come on! It's right there! That cannot be done no matter how much one improves their skill in battle. I do not currently know how this goal can be obtained. See? Ah, that's what I mean! Meeting the Phantom Thieves, she would know! Then she would learn! Come on. It may be that no one in this world knows yet. some new and unknown miraculous power will most likely be required. This is literally just talking about the Phantom Thieves. What? Some new and unknown miraculous power will most likely be required. That is why I wish to travel as far and as wide as I can to broaden my horizons. Since I have only interacted with the guests of the room, I'm sure the scope of my knowledge is far inferior to a single human's. But there is infinite places for me to explore. I'll travel to each one and satisfy my natural curiosity.
Now, that's why I have come here. A double check on the danger scale situation that I just recently discovered.
I place my hands on my hips in what I believe is to be standing firm. Before me is what seems to be a replica of a building in the real world.
I sense multiple Persona users gathering. It's once in a blue moon that one discovers a place like this.
If you can hear all the bangs in the background. Well, I was gonna say it's now AM of July 4th, but it's still, I guess, 11 PM. It's only 10:40 PM. But fireworks are going crazy outside.
I'm sure I can learn some interesting things here, or something along those lines. In any case, I, Elizabeth, can scarcely keep myself from getting involved.
For someone with a physical form to step into the realm of the mind would be for them to enter an even more abstract place than the Velvet Room. Normally, it would be impossible, and even if it were, it would be dangerous. It would be very dangerous without a firm will. For it to occur at all is intriguing enough, but on top of that, these people are mainly Persona users. And not just one or two. There's no denying that something truly extraordinary is happening here. Broadened horizons aside, I can't resist taking a closer look. When I get closer, I see a nameplate reading Yasogami High School at what seems to be the main gate.
This building. Is it a school?
The school building before me looks aged and I narrow my
Seems
eyes.
somewhat old-fashioned compared to the school I have experience with, but it has its charms as well. This is what they call animalist aesthetic. Animalist? Bestial? Anyway, something along those lines.
There are bizarre decorations as far as the eye can see inside the building. Was this school always thus adorned?
These decorations. Could this be the fabled school festival I've heard tell of? A festival is where one toys with the lives of goldfish in a scandalous game. One can also enjoy a combat simulation with close-range shooting tests using sniper rifle fire into the interior of stalls. Ooh, I'm starting to get excited.
Yes, she meant minimalist. Looking up, I spy a large sign, done in vibrant colors.
League 1 Grand Prix. Could this be a fighting tournament? This isn't why the Persona users are gathering, is it?
No sooner do my suspicions arise than I sense the first presence within the school and turns towards it. Come, challenger! I wave my arms about in anticipation. But something seems a bit odd.
That lady over there, she not a Persona user? Regardless of that, I sense something out of the ordinary.
When I close my eyes, I can tell that while she may appear to be a human girl, something about her is amiss. I sense an unnatural disconnect from her memories and consciousness not seen in most people. Jesus, how can she just sense shit like that?
Is she truly human?
Now that I'm here, I can sense powerful combatants gathering one by one. If such power were to be used to its fullest in clashes of skill, the result could be life-threatening. This place is not meant for such a girl. If she were to be drawn into this, then in the worst-case
Were I
scenario...
still my old self when I only lived to play out my role, I would leave her be. But I am different now.
I make my way towards the girl. As I approach her, I begin to hear voices. It seems that she's calling herself a student council president. I stride down to the end of the hallway where she's walking, directly into her view. The girl gives me a slightly questioning look, but no more. She comes towards me, guilelessly.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school?
Up close, I can tell at once. There's no doubt that this girl is not human, yet she seems to be under that impression. The original residents of this place seem to believe that she is as well. But of course, that's not possible. The disconnect I sensed earlier must be related.
Could someone have tampered with her memories and psyche?
No matter how unusual the circumstances, such extreme gaps in awareness are no mere figments of the imagination. It's possible, but normally those with a distorted view of reality have equally distorted emotions. And I do not sense that in her. Her emotions are in balance, only her memories and awareness fall short. Like a corps de ballet, falling behind a soloist. I fix my gaze upon the girl before me once again. If she did not come here of her own will, then the events there may be more sinister than I imagined.
Are you sure this is how things should be?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I am a wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice, but... this place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas.
Oh, this happened during, Agus's story as well. I hope we don't get repetition in Elizabeth's as well. I thought we were done with recapping a bunch of stuff.
If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future.
My life?
What you choose is up to you, but I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I came to you, so I could give you one last chance.
She has most likely forgotten who she is. I sense something shining, slumbering deep in her heart. It's the glow of a bond. No one who has been a resident of the Velvet Room could mistake it for anything else. Before she forgot herself, she must have had strong feelings about someone, or had made a promise to them. But I'll leave it to her to remember what it was. I hold out the Persona Compendium, as if handing it to the girl, and open its pages. Light streams out from it and washes over her. The light dispels the girl's false image, the illusion that made her seem human, though she is not.
Huh? What is this?
Her true form is revealed as a gleaming mechanical body. Her arms look as if steel plates are covering them. The girl frantically pulls at them and tries to tear them off.
It won't come off! What gives?
My, what a robotically cool body. It is apparently meant for battle.
Hey, you! What did you do to me?
Nothing in particular. Well, considering that you are meant for battle, I shall briefly be your opponent. During that time, why not think back about who you are?
Huh? My opponent?
Most likely, I will not get through to her with words alone. Only by being forced into a confrontation will she finally be able to understand. She already knows how to use the steel limbs, which she's supposedly never seen before.
And away we go.
Alright, then next should be the confrontation with Shadow Agus. And then, it would probably go its own way. Those are the only two times I recall Elizabeth being in everyone else's story. Ooh, I get to learn how to play a new character.
Now I will shock. Pardon me. My attack. Give it up. Oh no. My opening my door. My sanity. Summoning. Now here. Oh no. My attack. Persona. Summoning. Here. Seriously? My attack. Your fate is in the cards. Here. Opening my sanity. Let's change things up.
Oh, she can use her persona for like a full combo. At least a lot better than everyone else can.
Pardon me. My attack. Impressive. Pardon me. Here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I like her oh no's.
Oh my. Opening my door.
As if she's just kind of toying with everybody. I mean, I know she is, but... Yeah, but ever since the second stream, I haven't pressed square. The girl collapses powerlessly. This is the third stream in a row where I have refused to press square. We beat Elizabeth earlier. Yeah, I saw it. She just kind of like lays on the ground. Just kind of like poses. The girl collapses powerlessly. I used a soft touch during the battle. She should have sustained no injuries, probably. Still, the girl does not stand back up. Apparently due to mental rather than physical stress. Her own arms and legs had turned metallic, yet in the heat of battle she was able to use those foreign appendages with ease. If she truly thought herself to be human, that would have come as quite a shock.
That should be enough. I'm sure you realize now that you are not human. There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living. Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought.
An important promise? My reason for living?
Her potential will become unlocked through self-reflection. That was how it happened for me as well.
It seems the tumult of trials is about to begin. In which case, I bid you good luck.
I close the compendium in my hand, the worn pages rustle as they meet. By the time it shuts, I am already far away from the girl. In my absence, the illusion is again in place, giving her the appearance of a human once more. She may consider what happened to be a daydream, and that's quite alright. My intention was to give her an opportunity to awaken to the truth. What she eventually decides is up to her. But that aside, there's something else on my mind. The girl I fought looked human, but wasn't. It's rare for even one such as I, with an unimaginably long lifespan, to meet someone like her. Yet she is the second such person I have known. The other was also a guest of mine once. She too resembled a human girl. I can sense her power somewhere here as well. Most likely, she's here for reasons having to do with the girl I met.
What an intriguing event. More so than I had first imagined.
Yeah, but more people were complaining when I was using square, so I just stopped pressing it at all. I now only do X and then persona combos. Though I came here on a mere whim, this trip may be unexpected, or may be unexpected fruit. Perhaps I'll discover something important. My interest piqued even more now, and I decide to go further in. When I do, the bustle of voices reaches my ear. Is that a cheer? One of the monitors nearby turns on after the cheer dies down. It's showing a girl in a school uniform.
Ladies and gentlemen, is everyone ready? It's time to get our program started. I, Reset, will be your commentator. Please, hold your applause. Oh, you're too kind, you're too kind. Well, with things starting to heat up now, the General has a few words for you. The mic's all yours, sir.
We haven't heard this in a while. Next, a person who seems to be the host takes the girl's place. Actually, person may be incorrect. The intriguing fluffiness and tantalizingly round body.
Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix!
We haven't heard this in a while.
Presenting the manliest of all men!
This is more of a to-do than I thought.
I kept watching as a video with some upbeat music plays.
Is this an introduction to the contestants?
They're memeing on you, but your grudge is admirable? Yeah, I was genuinely irritated. Mostly because people didn't believe me that I wasn't just pressing it over and over again. I mean, I'm not good at the game, but like, why would I lie about it? I was only pressing one button. That's true, Apocalypse. I did hide the scenes. Big F. Didn't sit in training mode creating infinite loop combos? Well, you know, all the fighting games I played before this. A number of girls and boys are introduced at a steady pace. I haven't seen any of their faces before, but they all appear to be Persona users. Each one of them is tagged with a mocking epithet.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, the sister complex kingpin. Are these signs of their willingness to cast aside their pride in pursuit of victory? I wonder if they're not casting aside a little too much. This is a rather novel idea.
There's no denying that those with power are gathering here for the tournament. The video comes to a close. Since I came here of my own whim, I'm obviously not featured in it. How unfortunate. I catch myself pouting my lips. Aw.
Should I officially enter this as well?
Elizabeth wants to be in the video.
But if the manliest of all men are the ones called for, I cannot participate. Then again, I distinctly spotted a woman or two in the introductory video. Then I shan't concern myself with such trifling details. I shall soldier on.
The next time the host appears on a monitor, I will make my entreaty. If he turns me down, I shall resort to force. Very good. My mind made up, I begin my walk through the school. Depends on how long Elizabeth's story is. We might get to Ultimax today. Or we can check out challenge mode or something. Battles. Oh, where might I find a battle? I look into a window nearby. Ah!
Oh my! The host himself is before my eyes.
Before I realize it, I'm already in motion.
Pardon my dynamic entrance.
Is that her just busting through the invisible wall?
Someone's here!
Looking around, I see a piano and portraits of famous composers lining the walls. I see. This must be what they call a music room.
Please forgive me for startling you.
Ooh! Who are you, miss?
I am Elizabeth, a mere elevator attendant, albeit one who is currently utterly neglecting her duties.
An elevator attendant? I don't believe it! I'm having culture shock! I wish Junessa's elevators had such beautiful attendants, too!
Excuse me, but may I ask your name?
Teddy! Doi!
I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating that in human language?
I was saying it normally. Teddy is my name, and I'm a proud bear!
We can see auto combo supers. Nope, I can assure you, I am doing them. All she's missing is a Photoshop Get Smoked hat. That would be kind of funny.
I see. Teddy Bear. You have a rather creative flair to your appearance.
I wish you'd say cute instead. Though hearing a pretty lady like you say so makes my heart skip a beat.
Watching him, I cannot restrain my curiosity any longer, and prod his soft fur with abandon.
Huh? What are you doing?
This seems to lack ventilation. How does he breathe in there?
His nose, right?
Oh, there's a zipper.
Stop! I'm ticklish. Oh no! No opening! You're embarrassing me!
Oh, please forgive me. Curiosity almost killed the bear.
Huh? What were you planning on doing to me? You're even a tougher customer than the kids at the food court, miss!
When I step away, Teddy Bear lightly smooths over his fur to try and regain composure.
Oh, I had forgotten what I originally meant to ask because of your fine coat of hair. Teddy Bear, though I am a woman, I wish to partake in this Grand Prix.
Huh? I can't help you with that.
Oh, but are you not the host shown in the introduction video?
It's all a huge misunderstanding. That guy's an imposter. Won't you hear me out?
It seems he is faced with some kind of dilemma. I decide to lend an ear to Teddy Bear. He animatedly describes his circumstances, but his arms and legs are too short to illustrate his point. His mannerisms are so peculiar that understanding is an uphill battle, but in the end, I grasp the basics.
I see. So you realized that something was amiss and came wandering in here yourself to investigate. But you fell into the imposter's trap and couldn't do a thing until a moment ago. You have my deepest sympathies.
Do I really? Anyways, everyone else is on the contestant list while I get the cold shoulder!
Is that so? Then, since we are both outcasts, let us participate of our own accord.
Our own?
May I request a match from you?
That makes no sense at all! What do you mean? Ooh, maybe a hot and heavy struggle with all kinds of clinches and holds?
A one-on-one battle to the extreme.
That makes no sense! Wait a second! You look a lot stronger than me, miss!
Oh, don't be so modest.
No, I'm really not!
Because Teddy's partial navigator, he would actually know that Elizabeth's way too strong.
I'm very sorry, but the deadline for submitting a forfeit notice has expired.
You're not sorry at all! There are things I can't do, you know! Oh, but on the other hand, if I can try scoring with you later, I might rethink this.
Scoring? I do not understand the term, but if that is your stipulation, why, I accept.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you accept? Woohoo! I'm ready to go whenever you are.
That is, if you're still alive afterward.
Huh?
Well then, here goes. Your fate is in the cards.
I take my fighting stance. Settling matters through a show of force is simple, straightforward, and so beautiful.
Finally!
Pardon me, bloody hell. Here, won't hear our guns. Let's change things up. Pardon me, impressive. Your fate is in the call. Opening my door. Let's change things up.
This is gonna be awesome!
I like that Thanatos just out here fucking fights people.
Impressive. Pardon me. Here is some electricity. Impressive. Opening my door.
I see Thanatos using a lot of abilities I don't recall him using. I assume that's because Elizabeth can make him call forth other abilities. I don't recall him having a lot of those skills.
The road to dating is steep. Ugh.
With an exaggerated groan, Teddy Bear collapses. Or rolls down, to be more precise.
Teddy Bear, you truly are an intriguing creature.
Hearing this, Teddy Bear springs to his feet.
Are you interested in me?
Though you aren't human, you fight against your fate and wish to be with humans. I have witnessed one other case who bore such a fate in the past.
Huh?
You made a choice and decided how you wish to live. That is marvelous, Teddy Bear.
Marvelous? Me? Does that mean you're still okay with me trying to score with you?
That is not what it means.
Teddy Bear loses his balance for some unknown reason, then falls over.
No! The way you shoot down my attempts reminds me of Yuki-chan.
Yuki-chan, is this an acquaintance of yours?
Yuki-chan is a very precious friend of mine.
You have friends.
Actually, everyone who is in that video are my friends. But I can't forgive them for having all the fun. I'll make them buy me a tasty treat for this.
I see. May I ask you something? Who would you consider the strongest among your friends?
So this is where the you fight takes place, then I take it.
Well, Sensei, of course. He's the manliest of all men!
Sensei. If I recall correctly, that is the name of a governing class within a school, wielding the power of life and death over its students. Yes, that does indeed sound like the name of a strong warrior.
Close, I guess.
Sensei's our leader!
He sounds strong, but he seems to be unconnected to the former guest I am searching for. But as Teddy Bear speaks of his friend called Sensei, he wears a beaming expression. They must be connected with a truly strong bond. Inwardly, I am surprised. Though he is adorable, this teddy bear most likely used to be something similar to a shadow. I am very curious about anyone who could form a bond with such a being. Thinking about it that way makes me very interested in him as well.
Oh, that was quite helpful. Thank you.
Once the tournament's over, you should come hang out at Junes sometime.
Junes?
It's a place where Don Yosuke and I work. It's huge! You can eat food there, and they have candy, toys, and sexy bikinis too.
What a paradise on Earth! It seems there is still much I do not know about in your world. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I must get going now.
Be careful!
I bow politely. Teddy Bear waves back with a big smile. Now, though I decided to participate on my own, how should I proceed from here? I don't have a good understanding of the building's layout yet, after all. I try going in and out of the building to test various paths, but I don't get anywhere.
It may have come to this.
I rear back my head and inhale as deeply as I can, and then...
Bring out the next opponent! No one heeded my call. I suppose repeating that line isn't enough.
My shoulders sag slightly, and I concentrate on the area nearby. Also, sup, Blackwing. I think I just said that, but it also already slipped my mind. I sense an unexpected presence.
Ha! There is someone closer by than I had expected. What a reunion this will be! I'm starting to feel tingly.
There is no need for me to keep searching for an opponent, since one's already nearby. I trace the presence and proceed down the hallway. When I reach what appears to be an entryway, I can hear what sounds like voices quarreling. One of the voices is Teddy Bear, or rather the sham host, General Teddy.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! What a fight! No wonder you're an anti-shadow weapon.
I take no joy at all from your praise.
As I move forward, I find myself breaking into a run. Soon afterward, the voice's owner enters my field of vision. Just as I thought. That unmistakable figure. She's a guest I hosted in my life as a resident. If I recall correctly, her name is Igus. Upon closer inspection, she's aiming her weapon at General Teddy on the monitor.
Pointing your weapon at a monitor isn't very scary. But anyways, your next opponent is...
Ah. If I don't act now, the match will start without me. I must prevent General Teddy from speaking for the time being until my business is completed. Again, before I realize it, I'm already in motion.
Oh no! Pardon my bold entrance. Huh? Oh, the monitor's completely shattered. Who would do such a thing?
A strange intruder has shown up.
Does Igus not remember Elizabeth? I would get it the other way around, because Elizabeth has lived for a very long time, but Igus should very much remember Elizabeth.
Oh my, I thought we were having a touching reunion.
How unfortunate that you would refer to me as a strange intruder.
A reunion? I don't recall ever meeting anyone so odd.
What?
She who governs power. Does that ring any bells for you?
Huh? Wait. Are you the one I met in that blue room then? Your entrance just now was very different from how I remembered your behavior, so I didn't recognize you. But you're Eridanus' son.
No.
Elixir? Erengi?
In any case, I never dreamed that I'd meet you here.
That goes for myself as well. It's been a long time since I saw you.
She didn't really interact with Elizabeth? Yeah, she talked to Elizabeth a couple times. I guess.
But why are you here? What about your duties of governing power?
I am currently in gross abandonment of my duties.
That was a very straightforward answer.
Considering the circumstances here, I'd like to test your strength as well.
I excitedly flipped through the pages of the compendium.
What? Please, wait a moment. Does that mean you wish to fight me?
From what I've heard, in certain cultures in your world, one lets one's fists do the talking. Perhaps you could think of it as a sporty, modern, and extreme way of greeting one another.
I don't understand at all.
You seem to have become strong beyond all recognition. I'd like to see your power for myself, to broaden my horizons. Will you grant my shameless request?
I still don't understand. But does this mean your wish will be fulfilled if I agree to fight you? If that's really what you want, will you mind if I don't hold back?
I couldn't ask for anything more. I, Elizabeth, will fight you with all the strength at my disposal. Now, let us begin.
Settling matters through a show of force is simple, straight. Pardon me. I said that once already. Yeah, it'd probably be Makoto's compendium. Specifically my playthrough's Persona compendium, because Thanatos is the only usable Persona in it.
Final! Fight!
Now, fire! Persona, let's change things up.
No! Light damage!
My attack, your Thanatos!
Oh, I missed!
Pardon me, impressive.
Go down!
Pardon me, my attack, now down!
Light damage!
Let's change things up.
No!
Thanatos!
Bring it on! Going!
Oh, I missed!
Here is some electricity. Pardon me.
Why is that electricity?
Pardon me, my attack. Your fate is in the glory.
No!
Pardon me.
Elizabeth feels pretty good, but I was told she was low tier. Maybe it's because the only combos I can really do
You're strong.
are Persona combos, which is why I feel really good with Chie, Yukiko, and Elizabeth so far. Agus crouches down with an annoyed expression.
Oh no, I was surprised myself. It's been a while since I fought with all my power.
I close my eyes and reminisce. Just as I had expected, she has grown more powerful than before. Agus is not human. She has an artificial body, making her sort of a mechanical maiden. She was originally created as a tool to accomplish a set goal with established abilities. Elizabeth just said she fought with all of her power in that fight, though. That does mean Agus must be super fucking strong. But by gaining a heart, she forged her own destiny. She did this with the power that can only be regained by those with emotions, the power of bonds. Her nature shifted from one direction by others to one who chooses for herself. She was no longer merely acting, but living. The shift caused a miracle that she overcame her artificial origins to attain what would be called life. Some had the talent of turning bonds into great strength by forming a contract through intense desire. We residents of the Velvet Room refer to this talent as the wild card, and it has at times changed the course of history. Even I, who served as a resident for a long time, only encountered a few with that power. She is one of them.
I now have a wish of my own.
So, Aegis is still a wild card then.
Though it may take vast oceans of time for it to come true, perhaps one day you will accompany me on the same journey.
What do you mean?
If our destinies truly do cross, you will eventually understand.
Aegis' expression shows that she does not still understand. But that's fine for now.
By the way, how have your friends been?
Huh? Oh, they're all well. Several of them are here right now.
Suddenly, a staticky voice echoes from the broken monitor speaker, interrupting our conversation. It seems I was not thorough in my destruction.
Testing. It's finally getting through. Hey, you! The one who's not on the roster! Who are you? Why are you gumming up the works?
It's that bear.
If you keep messing with my Grand Prix, I'll make you...
I snap the fingers of my right hand with a flourish. The speaker explodes, and I am sure that the announcement will bother us no more now. It seems I have finally finished it off.
Oh my! Flames have suddenly burst from the speakers. How dreadful.
That was 180% your doing.
Such repeated meddling. It seems I have a bit of a score to settle with the host, too. Well then, I will be going now. Please be careful.
Oh, wait! There is a rule in this tournament against the loser of a fight moving on.
Is there? Well, considering that I entered myself into the tournament, I do not think you count as a defeated contestant. That is only conjecture, though.
You entered yourself, yet you're going to settle a score with the host for complaining about you?
Huh. Details.
Okay. I smile cheerfully in return and leave the area. Ah, truly that was one of my better smiles.
I cannot believe that even Elizabeth's son came to this world. That's it! Her name was Elizabeth's son. I finally remember.
Yeah, but that's because Elizabeth said her name in her introduction for the fight. Eventually, I reached the room known as the announcement room. When I approach the door, I sense power from within. It seems the real host is here and not on some monitor. I haven't encountered that Persona user known as Sensei yet, but thinking about it, I would expect him to win his matches until reaching here. It may be easier to wait than search aimlessly for him. Do you all agree Elizabeth's the most powerful attendant? Didn't someone say Margaret was stronger than Elizabeth? Because she's the older sister? I thought Margaret was stronger. Upon closer inspection, the door is slightly open. There are people inside.
I sense 3 people.
I cautiously sneak up to the door and peek inside.
What a shame. You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you.
Huh?
We're talking about emotional strength, Theodore? Yeah, that's probably true.
That is that teddy bear imposter. The student council president is here too. It seems the false teddy bear's tone is much harsher than before. Has he been meeting with difficulties lately?
When I look again at what's going on inside the room, a sinister aura swirls around General Teddy. A surprising transformation occurs. His silhouette reforms into a shapeless lump, which resolves into the figure of this council president.
I'm Shadow, the true self.
Goodness, that false teddy bear was actually the girl's shadow.
Does Elizabeth know what shadows are? Well, shadow selves.
I see. It's true that suffering to this degree could cause a shadow to go berserk and affect its surroundings.
The girl's true appearance has already been exposed. It seems she was finally able to face her original nature. Surprisingly, the enemy forcing the illusion upon her was her other self. I'm glad that she is awakened to her true self, but this is a shocking and drastic turn of events.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel. Isn't that what you thought?
Why wouldn't she? Because I kind of thought it was a new phenomenon for, like only Margaret would know about it. Because everyone's story is so different.
The important part is that it's all your fault. That's not true.
Because even Igor mentions being surprised by it, I think.
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
It's alright then. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I'll take care of everything from here. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Weird that we're listening to this, because I feel like Elizabeth wouldn't give a fuck.
Please stop! That's all a lie! You're not me! Finally! You finally said it! I'm finally free!
The shadow has gone berserk. At this point, it can no longer be stopped solely by the original person. Worse, the shadow has no more reason to keep its host alive. If this continues... But a third person storms onto the scene just as I'm about to intervene.
Labrys!
It is a young man in a school uniform. For a moment, I'm utterly captivated. What powerful fire he has in his eyes. Jesus, is used Chad energy even kind of enchanting Elizabeth after a brief meeting? Holy shit. For a moment, I'm utterly captivated. What a powerful fire he has in his eyes. On a second look, I recognize his face from the video. As I recall, his name was Kingpin Yu. No, that's not right. Sister Complex Yu. No, that sounds even further from his name. Narukami. That's right. It's you, Narukami.
I won't let you hurt her anymore. If you're gonna keep rampaging, I'll fight you.
Fine! Then you'll be the first to die!
The shadow's attack hurtles towards the young man. But he does not flinch and takes a fighting stance after smoothly evading it. Seeing his heightened determination, I detect a distinct presence about him.
That young man is a Persona user, too.
And that's not all. The sensation is similar to when I encountered Aegis.
Could his powers be?
There's no doubt about it, it's the same as hers. He too is a Persona user whose awakened talent is that of the wild card. The shadow launches its next attack on the young man. The battle axe it brandishes is a cluster of steel as long as she is tall. If he can truly wield those powers, he may be able to stop such an attack, but it's not a sure thing.
This opportunity cannot be missed.
This time, I enter the room and step between the two.
What? Pardon me as I interrupt this scene.
Who are you?
You! How? I set up walls so you couldn't pass through. How did you get here?
So you couldn't pass through? What is it referring to? Oh, Could it mean those invisible walls I bumped into from time to time? I suppose, thinking back, I did run afoul of such things along the way. But a little push was all it took to pass through them, so I barely paid them any heed.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed.
The shadow and the young man both look quite perplexed. Was what I said so shocking? I take the opportunity to step towards the young man and look him straight in the face.
Ah, are you perhaps the sensei that Teddy Bear spoke of? Someone who has awakened to the power of the wild card through Velvet Room's guidance.
What? Wait, that blue outfit. Who are you?
I flash him a smile and turn my gaze towards the girl collapsed nearby. I believe he called Labrys a moment ago.
I see. I feel that I have a good grasp on the situation now.
Then can't you tell you're in the way? Get out of here!
I cannot do that. I came to settle some business I had with you, the tournament's host.
What business?
To be blunt. What business was it?
How the hell should I know?
That was harsh.
It turns out that I do not care about such trifling details after all. My apologies. Please forget my mention of business.
Elizabeth's quite spastic, isn't she? Kind of a low attention span there.
Actually, my search for a certain individual has unexpectedly concluded, so we're done here.
Who said we're done? That's it! I'll kill you where you stand!
I wouldn't recommend it. If I may be so boastful, it would be a battle you stand no chance of winning.
What?
My words must have been so humiliating that the Shadow's face flushes red and he gropes for words. I ignore it in order to speak to the young man.
It's nice meeting you, by the way. I am Elizabeth.
Elizabeth just made a Shadow blush. Okay.
Would it ring a bell if I mentioned that I am the one who governs power?
You mean like Margaret?
Oh, do you know my older sister? I see, no wonder.
Stop ignoring me, bitch!
I shield the young man behind me and turn towards the Shadow. Is that the first profane word in the entire playthrough so far? Stop ignoring me, bitch!
Please wait a moment. I must ask the one over there to leave this place before we resume.
It's you who's going to leave!
I was sure that I gave the proper warnings earlier. So it goes. Your fate is in the cards.
Can't Elizabeth use more than one persona? Doesn't she? But I guess she just chooses to use the one. Though I suppose Wildcard would be hard to balance. Elizabeth just chalks Shadow Labrys so badly she almost gives up. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Finally!
Maya now, opening my deck. Venator. Here, my attack. What you have, self. Persona. Venator. Pardon me. My attack. Venator. My attack. Opening my deck.
Oh, I missed!
Well, here is some electricity.
Ah, it was almost another perfect. She feels really good. How are people saying she's bad?
How could it end like this? It's all completely ruined.
The Shadow falls to its knees. Its will completely drained. I doubt it has strength left to attack.
This is me?
The girl, still unable to stand, stares blankly at her own shadow. I turn around towards the young man. This P1 Grand Prix was most likely caused by the girl's shadow manifesting her suppressed anguish. But this young man tried to reach out to her, even at the risk of his own safety. And even after seeing proof that she was the one who caused that risk.
Excuse me, but may I leave the rest of this to you?
She's one of those characters that are easy to use, but in high level play falls off. That makes sense. Yeah. I said this. That's exactly how I described Yukiko. Actually, is that I assume she's just super easy, and probably not good later on, because she's easy to use.
I'm ashamed to say so, but delicate persuasion is not my forte.
I understand. I agree that you don't seem like you'd be too good at it.
I agree. You don't seem like you'd be too good at it. The young man walks towards Labrys, who's still at a loss for words. I have yet to have a proper conversation with him, but I sense a certain trustworthiness in his strong steps.
Miss President, or actually Labrys.
What am I supposed to do? What difference does it make if I accept this? In the end, no one's gonna understand me anyway, right?
It's true that others won't be able to easily understand your pain. But are you gonna give up after just one try at showing them? One victory or loss doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't give up. That's what I think.
I shouldn't give up?
No, you can do this. You're not alone anymore.
Labrys's eyes widen, as if just realizing the brightness of the scenery before her. The young man waits patiently for his words to sink in. After some time, Labrys finally stands up and looks towards me.
Hey, is this what you were talking about before?
I am also not human, but who you are is for you to decide. That is the power of potential that everyone holds. Even for a machine, I believe that still holds true.
You could have just said so when we first met.
Alas, I have always had some difficulty making myself understood.
Come on now, you should go to her.
Labrys faces her shadow once more, at the urging of the young man.
Congratulations!
Yeah, you did well.
Thanks.
There's no need to thank us. It was all you.
Seeing Labrys smile, I can't help but grin as well. But her relief only lasts for a moment before the strength drains from her body and she stumbles.
Labrys!
The young man hastily catches her.
There's no need to worry. She must have reached the limits of her stamina.
He props the unconscious Labrys down against a wall.
The strength that binds hearts together. No matter how many times I witness it, its beauty never fades. May I borrow some of your time?
The young man looks over his shoulder in surprise, but when our gazes cross, he turns as if understanding.
Are you a resident of the Velvet Room too?
Well, in a way. I have abandoned my duties at the moment in order to see through a desire of mine.
What did you want with me?
I calm myself before opening my mouth once more.
In order for my wish to be granted, I require a power much greater than what I have. But it is most likely not power used to fight. It is something else. I wish to understand what that is. The power of the wild card that changes bonds into strength. I have a feeling that the key lies there.
I don't really understand.
Put more bluntly, I wish for you to show me your potential.
The young man considers everything I said, but eventually sighs before responding.
I get it now.
You don't mind?
Would you back down if I said no? After what you said before, I don't think you'd back off that easy.
Touché.
I take a slightly defensive
There
stance.
is no need to be lenient. I invite you to approach this battle as if you intend to kill me.
I didn't think I could win any other way.
Thank you. Well then, here goes. Your fate is in the cards.
It'd be really cool to see a game where Elizabeth gains the power of the wild card. I suppose that she has to... Or she can't just give that to herself, right? She has to form bonds. She kind of has one with Aegis, I suppose. Though, granted, Aegis the one wild card without a social link.
Opening my deck. Opening my deck. Here. Won't you have some? Persona. One. My attack. Pardon me. Persona. What? Impressive.
Yikes.
Pardon me. Your fate is in the court.
I'll show you man's potential.
Pardon me. My attack. Thanatos. As I anticipated.
I have no idea what I just did there.
Here. Your fate is in the cards.
I like that everyone has their own theme in this game.
She's so strong.
I see. You do indeed have great power.
Even while saying so, I am conflicted and my expression clouds. It's true that he was strong. He expertly wields the power of the wild card. Except he just uses his Izanagi, but... But thinking about it, that isn't what I wanted to learn. The power of the wild card doesn't stem from just one skill in a fight. His strength comes from his knowledge that he cannot avoid the fighting to gain his desire. The strength happens to manifest as power in battle. But what I want to learn has little to do with combat. Will I ever get closer to the root of the matter with this method? But even if I find that I can't, I don't see another way. I have measured all types of strength, great and small, as the one who presides over power. I feel suddenly anxious.
Could it be that it's something I cannot understand?
Will I never be able to understand as one distant from the workings of human society? Has it been impossible from the start for my wish to be fulfilled? I then noticed the sound of footsteps.
Hey, are you okay? Oh shit, dude, what happened to you?
Yukon, are you alright?
Senpai, hang in there!
It seems that once the shadow who created this place was vanquished, the rules keeping everyone trapped here were nullified. These must be the friends he formed bonds with, but...
Yo! Did you do this? What did you do to Senpai?
One of them turns his fierce eyes on me.
You're so mean, miss! This is going too far!
Who are you anyway? You better explain yourself!
If you did this with malign intent, we won't let you leave here so easily.
Their anger at seeing their friend hurt. That was a new experience for me. Their bond gave birth to anger, grew into animosity, and that fury is now directed towards me. But the young man stands up.
One more time.
He requests this even though he's badly wounded. A rematch would seem to only have one possible outcome.
What?
Please, that is enough. I've already witnessed your strength.
If this ends with my defeat, it doesn't count as me showing you my potential.
But...
You shouldn't jump to conclusions. I thought I said this once today. What's important is that you don't give up after one try. You have to hang in there. My friends that I haven't seen in a while are all here. I can't just wave the white flag.
The moment the young man makes his declaration, a mysterious presence fills the air. The presence surges with power and creates a whirlpool of light around him. Within that light, the young man's determination and drive instantly rekindle. Is this going to be the Ino PNG?
What is that power?
Is it the wild card he holds? I then notice that the young man's friends are standing behind him in support. All of them fixing their gazes on me as I stand perplexed. The bond that they share in their very core is echoed in their eyes. I suddenly feel as if I am confronting a fearsome giant.
I cannot believe I am seeing this.
I find myself starting to back off. My footsteps are unsteady as I go. A small dip in the floor behind me, no larger than a fingernail, throws me off balance. Surely I'm about to fall. But then unseen arms catch me.
Are you alright?
You're...
In contrast to my utter bewilderment, she wears a calm smile. When I turn back to the young man, the surge of power has already dissipated. I catch myself sighing in relief. Even when I review my long-term memory, I can recall no occasion on which I felt so overwhelmed before.
What was that just now? Do you happen to know what this power is?
I do not know the specifics, but...
Agus turns her gaze towards you and his friends.
that must be the power of their bonds. The power that stems from not being alone.
Did he summon Izanagi no Akami? Yeah, I think that's what he did. And it overwhelmed Elizabeth.
I don't know why, but I feel like I understand when I'm watching them.
The power of not being alone.
It's a power they all share. It isn't just his. Did their strong bonds turn his determination not to lose into an instant recovery for him? I am suddenly reminded of a conversation I once had with my sister. If something is impossible for them to accomplish alone, they'll work together. His friends have even worked miracles at times. Those were the words I spoke to her.
What's important is that you don't give up.
So that was her talking to Margaret about Makoto's power, I assume? It's a cliche to hear, but its wisdom is profound. I dismissed his potential judging by my standards. I almost gave up in the same way, thinking that I would be unable to understand. But he refused to allow that. His power proves that there is not only one standard. It is truly the strength found in numbers.
So this is a bond.
When I think about the guests I met who had formed bonds, I may have focused too much on those individuals. I never took much interest in who they bonded with, or how those bonds were forged.
What I should be studying isn't just him, but all of them together. Not the strength of a person, but of people. That may be the lesson.
How did you not learn that? At the end of every game, Igor goes, "This is the power of the bonds you have formed." Come on, Elizabeth. Pick up the pace.
It seems I am starting to find hope.
I nod in satisfaction.
Today's festivities made for quite a wonderful Grand Prix. Considering that there have been some gains, I should be going, if you'll all excuse me.
I turn to make my exit.
Wait a sec, you haven't explained yourself yet! You haven't even told us your name!
Aren't we not going to have another, fight against you? It'd be a cool boss fight if, like how Shadow Labrys has the bull behind her doing different things, if on this one we fought you and he's got Izanagi no Akami in the background. Though I guess theoretically you wouldn't be supposed to win that one, so...
It's Elizabeth!
Hey! Back here! What are you all happy for?
I think I'm not gonna heal you.
Who was she? Well, the odds are low that she was the mastermind behind this case.
Enough about her! Senpai's more important. We'll get you out of here in no time, so hang in there, Senpai. Teddy, get a stretcher ready.
Huh?
What are you standing around for? Move!
Guys, I'm not exactly critically injured, you know?
I think it's wonderful.
You're...
Seeing you surrounded by friends reminds me of a certain someone.
a certain someone?
There is no need to worry, everyone. His wounds are not serious. He is merely exhausted.
Oh, thank goodness. Wait, who are you?
I could have left by a shorter route, but I returned to the school's front gate and looked back at the school. The faces of the people I parted with a moment ago are called to mind. Amongst them is that young man's face. I only faced him briefly, yet I recall him with surprising vividness.
I'm sure that he will continue to increase his strength of heart. It is a given with so many friends. I am a little bit envious.
I turn the pages of the compendium and draw a magic circle in the air.
Well then, farewell.
Why doesn't she start trying to form bonds then? I soundlessly pass through it and leave as if melting into the scenery. I close my eyes and my thoughts drift to the past.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth, are you listening? You seem lost in thought like that frequently of late. Could this mean that you finally began to be troubled over things, like a normal person?
How scathing of you, as usual.
Believe me, sister, I am not as bad as you. What's the matter?
My dear sister,
I want to tell you a fairy tale.
Hmm? What's this about?
In our world, at the far reaches of the Sea of the Soul, there stands a large door. A soul which devoted itself to sealing that door slumbers there.
Why did it do such a thing?
That soul is risking itself to prevent those who have lost sight of life's brilliance from luring the world to self-destruction. It has become the guardian of the door, of the whole world, in fact.
That is a very sorrowful story.
That's the abridged version. You haven't heard all the sorrow.
My dear sister, do you think I can save that person?
Hmm? I thought it was a fairy tale.
It may be impossible alone, but what if I joined forces to do it? This person's friends are capable of miracles at times.
This person you speak of, is it... I hope you're not planning to...
Oh, don't be silly, my dear sister. I told you, it was only a fairy tale.
To a certain degree, all of your stories are like fairy tales. I don't know what's troubling you, but be sure that you don't neglect your duties.
Whoops! When I open my eyes again, I am in the Sea of the Soul. A world where countless bright lights shine like a nebula.
Velvet, oh velvet.
I begin singing a song, but now that I'm here again, I feel a hint of loneliness. I smile inwardly at myself. What happened today was very fruitful for me, though it came with a certain realization. I still don't have anyone in the world outside the Velvet Room that I wish to form a bond with. My lack of hunger for such things may have prevented me from understanding.
No, that's not quite right either.
Lack of hunger? That's not it. In truth, it was within my power, but I was turning my gaze away from it. After all, I didn't begin this journey only to find the means to defeat that monster. I thought by defeating it, I could see him again.
To think I was unconsciously afraid of something and keeping my distance from it. That is quite a surprise.
The mechanical girl, the young man from today, and my old guest all had their own desires and resolve from the start. I should make myself just as resolved if I'm to achieve my desire as well. I will face it unblinkingly and accept it. I will admit that the loneliness in me arose from leaving my old residence. The sick feeling of loneliness will surely torment me and cause me grief forever. But if I harden my resolve to allow for embracing that pain, I'm certain that my yearning heart will yield great power. Bonds, the other half of being alive, along with death. Just as death gives life its shine, I'm sure loneliness will shed new light on the questions of bonds. That is when I will obtain the power of bonds in the truest sense. Certainly I will not achieve that miracle alone.
Though I cannot defeat that monster now, I may in time gain the power to truly erase it.
He must have felt that hunger as well. That is why he tried to protect his bonds with his life. Leading him into the universe. I smiled at myself again. As one who leads others, I have only now gained enlightenment about the true meaning of bonds. And at that moment, a single card drifts down before my eyes.
Oh!
Hovering before me like a butterfly fluttering its wings is the card of the Fool. It bursts into pearls of light on my hand.
To think the day would come where I would behold my own arcana and not that of a visitor's.
The Fool. It represents freedom, purity, and possibility.
And the beginning of a journey. It may be that my journey has finally truly begun. The Fool, Well, I am aware that I still do foolish things.
I give a smile and look up. My gaze is fixed on what lies ahead. It's an enormous door that looms like a small mountain in the center of the void.
Please wait for me. One day I shall surely see my wish come true.
I briskly turn on my heel away from the door. My walk begins.
Velvet, oh velvet.
My bright song will no longer have mournful undertones.
My master has a large nose.
I have yet to determine a sure path. There is no assurance that my wish will come true. Whether those I encountered today will truly share something with me isn't certain either. But I have hope now, and that is what lets me go on. This time, I can head towards the future I desire without losing my way. That was really good. So that means Elizabeth is now... we're not done with the stream yet, though. But that means Elizabeth's now a wild card officially, then, right? That she gained the power of the Fool at the end? Yeah, I plan to. It'd be really nice. I don't think it'll be the plot of Persona 6, but I'd really like if there was like a Persona 5 arena or another Persona 5 split. I think it'd be really cool to see Elizabeth in there. Forming bonds and stuff. I don't think they would make her the protagonist of 6, but I'd like to see a spin-off where they figure the door out. Even if he's not alive, just being able to get rid of the creature attacking the door and freeing our boy. I think that would be fun. Getting the small... I don't want to get the small dialogue options. I'm not that concerned about it. Would kind of destroy power scaling to have a Velvet Room Pro tag? Not necessarily. Remember, if Makoto comes back to life, the theme is pretty much ruined. Totally disagree. Because the answer shows that they want to find a way to change people from wanting the desire of death, which I feel like is the real theme of Persona 3. Is that people have a desire for death. But what I was going to say is, Rentaro said would kind of destroy power scaling to have a Velvet Room Pro tag. Getting the wild card kind of gets rid of some of your power, right? Because you have to become 0. And then your strength comes from your bonds after that. Because remember when Aegis had Athena and she lost it, and got Orpheus, which is significantly weaker. I assume the question mark thing in the middle of the P4A and the episode P4 is... Oh, wait. That's episode P3, isn't it? Yo, this seems kind of long. What the f... Oh shit. I guess this is because this is Ultimax's story, right? But his body is dead? Why? Jose, Unicorn. And episode P3 is the other one, right? How long have we been going for? Almost 6 hours? Yeah, we can go a little bit more. At least do the epilogue, because I'm sure that's pretty long. But yeah, I don't think Makoto coming back would be... Your opinion is you do challenges? I'm more focused on the story. I feel like it would be fine if they brought him back. I'd prefer it, to be honest. That's where I would like that to go. Or that story to go. It's not as good of writing, but significantly less repetitive. It probably has a little bit less fan service then, right? Because I feel like the whole Elizabeth thing was very fan servicey. The Velvet Room attendant in P6? Well, then the plot would have to be solved in one of the Persona 5 spin-offs, which I would be fine with. I don't think he can leave of his own volition. That's why Elizabeth has to go back and kill Ebrius every time. That would be fine. If Makoto was in the Velvet Room, I would be okay with that. Failed to circle it? Yeah, I missed it. Not very good with controllers since I've been PC gaming for so long. Alright. I assume this is a recap of Persona 4.
So you will not require our assistance. Is that correct?
That's not Margaret.
Very well. In that case, there is nothing more to be said.
That's not you. What?
As for your presence here, this room is ordinarily only accessible to those bound by a contract. You are fated to refine your power. You will most definitely require our assistance, eventually.
So this is this guy, like, rejecting? Ugh. This is when Igor's VA died? But isn't Igor's VA? Or I thought his English voice actor was still alive. Oh, Margaret's old voice was perfect, dude! What was this? When P5 was released, many knew that they are the means or the plot device needed to resolve the P3 story. Yeah, for sure. That's why I'm saying I'd like the one of the Persona 5 spin-offs to resolve the P3 story. I don't think they would do it in the main game. Didn't this come out before Persona 5, though? Ultimax?
Until we meet again, farewell.
So this is someone who just straight up rejects Igor and Margaret?
Most intriguing.
Is the one in Persona 5 not the same? Weird.
Are you certain about this?
Oh, I don't like Margaret's new voice.
Our domain is indivisible from the destiny of our guests. Nothing meaningless happens in this room, which can only mean that the fate of our visitor just now will be...
Margaret?
Pardon. I spoke out of turn. We are only allowed to watch over and assist those guests who are bound by the terms of the contract.
Whoops. Elizabeth doesn't do that. Yeah, dude. The Igor new voice is fine. I don't mind the Igor one that much. Igor doesn't even talk that much, so it's not that disturbing. But we heard Margaret talk a lot. And I really liked Margaret's voice. Because, you know, Margaret's voice was a large part of what made her so sexy.
indeed.
So, the young man Yu Narukami is tied to our recent guest's fate. I wonder what fate, or rather, encounter will await him. Yu Narukami. Now that's a guest who never ceases to amaze.
That means she gets to see you again. It's May 5th, the day after we saw Labrys and the Shadow Operatives. Oh shit, this is right after. Why is this mysterious person's velvet room the exact same as Yu's? Budget. No one wanted to design a new velvet room. Which doesn't make sense, actually, because aren't all velvet rooms supposed to be unique to the person that goes in? Or is that only if their attendant's different? If the attendant's not different, then fuck it. That's just Margaret's velvet room is the limo. And then Igor teleports the fuck out of there to the other attendants in their other places. August didn't have a different one? Yeah, then it must be attached to the attendant then. We're in the corner of the chaotic as usual Junes food court.
I had a hunch this was gonna happen.
That's the state of your heart? But then why does this guy have the same state of heart as you? I don't think so.
Well, your hunch isn't getting us anywhere. What are we supposed to do? There's not a single open seat.
That's just how it goes at Junes during Golden Week. And on Children's Day at that. If it wasn't this busy, we'd be out of business by now.
Today's Children's Day?
Huh?
I should have brought Nanako.
That's what you're worried about?
Watching the kids run around, I think back to Nanako's face when I told her I'd be going out. She looked like she wanted to say something. I feel bad I didn't ask her about it. But given what we came to talk about, I couldn't take her with me. I wonder if she's watching TV alone now like she usually does.
Yo, Senpai! I got us some seats.
Ooh, good job, Kanji!
What was I gonna say? Is Yosuke's voice actor just always available for everything all the time? How do some people not be available for stuff, but this guy's always available for everything? Is Marie canon? I would assume so. Marie's Max Link persona is what he uses in the Persona 5 DLC thing. Am I gonna play P2? Not for a while. It's not planned for the next one.
That's pretty impressive, Kanji. Especially for you.
Damn it, Ted! Leave the especially for you part out next time.
All right, break it up. No fighting, guys.
The kanji voice seems almost identical. I know it's slightly different, but Matt Mercer's really fucking good, and it seems very fitting.
Let's go, Yukun.
Right.
Don't say that, Juiced. I really hope I'd get more. When Yukiko spurs us on, we move to the seats Kanji saved. There's a table for 4, with 6 chairs he found somewhere. After waiting for everyone to be seated, Yosuke clears his throat, as if to drive away all the noise.
So it's a great day out and,
Dude, I don't think this is the time for that.
Well, how else should I start off? Look at the size of this crowd.
I'd say I made the right call showing up like this.
Naoto's third voice actress, cursed character. It's probably during the union issues. Oh yeah, I remember those.
If I came in my usual costume, the little kids would be swarming my adorable bod. I'd be mobbed.
Oh yes, I've seen how the children tear off your fur from time to time.
Wow! Are you being nice to me, Yuki-chan? Has our love finally blossomed?
Huh? Of course it hasn't.
Shot down as always.
It's because you never learn.
Well, let's get down to business. We didn't get to talk much yesterday after all.
You can see and make a model of Iba. I'm probably not creative enough to do it unless I could copy someone else's recipe. Like if someone else had the instructions to make it. I nod to Chie. We gathered here yesterday after seeing Labras off, but there wasn't time to calm down and talk about what happened. In the end, we agreed to leave the details to tomorrow, which is now today.
Don't worry about the crowd. Let's start the investigation team meeting anyway.
Yeah, though we are missing 2 people.
It's just not the same without our full roster of pretty girls.
What do you mean? You and Kanji are both there.
Oh, not only Rise-chan, but now-chan couldn't be here either.
Well, it's not like the other day, where we just lost contact with Rise.
Mm-hmm. She seems really busy. She said she had work during the holidays, too. At least we got to talk to her yesterday.
Yeah, Nato-kun's job is keeping her busy too. I guess it's the same old for them.
Nato-kun knew things about what happened that not even we did. Apparently she knew about Mitsuru-san and her friends from the start.
Wait, why wouldn't Naoto be here? Didn't she, wasn't she here yesterday and not taking another job because the investigation team was back? What?
Thanks to her, though, we got some good information.
Well then, let's get everyone up to speed on what happened using that info.
Yosuke's right. So much has happened these past few days that none of us have a good grasp on it at all. We need to sort through what we've learned again.
What was it that started it all? Midnight Channel again, I guess.
Oh, Naoto would be perfect to be here. She could recap everything.
I thought I was dreaming for a good chunk of it, so it's not really hitting me.
The Midnight Channel. That TV world we helped to restore peace in the area. It ended up being used by someone else in the Labras incident. Labras is a 5th-generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, a girl with a mechanical body who was stolen from the Kirijo group, one of Japan's biggest conglomerates. Someone threw her into the TV world. Is this where we sort through what was canon or not? I think so, yeah. At least from the arena story. But Labras faced her other, suppressed self there, and by accepting it, she awoke to her persona. That mostly wrapped things up. However...
So who exactly was it that put Labras inside the TV? And why?
At first, I thought the culprit was jealous of my popularity and tried to break us friends up.
Mm-hmm. But that wasn't it. Their goal was to disrupt our hearts by making us fight each other, and then steal our personas after they returned to being shadows.
Naoto said as much too.
I don't know. Turning them back to shadows and stealing them. That doesn't sound like something just anyone could pull off.
Maybe not, but we know for certain that the culprit was using that method to try and gather powerful shadows.
Gathering shadows, huh? That's definitely not something any normal person would do.
The atmosphere darkens after Yosuke's remark. During the silence, I recall the events leading up to yesterday. We had once again entered the TV world to figure out why the Midnight Channel was broadcasting again. What we found there was a strange fighting tournament called the Grand Prix. At the heart of it was Labras. Having gone through severe trials as a weapon with a heart, she gave birth to her shadow, a suppressed version of herself, which twisted her dream of wanting to be a normal schoolgirl. It all resulted in the Grand Prix, designed to pit people against their friends. After we entered the TV, we got wrapped up in a battle just like Labras' shadow planned, and were forced to fight one another. But we also met members of a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Operatives, who were in search of Labras, and their leader, Mitsuru Kirijo, who's CEO of the Kirijo group. It was with their help that we conquered the tournament. I feel like the game flips so often between deciding that Mitsuru is very powerful in the Kirijo group, isn't an important member, there's higher-ups, and now we're saying she's the CEO, which would make her the powerful person. Which is it? Is Mitsuru in charge or not? Whatever. Still thinking she has to abide by the board of directors? Yeah, but I mean, the CEO would still have more power. They were using the power of personas before we were. It was reassuring in a way to meet people who deal with shadows day in and day out. But the case isn't over yet. We couldn't find out why the culprit put Labrys in the TV to begin with. We don't even know who did it. Mitsuru and her people seem to have some idea, but that doesn't mean we can ignore what happened in our town. So we made the decision to investigate the case on our own.
That reminds me. How are things inside the TV?
The thought suddenly crosses my mind, so I asked Teddy. After we settled the first case, the TV world turned into a beautiful place, but it wasn't that way anymore during the Grand Prix. I wonder what happened after we saved Labrys.
Still the same. It should go back to normal eventually, but the P1 Grand Prix had such an effect that it's still noisy there. Oh, but,
Huh? But what? Quit mumbling and just spit it out.
Yeah, the Kanji voice actor changed totally fine. This voice still fits him.
It's hard to say for sure, but I sense these weird presences. They feel kinda like shadows, but not really.
Weird presences? You mean there's something strange in there?
I don't really know.
What could it be? The culprit, maybe?
Maybe, but maybe not.
We all look at each other after hearing Teddy's evasive answer. If something's in the TV world, it can only be a shadow, someone besides us who knows about that world, or someone who can use a persona.
Huh? How would that make sense? The culprit wasn't a persona user, right?
He did say that he used Labrys because he couldn't enter the TV world himself.
That's right, the only people who can enter the TV world are persona users. For a normal person to get in, they would have to enter alongside a persona user. If someone who doesn't have a persona falls in, for whatever reason, they're in serious danger. Either the shadow's already dwelling there, or their own shadow might end up killing them.
So, wouldn't that mean this weird thing Ted's talking about can't be our bad guy? Or maybe the culprit can shove people into a TV even though he's not a persona user.
I can understand Kanji's doubts, but unfortunately, we don't have enough information right now to see either way.
There's one more thing that bothers me.
Thank God, so far, I might jinx myself here, they're not making Kanji out to be the total idiot they made him out to be in Arena. We just had him here, doing some actual deductive reasoning, and then you being like, yes, that's a good point.
What is it?
It's something Naoto said.
I tell everyone what Naoto left me with yesterday. She said that when Mitsuru's plane was hijacked as a diversion from Labrys' kidnapping, the hijackers had no memory of their actions. They might have been brainwashed or hypnotized, but either way, it couldn't have been done by a normal person.
There's so much we don't know.
No matter what the culprit was trying to do, if he was after us in the TV world, I doubt this case will wrap itself up.
I agree. Oh, then does that mean...
Too bad for Mitsuru-san, but we're gonna ignore her request not to get involved.
When Mitsuru and her people left, they told us to not get involved any further with the case. We knew why they said that, of course. They were worried about our safety, still.
So the investigation team's back in business.
Yep. Feel a little bad doing this to Mitsuru-san, but we can't just leave this be. We can fight too. And heck, this is our town, so it's practically our duty to do this.
I'm in too. After all, I am Labby-chan's knight.
But the issue sounds like it has nothing to do with the city, and that's hence why Mitsuru and her crew left.
Plus, I can't sit on the sidelines after seeing what this culprit did to my world. It had gotten so peaceful thanks to you guys.
I knew they felt this way, but I nod firmly after seeing everyone still in agreement.
So it's decided.
Mm-hmm. We have to return the favor of getting stuck with those strange epithets, too.
Everyone looks away briefly after hearing this. Those nonsense nicknames that got broadcast during the Grand Prix made no small stir in our daily lives. Although personally...
That makes me so mad! What was that carnivore whose discarded womanhood stuff all about?
Yous, like, really don't care about being, the sister complex kingpin.
I could swear people cross the street now when they see me!
I thought, what? This is the day after. How could there have been a lot of interaction with other people? This is the day after. They just got out of the TV yesterday.
Really? I was actually pretty impressed.
Huh? Is that how you think of me, Yukon?
No, that's not what I meant.
That reminds me. You seem to like that Sister Complex Kingpin of Steel nickname.
Did he?
Sensei, have you awakened to a new name? Should I call you Kingpin from now on?
I wonder if it's just my imagination that what Yosuke said just now hurt worse than the nickname. All I meant were those nicknames weren't that bad. Still, I admit, I was honestly impressed at how precise each of those taunts were in striking at each of our hang-ups.
This sure has turned out to be some golden week. And after you took the time to come see us, too.
No kidding. Shit got stirred up the day you came back, like someone planned it that way.
Everyone nods at Kanji's words, everyone except Yosuke. Unlike the others, he just shoots me a slightly bleak glance. I know what it means, but I'll let him say it.
That actually does still bother me a bit.
What do you mean?
Oh, I guess the timing? It's like whoever did this was waiting for you to come back.
I agree with him. The incident with Labras happened right when I returned to Inaba for the Golden Week. It was timed as if whoever set this up was just waiting for me to get back into town.
Well, I guess there's no need to think about that now. Oh yeah, where's Marie-chan?
She's elusive as always. It looked like she was buying something at Sozai Daigaku the other day.
What? Nobody told Emi-chan that Sensei was visiting?
Well, it is Marie-chan we're talking about. I'm sure she's noticed that Yukun's back.
Marie, she was another one involved in the first case we solved here in Inaba. We helped her regain her lost memories, and now she protects this town as a minor goddess who supports the townspeople here.
Huh? Then, why hasn't she shown up? I mean, if she knew that Senpai's back, you'd think she'd be the first to show.
Where'd that lightning come from all of a sudden?
Whoa, look at those insane rain clouds. It's gonna start pouring soon for sure.
That's when I noticed the thick crowd of customers here has gotten pretty sparse. As if following the families hurrying back inside, we also get up from our seats.
Jeez, the weather report has been way off the mark lately.
Isn't this going to be Marie, like, just creating the weather to, get everyone out of here?
Oh, sorry, that's mine. Hello? Oh, Kasai-san.
We move away from Yukiko a little to give her some space to talk.
That reminds me, Labras is a robot, right? Would she rust if she got caught out in the rain?
Nah, I doubt it. The Kirijo group developed her after all, and they wouldn't be that cheap.
Mid-chan's group sure is amazing. Her stuff is way better than Junes brand electronics.
Shut up! Don't go dissing your own employer.
That is a very bad idea. Never talk badly about your employer, even if you don't like them. As Yosuke and Teddy snipe at each other, Chie gazes up to the cloudy sky. When she notices me looking at her, she shakes her head, telling me not to worry.
Labris is with Mitsuru-san and her friends, right? I wonder how she's doing.
After the Grand Prix, Labris joined Mitsuru and us, Shadow's operatives, since she has a persona now. Even as we speak, she and her companions are probably chasing the culprit who threw her into the TV.
Don't worry, I'm sure she's doing fine. If all goes well, we'll see her again in no time.
Yeah, since we made our decision to stick our noses into the case, that means we're after the same thing Labris and the Shadow operatives are. It seems possible we might end up with Labris again somewhere soon. I'm not sure how they get any fucking leads on this so far, though. Then again, we're doing this without Mitsuru's permission, so I can't say I'm eager to run into them.
Yeah, you're right. Man, I should stop being such a worrywart.
Hey, looks like Yukiko-senpai's off the phone.
Oh, welcome back, Yukiko. What was the call about?
It was the inn. It seems a group of our guests is still out. We didn't have any umbrellas ready for them, so I think a lot of them will come back drenched. Sorry, I have to go back for a bit.
Oh, right. I forgot this is a busy time for the Amagi Inn, too.
Actually, shouldn't we be heading home ourselves? If this keeps up, I bet it'll keep raining into the night.
Raining, huh? That thing's not gonna come on again, is it?
Everyone turns around at Yosuke's words. He says that thing, but we all know what he means. He's talking about the Midnight Channel, which came on at midnight on a rainy day. The weather was just like this during the incident with Labris, too. As if to break the silence, we hear another roll of thunder, closer than one a moment ago.
In any case, let's meet up again tomorrow to check up on the TV world.
Okay, I'll see you all here tomorrow, and I'll make sure to let Rise-chan know too.
I'll call up Naoto-kun, though I don't know yet if she'll be able to make it.
Cool deal. Well, see you guys tomorrow.
We hastily end the investigation team meeting before it starts raining. As I see Yosuke starting to leave after everyone else, I ask him about the issue he raised earlier.
What do you think, Yosuke, about the timing of all of this?
Oh, that. I don't know, I might be overthinking this, but if the culprit happens to know you, would that give some hint of who it might be?
It was an understandable question, but I can't help but look askance at him. If the culprit had investigated me, of course he'd know something about me, but not my plan to stay in Inaba during Golden Week. It'd have to be a person who knows me, plus knew that I was coming here during the break. Is there anyone who'd know all that?
Is it possible that it could be Adachi?
Adachi-san?
This time, I'm caught completely off guard, and all I can do is dully repeat the question. Toru Adachi, the man who was arrested in the Midnight Channel murders. He should be in police custody now. Which is ironic, since he used to work for my uncle as a police detective at Inaba Station. We do have quite a history, so obviously he knows about me, and I can't rule out that Dojima might have told Adachi about my vacation plans.
No, it wouldn't be him. He has a persona.
Oh, yeah, good point. Sorry, I wasn't trying to weird you out.
Except I was a little. Yosuke's tone is apologetic and he scratches his head. But really, I should be the one doing the apologizing. I didn't just deny that it could have been Adachi because he's a persona user. The real reason is that deep down, I trusted what Adachi said about abiding by the rules of the world. Why? But if it's not him, then who? The gray clouds filled the sky over our heads, nearing the confused anxiety we shared. Notice how they're pulling the spoilers out now? Yeah, I guess I got lucky, now that there are, like, canon games in the series that are talking about spoilers.
And then Dad came on parent visiting day, so I made sure to raise my hand to answer all the teacher's questions.
Hanako, you told that story 3 times already.
No, I didn't!
Nanako, who had been talking non-stop throughout dinner, sulks at Dojima pointing that out. Whether or not she'll admit it, though, I've definitely heard that story several times. Either parent visiting day made her that happy, or she was looking for any excuse to prolong our conversation. Well, whichever it is, Nanako seems happy, so I don't mind much.
Oh, and guess what? I saw a really long car yesterday.
A really long car? That rings a bell. She must be talking about that extravagant black limousine that Mitsuru and her shadow operatives drove in on.
Oh, you mean the limo that was driving around town? Yeah, I heard about that.
So much for Mitsuru's subtle entrance.
A big stretch limo in a sleepy little town like ours. I'll tell you one thing. It won't be from around here.
Dojima shoots me a glance while responding to Nanago's comment. He's a detective through and through. I think he's noticed something's up. Sure enough, after Dojima sends Nanako to the sink with the empty dishes, he gets right down to business.
So, what are you up to this time?
Damn. We can get a good 2 seconds of Dojima not having us figured out again. There's no hiding anything from that piercing gaze. He has to know we came in contact with Mitsuru's people. They were so dignified seeming that I had hoped even their outrageously long limo wouldn't stand out here, but I find myself actually relieved to be mistaken.
The day you were due back, a detective from the Metropolitan Police Department suddenly rang me up to ask about the details of that case. Not only that, but I saw that Shirogane kid at the station several times these past couple of days. Was this all just a coincidence?
That's...
Can't answer, huh? Well, that's fine.
No, it's clearly not fine. It makes Dojima sad. Dojima, will you just trust you? Please. And you, will you just explain it? There was no greater pain in the playthrough than when Dojima didn't trust you. Dojima gives a deep sigh and closes his eyes. That's odd. Normally he'd grill me for more information and yell at me while doing it.
Look, I trust you, but this is different. Don't stick your head into the lion's den. You do understand that I'm a detective and pretty much your guardian while you're here, right?
His strict yet honest gaze asks me to promise that much in return for not probing me further. I say yes, but in my mind I'm apologizing at the same time. We're heading into dangerous waters, but it's the same as the situation when I lived here. We have to be the ones to do this.
So long as you understand that, then do whatever you want.
I can't help but smile at seeing Dojima look away and sigh. I'm sure that he has a million questions about everything I'm doing, but he's not asking them. It's because he trusts me.
Hey, you're picking on Big Bro again, Dad.
There we go, Nanako to bail me out.
Oh, no, not at all. We were just talking.
Really, Big Bro?
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about.
I'll always be on your side, okay?
Oh. Dojima's sad after that comment. No. When I answer her with a smile, Nanako looks up at me with a worried expression, but her reply is earnest. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Dojima looking uncomfortable, and I can't help but laugh again. The Catherine poster returns. When I return to my room, I can hear the faint rumble of thunder in the distance. The rain that was pouring down this evening is already stopped. If the pattern holds, the Midnight Channel should stay quiet as long as it's not raining. Realizing that raises some complex feelings in me. I have to go back home tomorrow. And as much as I hope nothing happens, I want to resolve this mystery while I'm still here. But wishing to solve this case means wishing for something to happen.
Make up your mind, you.
I inadvertently glance towards the TV screen's reflective surface and catch myself with an odd smile on my face. Just a little longer until midnight. Out of habit, I check the time, and the moment I look back at the TV, the screen suddenly turns on. Is this the Ultimax trailer?
The strong win, while the weak disappear. Tonight, we will witness the hottest battles in all history. The goddess of victory is waiting to descend upon the ring. P1 fans, are you ready? Are you ready?
Time to let loose an all-out war!
The contestants in the previous P1 Grand Prix have returned for another tournament, right on the heels of the last one. These warriors will create another legend here at the world-shattering P1 Ring! These are battles of honor, battles of will.
Of course.
Sparks will fly.
Mitsuru arrives in style.
Some fight for pride. Some fight for glory. Will this be decided by pure muscle, or will a battle of wits determine the outcome? Things are heating up! Tonight, who will win the title of champion? Who will be crowned with the winner's wreath? Whose tale of glory will resound for generations?
Nope.
All that remains
That's
are
Shadow
the dreams of the Warriors. As the Grand Prix plunges into its final chapter, the P1 climax is...
Barely getting started!
I didn't see any embarrassing nicknames that time, though. It's still counting down. To what?
You! Did you see that? What the hell?
Hello? Hey!
Oh, we're not done yet.
Huh? What's going on here?
Is that Junpei?
What in the world? The town! A red fog?
There's Yukari. Oh.
What the?
Are we in the dark hour? But you can't play this music. Yukari's my favorite, dude. I already saw that she was Pink Featherman, but oh my god, that's so cool. Get ready for me to fangirl her out pretty hard when she shows up. Why would you ruin this with the piano theme, though?
Yoo-hoo! All you P1 crazies out there, sorry about the long wait.
So Junpei looked like a baseball player, though? That was interesting. The TV shows a familiar classroom. If I remember right, that's the announcement room at the school Labris created, inside the TV world during the Grand Prix. Standing in the announcement room is General Teddy, actually. Just his head chortling away.
The P1 climax! It's the end of the world! One-on-one deathmatch that's worthy of the name Climax!
My fellow Yukari lover, I see. It's true. I am.
And best of all, if you don't win the one-on-one tournament to the finish within the hour, the world will end! No punches pulled this time! I'll make myself clear so that no one misunderstands. This will not be taking place within the TV world.
You prefer Yukari over Mitsuru? I think so, yeah. As a character, anyway. You can watch my playthrough of Persona 3 for my reactions about her character.
It will, in fact, take place in the reality which you occupy. Enjoy it while you can. Alrighty then, time to show off how that special stage is going.
Oh, we've seen this before.
Is that Mitsuru-san?
What will be the fate of our captured queen and her loyal minions? Then again, if we don't have a champion, everyone's a goner anyway. So she'll be in good company. Best of luck to all of you.
Itsuki, yeah, I mean, you know, there's always an awkward vibe when you see Mitsuru in there. You get some feelings. The display cuts off abruptly and the TV becomes a silent box. Realizing that is strange, red light is filling the once dark room, I dash towards the window. Oh, he's gonna see Nanako and Dojima as the coffins, isn't he? The town outside is covered in an eerie red fog.
What is that?
The street lights are off, and I don't sense anyone's presence. That hazy light illuminating the town, is it the red fog? Seeing the town in such an obviously abnormal state snaps me back to my senses, and I quickly look back to my room. Will they need evokers?
Dojima-san!
Will they need evokers to summon their personas, the P4 crew? Now that it's the real world in the dark hour? No one answers. I rush down the stairs and check all the rooms, but no matter how hard I look, the two who live here are nowhere to be found. Oh. So it's not the dark hour, they're not in the coffins. What in the world's going on? The P1 climax? Are Mitsuru and her people really captives? And worst of all, this isn't the TV world. Is this really still the real world? If so, what happened to the townspeople? A wave of confusion and fear crashes over me as I sort through the information at hand. My cell phone won't even turn on, like it's suddenly broken. It's happening again.
Junes Food Court.
That's correct, that's right. Whenever we had a case, that's where we'd always gather. If Yosuke, Chie, and Yukiko have noticed this too, then they'll definitely be headed there. Teddy should be with Yosuke, so there's no need to worry about him. Kanji, though, he might head straight into the TV. I chuckled to myself at the thought. A rare moment of humor in this looming crisis. I know where I need to be, so I quickly prepare myself. Whenever we needed to fight, I was always clad in my Yosogami High uniform. To think I'd be wearing it again so soon. It's with a sense of trepidation that I open the front door. Why does he always wear his uniform, though? It's so weird. To be continued. I like where this is going. There seems to be a significantly higher budget for Ultimax than there is for Arena. But I guess if Arena did well, that's probably why, right? It gave them higher budget. So this is like branching story. There's 2 chapter 2s. I do think this is a good spot to end it. I was planning on ending it here today, I think. Get people excited for the Ultimax playthrough. Right? We finished up Arena and now we've done the introduction to Ultimax. It's time to figure out what is the Red Fog. What is going on? What will happen to Mitsuru and crew? Will we save them? Labris, Yukari, and Junpei? Are they here? Who knows? But tune in and find out next time. How will you find out, of course? By staying tuned for tomorrow's stream. Oh shit, it's the 4th of July tomorrow. Should I still stream? Yeah, I'll do it. Anyway. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button so that way you don't miss out on the stream. You'll get that notification, hopefully, if YouTube's working when I go live to see this story of Ultimax so far. If YouTube doesn't work out with the notifications, feel free to join the link in the description below to our Discord channel, and I will directly notify you when the stream goes live. You can also like the video if you haven't already. Drop the likes. Helps promote the video, helps YouTube recommend it a little bit more. I would appreciate it if you did. The likes have been dropping off a little bit in the Arena series, so I'm still hoping some people are interested in it. But now that we're in Ultimax, hopefully, fingers crossed, the story comes back, because there's a lot less repetition in the Ultimax story, so at least that I've been told so far. Oh yeah, that's right, social distancing is in effect. There is probably not a lot of, like, big fireworks gatherings. So all the more reason to join the stream. So thanks for watching, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye!